Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A wedding is one of the most anticipated and emotionally charged events in a woman's life. However, not all happy endings are fairy tales. Some people live happily ever after and die on the same day. Today we find ourselves in Somerset, England. This region of southwest England is known for its well-preserved medieval castles, ancient towns, and King Arthur legends. However, these are not the only legends that surround the modern country. On the morning of September 12, 2012, a local resident named Orlando was rushing home from a late-night shift at a gas station. He had promised his wife that he would take their young daughter Maria to daycare. Loud music was playing in the car to keep him awake as trees along the road passed by one after another. Coming out of a sharp turn, he noticed black smoke. Orlando slowed down. Smoke billowed from a nearby parking lot, where a car had caught fire. Orlando came to a halt and ran to get a better look, but the fire prevented him from getting any closer. When firefighters arrived 4 minutes later, the car had completely burned out. The arriving police cordoned off the area with safety tape to keep the gathering at a safe distance. The area was deserted so early in the morning, and there were no witnesses nearby to describe the incident at its exact moment. A charred body was discovered while examining the scene. The police had to identify the victim and determine the cause of his tragic death. There were no signs of a car accident or skid marks anywhere nearby. Likewise, no tire tread marks from another vehicle were discovered. The police initially believed that a car would self-ignite or spontaneously combust due to malfunctions. A lengthy investigation and several expert analyses lay ahead. The remains were taken to a forensic laboratory to determine the deceased's identity and the cause of death. Fragments of the burned vehicle were also delivered to the forensic laboratory to determine any malfunctions and the cause of the fire. The police began their investigation by searching the missing persons database and reviewing recent reports of disappearances. Forensic experts were quick to identify the deceased. Catherine Wells Burr, 23, is a local resident. Rafal Nowak filed a missing person report on the same day in connection with the young woman's disappearance. Rafal Nowak reported that he left for work at 5:30 a.m., while his girlfriend Catherine slept soundly at home. Despite working for the same company, his shift began 2 hours earlier. Catherine did not show up for work after that, and Rafal could not locate her among any of her relatives. He contacted the police. The investigation began. The police questioned the victim's parents and sister, as well as Rafal Nowak, who reported her missing, and all of her co-workers and friends. They were able to reconstruct a sequence of events that led to the young woman's tragic death by gradually piecing together information about her final days and, eventually, years of life. Phil and Jane Wells gave birth to Catherine Wells Burr in the United Kingdom in 1989. In the summer of 2010, she was the second child in her family, following an older sister named Lynn. During a university break, Catherine met one of the employees, Rafal Nowak, 31, on a new vacuum cleaner production line. Catherine was immediately drawn to the tall, ruggedly handsome blonde. He was a Polish immigrant who had a former wife and son back home. He had moved to England 4 years ago in search of a better life. Catherine and Rafal soon began dating. They began by meeting for lunch at the production site cafe, but these lunches quickly evolved into romantic dinners. Rafal courted Catherine admirably, giving her lovely bouquets, taking her to the movies, and going on walks. Rafal opened up to Catherine about his past and reasons for moving to the UK. Catherine's trusting heart, the blonde man's relationship progressed so quickly that within a few months, Catherine introduced Raphael to her parents, who were overjoyed with their daughter's choice and hopeful for the couple's future happiness. Soon, the lovers were planning their wedding for 2011. Catherine graduated with honors from Bath Spa University and secured a promising position as a business analyst at Pneumatic International, the manufacturer of Henry vacuum cleaners. She quickly advanced in her career, creating job opportunities for her parents and sister. Catherine was intelligent and well-educated. She always knew how to approach people, was concerned about her colleagues' problems, and was very aware of those around her. Her kind gaze and radiant smile won over those who admired the young leader. Catherine Wells Burr's career was rapidly progressing. Her substantial earnings, combined with those of her partner Rafal Nowak, enabled them to buy a large home with a terrace in Willow Way. Regardless of their financial situation, the house was purchased with a mortgage, for which the young couple obtained insurance coverage in accordance with their agreement with the bank, demonstrating their youth, successful careers, and love. It appeared that they had everything necessary for happiness. However, the fateful day of September 12, 2012, marked a turning point in their lives, transforming everything from before to after. The investigation continued, revealing new and previously unknown details about Catherine and Rafael's lives. Over time, the veil of deception that had hung over their relationship from the beginning began to lift. Rafael Nowak, 29, left behind his wife and child in Poland, fleeing to avoid large debts. He moved to the UK, where he met Anna Lagwinowicz. They have been close since 2008. Then Catherine entered the picture for a while. Rafael considered both women, but ultimately chose Catherine Wells Burr because she was a better fit for a family and financial stability. While Catherine genuinely desired a happy marriage with the man she loved and the start of a family, Nowak was plotting a scheme to end her life, intending to leave the life insurance payout and the large house to himself and his mistress, Anna Lagwinowicz, for which Catherine had contributed a sizable portion. The plot for this crime was meticulously planned and carried out with even more cruelty and cold-bloodedness. After a few hours, Rafael approached Catherine's boss to inquire about her whereabouts. In front of Catherine's colleagues and relatives, he pretended to be terrified and devastated. Catherine was not found at either her parents' or her own home, and her car was also missing. Rafael recalled receiving threatening letters from a mentally unstable admirer for quite some time. Following this, her family called the police. The family was in the living room of the young couple's home, waiting for her return, when they learned that a burning car with a body inside had been discovered. Rafael stated that the evening before her disappearance was completely normal. The couple had gone for a walk after work, stopped at a store for groceries, ate dinner, and then went to bed together after watching TV. Catherine didn't seem scared or disturbed. However, a more thorough investigation reveals that her death happened earlier. Catherine was strangled around 2 a.m., most likely in her own bed, while sleeping. Her lifeless body was then placed in a car, driven a short distance from the house, and set on fire in an attempt to destroy evidence. However, Rafael Nowak had a solid alibi. He was at work since 5:30 a.m., and Catherine was asleep in bed when he left. The burning car was found between 6 and 7 a.m., however. Rafael was still at home at 1:30 a.m., which significantly shifted the case's trajectory. Rafael Nowak became the primary suspect in Catherine Wells Burr's murder. Evidence allowed Nowak to be detained pending further investigation. Rafael claimed Catherine was being stalked by someone who had repeatedly written to her, driving her insane. During the investigation, it was discovered that Catherine did have accounts on several adult websites, indicating a hidden side of her life that her close friends were unaware of. Intimate photos and flirtatious interactions with men were discovered, along with a letter from a secret admirer. However, no matter how long you try to hide the truth, it eventually comes to light. In an attempt to mislead the investigation and lead it down a false trail, Rafael forgot to destroy the evidence that showed his direct involvement in Catherine's death. Importantly, this provided the prosecution with a motive. When investigators examined Nowak's phone, they discovered that he had never stopped communicating or meeting with Anna Lagwinowicz, whom they had met frequently in recent months. In addition, it was discovered that the man had a financial interest. Shortly before Catherine's death, they both insured their lives for £123,000. Catherine and Rafael were the sole beneficiaries of the insurance contracts and received the payouts for each other. The receipt of substantial life insurance emerged as the primary motive in Catherine's death, while the arson of her car complicated the investigation. On the day of her disappearance, Catherine texted Anna Lagwinowicz. In addition, surveillance cameras revealed that a few days before the crime, Anna and a relative, her uncle, filled a full canister of gasoline at a gas station. As a result, a third party became involved in the case. Anna Lagwinowicz, 32, and her 38-year-old uncle Tadevzez Dimitrisin were arrested on suspicion of committing an intentional crime and setting fire to hide evidence. The trio planned the crime meticulously over several months. They meticulously planned the act, creating accounts on pornographic websites, uploading photoshopped images of Catherine, and fabricating and saving exchanges with various men, all to derail the investigation with a false trail. They couldn't ignore the indisputable evidence for long. When Rafael and Anna realized that continuing to deny was futile, they began blaming each other. The man insisted that Anna devised and carried out the plan to eliminate a rival because she was jealous. In contrast, she accused Nowak of committing the crime out of greed, hoping to secure the insurance payout in the house. In order to avoid detection, the conspirators spin a web of heartless lies around an honest and joyful young woman. They posted her fake profiles on websites where people look for casual, intimate encounters. The conspirators went to great lengths to conceal their crime, not only setting her body on fire but also creating a completely false backstory for her. They intend to portray Catherine as a promiscuous woman filled with secrets and desires. They convincingly portrayed a mysterious lover who could have taken her life. At 5:17 a.m., one of the conspirators sent a text message from the Wells Bar phone. On the day of her demise to this fictitious man, she stated that she was on her way to meet him. However, forensic experts determined that when the fire started in the car, Catherine was dressed only in her favorite nightgown, not in an outfit suitable for a meeting with a man. They discovered a missing pillow on her bed, and the only pillowcase was washed and hanging on a clothesline, leading the police to believe she had been suffocated. Detectives discovered a SIM card in Anna Lagwinowitz's car that was linked to the number Catherine was supposed to text that morning. Anna Lagwinowitz discovered notes she had written while seeking inspiration for messages allegedly sent by the mysterious person in his apartment trash bin. When Nowak fell in love with Anna Lagwinowitz, she realized the game was over. They both claimed Catherine's death was the work of a hired criminal. A week before the trial began, Anna Lagwinowicz asked a fellow inmate to secretly pass on a fake confession from an imaginary hitman who claimed Nowak paid him £20,000 to kill Catherine. Anna Lagwinowicz's story may have provided chilling insight into what happened to their victim. According to this fictitious hitman, Catherine's body was found in the car's trunk. Nowak was ecstatic that he had ended Catherine's life. Hitman wrote, "I helped him put her in the driver's seat. Nowak removed the tape from her mouth, and she put on her shoes. He buckled her seatbelt and kissed her goodbye. At 6 a.m. I approached Catherine's car and set it on fire, per Nowak's instructions." Rafal Nowak played the role of a loving boyfriend admirably in the days preceding Catherine's death, holding hands and kissing her in front of family members. He told her mother, Jane, "I have lost my world, I have lost my future." Rafal Nowak refused to admit his role in the young woman's death and went on to tell her mother, Jane Wells, that her daughter was receiving emails and text messages from an ex-boyfriend who said that if he couldn't have her, no one could finish the story. He even claimed she discussed taking her own life. "We are still Nowak," allowed the distraught Wells Bar parents to console him, who assumed he was also mourning the young woman he loved. Ruffal's acting was so convincing that Catherine's mother, Jane, hugged him after her death and gave him permission to call her. She stated that after the police informed her in the early stages of the investigation that he was viewed as a witness rather than a suspect, she made the decision to provide him with every possible support. "I figured if Catherine loved him so much and he was a member of our family, he deserved to come back." The lengthy trial began under the chairmanship of Justice Sharp. During the trial, the jury learned that the three defendants hoped to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and half ownership of a two-bedroom home in Mangold, Somerset, worth £137,000, following Catherine Wells Burr's death. According to the court, Rafal Nowak showed no emotion when police discovered the woman's body in burned car on September 12th. Anna Lagwinowitz, who frequently shook her head and laughed on the defendant's bench when Nowak suggested she was responsible for the crime, refused to testify. Tadevzes Dimitrisin also did not testify in his defense during the trial. Sharp told the defendants that the murder was a terrible, merciless crime, cold-bloodedly committed with a gross breach of trust. Neither of the three expressed any emotion during the sentencing. Judge Justice Sharp sentenced the three Polish nationals to mandatory life sentences with a minimum of 32 years in prison and no possibility of early release. "You took the life of a beautiful young woman who had everything she needed to live. All for money," Sharp said. Rafal Nowak, "The photos of you holding Catherine's hand the night before her death, buying groceries for what you knew would be her last dinner is incredibly chilling. Your emotions were directed solely at yourself. Anna Lagwinowitz, your actions were deceitful, manipulative, and cruel. You played a full role in this heinous crime. And your meeting with Tricia today was a profit-motivated murder. There were significant aggravating circumstances, but no mitigating circumstances." The judge went on to say that many tears have been shed in this court, but the only ones that should be shed are for Catherine and her family. Her mother, Jane, father, Philip, and sister, Lynn. The judge expressed heartfelt sympathy to Catherine's parents. They had no idea that Rafal Nowak's facade concealed a person devoid of remorse and decency. It was all about money. The judge stated that Nowak and Catherine had no ties that bound them together. They weren't married and didn't have children. Money, selfishness, and greed drove the crime against Catherine. In the case of Anna Lagwinowitz, it came from jealousy and a desire for vengeance. At the parents' request, Judge Justice Sharp read statements from Catherine's mother and sister. Her mother wept in court as her statement was read. It stated that Catherine was a caring, loving, genuine, generous, loyal, thoughtful, exceptional, and amazing young woman. She had a bright and promising future, full of potential. Phil and I, her parents, were extremely proud of the young woman she had become. Catherine's death was a cruel, calculated act of villainy, and the hatred directed toward her will haunt us for the rest of our lives. I never got to say goodbye, tell her I loved her, or hear Catherine say, "I love you, Mommy." She now considers Nowak to be an evil person who should spend the rest of his life in prison. Catherine's father, Philip, added, "We took him into our home. He became like a son and betrayed us all." Rafal Nowak, who was covered in tattoos, wept in the witness box during the trial, insisting he had nothing to do with his true love's death. A father of one with a wife and a teenage son in Poland told the jurors that everyone is blaming me for something I did not do. The court heard that Nowak was emotionless when police discovered Catherine Wells Burr's body in her burned car on September 12th. Last year, her mother, Jane Wells Barr, told jurors that after his initial release from police custody, he did not mention Catherine and instead requested a steak dinner. Mrs. Wells stated that as soon as they purchased a home together and obtained life insurance, her daughter's fate was sealed. "I told the cops there was a bounty on her life. Indeed, she had signed her own death warrant when she signed the mortgage. It was over." Thus, Rafal Nowak, a 31-year-old factory worker, was found guilty of the crime against his girlfriend, suffocated her with a pillow while she was sleeping. Afterward, he plotted with his secret lover and her uncle to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and a share of the house. His secret lover, Anna Lagwinowitz, 32, and her uncle, 38-year-old Tide of Ocean Nutrition, drove Wells Burr's body to a remote location and set it on fire. It is believed that, like Anna Lagwinowitz and her uncle, 38-year-old Tadevzez Dimitrisin, who also lived in Taunton, Wells' body was transported in her Ford Focus to a remote location 7 miles from the city. They set fire to the car at 6 a.m. when Nowak had already arrived at work, giving him a solid alibi. The Royal Court of Bristol jury found Rafal Nowak, Anna Lagwinowitz, and Todd of Tadevzez Dimitrisin, all of whom are originally from Poland, guilty of the crime. The crime was the result of months of secret meetings and phone calls between Rafal Nowak and his Polish lover Anna Lagwinowitz, with Catherine completely unaware of her involvement in what turned out to be a love triangle. After the verdict, the accused spent months leading detectives on a false trail, creating fake profiles for the girl on adult websites and sending her messages from a supposed mysterious lover. Catherine Wells Burr's parents advocated for stricter immigration controls following her tragic death. Philip and Jane Wells, who separated after their daughter's tragic death, stated that Rafal Nowak, who was convicted of assaulting his wife in Poland, would not have been allowed to enter the UK if immigration rules were as stringent as those in the United States of America. They blamed the European Union and argued that the UK should tighten its entry requirements for foreign nationals. Jane Wells, 46, stated that people entering this country are not checked. "We had no idea Rafal had been charged with assault while he was in Poland. I am absolutely certain that our government must wake up and stop allowing such negative elements as Rafal Nowak to roam freely throughout the country." Catherine Wells Burr's family wept in court as the sentence was announced. The 3 perpetrators displayed no emotion. The criminal trio received life sentences with no possibility of parole. They now have their entire lives ahead of them to plan criminal schemes, but they will have no opportunity to put them into action. Thus, through their own efforts, the Polish immigrants exchanged their dreams of a successful and prosperous life for free prison cells. After the verdict was announced, the victim's mother gave her final words about her daughter. "She was a lovely girl. Absolutely stunning. We were overjoyed when she received her first-class degree from the University of Bath Spa. She was determined, hardworking, and beautiful. We don't know how to live without her." She had a lot to live for. She had so much potential. She had so much hope for a happy life, but she was robbed of it. We got robbed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story first appeared in Mendoza, Argentina in 2016. On January 10, 2016, Marina Menegasso, 21, and Maria Jose Coni, 22, embarked on a long-awaited journey. However, it eventually became one of Latin America's most high-profile investigations in the last decade. In 2016, Maria Jose Coni, 22, studied economics at the National University of Cuyo, while Marina Menegasso, 21, studied speech therapy at Aconcagua University. Both girls volunteered with an organization that assisted people who were forced to live on the streets for various reasons. Friends and acquaintances described them as two happy girls who were very close to their families. Marina Menegasso and Maria Jose Coni went on a trip with two other friends, but eventually separated. The girls departed on January 10th. Follow Maria Jose Coni's Instagram posts to see their route. On January 13th, the girls visited the Peruvian city of Cusco, which was once the Inca Empire's capital. The following day, January 14th, an image was published, also taken in Cusco. The image below was published on January 15th. The photo was taken from a railroad bridge near the Machu Picchu hydroelectric power plant. Machu Picchu is an ancient Inca city, also known as the city above the clouds. It is one of Peru's most famous attractions and is on the UNESCO World Heritage List. According to the girl's Instagram activity, she spent several days in the area. On January 18th, Maria shared 2 additional photos from that location. On January 19th, the girl posted this image as a goodbye to Cusco. 4 days later, on January 23rd, the girls had already arrived in Ecuador. Maria shared a photo from Montanita Beach for the next 10 days. The girls first traveled along Ecuador's coast before heading into the interior. On February 4th, Maria shared an image from San Antonio, and on February 6th, a photo from Bonobos. On February 10th, Maria shared a photo of all 4 girls. The journey that began on January 10th was coming to an end, and it was a farewell post as 2 girls from this company returned home to Argentina. Maria Jose Coni and Marina Menegasso had about 10 days of vacation and were not in a hurry to return home. Instead, they returned to Montanita, which marked the beginning of their relationship with Ecuador. On February 22nd, Maria shared a photo of herself and Marina. This was the last post on her Instagram account. On February 22nd, the girls contacted their families in Argentina. They said they'd be home soon. On February 25th, they had to take a bus from Ecuador to Lima, Peru, spend the night at a friend's house, and then fly from Lima to Santiago, Chile's capital. They would then travel by bus to their hometown of Mendoza, Argentina. At the same time, the girls informed their relatives that they would be difficult to reach by phone for a few days due to a poor signal. Relatives became concerned when they were unable to contact Maria and Marina for several days and saw no activity on their social media accounts. Marina's sister was the first to raise awareness about this case on social media. She posted a photo of 2 girls with the caption, "My sister and her friend disappeared on Monday, the 22nd, in Montanita, Ecuador. Please share this information." The girls' families wanted to know if they had left the country and boarded the plane. However, they were unable to obtain a response from the airline representatives. The latter stated that they would only disclose this information if the families provided a court order. Furthermore, the friends at whose house the girls planned to spend the night before leaving said they did not show up. Maria and Marina's relatives contacted Ecuador's emergency services to report their disappearance. They also contacted the consulate of Argentina and requested assistance. The consulate got involved in the case on February 27th. Argentina's authorities sent fingerprints from both girls to Ecuador for a reason. On February 25th, an unidentified woman's body was discovered in Montanita and transported to Guayaquil. Fingerprints from an unidentified body were compared to those obtained by Argentine police. They determined that this belonged to Maria Jose Coney. This Saturday, February 27th, police discovered Marina Menegazo's body while investigating the location of Maria's body. It was just 43 yards from Maria's body. Both bodies were in plastic bags secured with duct tape. According to the Ecuadorian police, they did not find Marina's body right away because the criminal attempted to conceal it by placing something on top of it. The autopsy revealed that Maria Jose Coney died due to blunt force trauma to the head. Ecuadorian authorities described her injuries as genital, including a broken femur and toe. Furthermore, marks on Maria's wrists indicated she was tied up. Marina, a man of God, died as a result of 6 neck stab wounds. She had the same spots on her wrists, indicating that she was tied up. According to reports, the girls died on February 23rd. Toxic, illogical analysis revealed that their blood contained a high concentration of the drug used in psychiatric treatment. Given the circumstances surrounding the death, the police determined that the girls did not voluntarily take this drug. Perhaps they didn't even realize they had taken it. It was possible that someone had mixed it into their food or drinks. But just 24 hours after discovering the second body, there was a new development in this case, which elicited mixed reactions from the girls' families. The President and Minister of Interior of Ecuador announced that the police had solved the case. Alberto Segundo Mina Ponce, 33, and Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, 39, were arrested and pleaded guilty, providing details about the events. The police discovered bloodstains in the home of one of the accused, Mina Ponce. Marina's phone, backpack, and other belongings were near the house. Aside from the quick arrest, the most unusual aspect was the two men's immediate confession. It resonated with those who followed the case. The men gave their version of what happened. Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, Jose Serrano, stated that the girls left the hotel where they had rented a room on February 22nd. At 2 p.m., someone stole all of their money at the hotel, so they intend to hitchhike to Lima. However, the hotel's owner refuted this version, claiming that no one stole from the girls. Maria and Marina's families did not believe the story. After all, they had their credit cards with them. As a result, the girls would use them in times of financial difficulty. Nonetheless, no activity was on the cards. Perhaps someone stole their cash and credit cards. Nonetheless, we can access the funds in the account without the card. For example, girls could have paid for a trip online, but they did not. According to Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, the girls entered one of the bars and requested a couple of glasses of water to quench their thirst. The bar owner confirmed this version, stating that she gave the girls water because they didn't have any money. It's unclear if someone stole all of Maria and Marina's money, which could lead to further developments. The minister cited the testimony of suspects who, I remind you, fully admitted their guilt. So Ponce claimed that on that day, around 8 p.m., Rodriguez told him about two Argentine girls in a bar. They approached the girls together and started a conversation, during which Marina and Maria revealed that they were hitchhiking to Lima due to financial constraints. This version also raises many questions. The girls had purchased airplane tickets from Lima to Santiago, Chile. Why would they save money on credit cards and try to hitchhike over 1,000 miles when they could miss their flight? As previously stated, they purchased tickets for February 25th. This conversation, according to Ponce, occurred on the evening of February 22nd. Sounds dubious, right? However, witnesses discovered by the local police confirmed all of these strange versions, as it was already late and the girls needed a place to stay the night but didn't have enough money for a hotel or hostel. Ponce invited them to spend the night at his house. The girls agreed, and the police located a taxi driver who confirmed driving Marina, Maria, and Ponce to the home. This image depicts the house where Ponce lived next, as reported by Ecuadorian authorities. Ponce returned to the bar and began drinking alongside Rodriguez. Marina and Maria were alone in the house during that time. The heavily inebriated men returned home around 2:30 a.m., but Maria and Marina were not present. The police discovered that the girls went to a store near the house to purchase soda. The exact type of drink is unknown. The police found another witness who confirmed this: a store cashier. If this is correct, it means the girl still had some money. Ponce testified that when the girls returned to the house, he remained in the room with Maria Coney, while Rodriguez was in another room with Marina Menegazzo. Ponce attempted to persuade Maria Coney to intimacy, but she refused and fled the house. Then he grabbed a stick and hit the girl on the head, killing her instantly. At the same time, he heard a scream from another room. When he entered the room, he discovered that Rodriguez had taken Marina Men of Gaza by surprise. Rodriguez immediately left the house, and according to Ponce, he began planning how to dispose of the bodies. Ponce attempted to clean up all traces in the house, wrapping the bodies in plastic bags and duct tape. In the afternoon, he borrowed a cart from someone he knew and drove them to a wasteland near the ocean shore, about 440 yards from home. Let me reiterate that everything mentioned is the official version of the Ecuadorian authorities. At the same time, it was unclear where the marks on the girl's wrists originated. There was also no explanation for the toxic, illogical analysis that claimed both girls' blood contained traces of a powerful drug. Given the circumstances and inconsistencies in the case, the girl's family began to question the version presented by Ecuadorian authorities. They believe the case is related to human trafficking and that Ecuadorian authorities were covering for someone. Marina and Maria's families had multiple reasons for doubt. First, the girls ran out of money but did not use their credit cards. Second, they were under the influence of drugs. Only 3 witnesses saw Maria and Marina that day: the bar owner, a taxi driver, and a cashier who allegedly sold them soda. The town had 5,000 residents. Furthermore, the families were perplexed as to why the bodies were discovered 2 days apart, despite being 43 yards apart. Maria and Marina sought assistance from Ponce and Rodriguez, which appears unusual. In Montanita, there are many Argentine tourists, so it would be logical for the girls to approach someone from their country and ask for help. When Ecuadorian police brought him to the crime scene, the brother of one of the victims reported seeing used syringes on the floor. When he inquired about them, they mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, the syringes were not even visible in crime scene photos, and the experts who investigated the scene denied their existence. According to the family, the 2 men were merely a front for something larger, such as human trafficking. The authorities ordered a second autopsy and a new toxic, illogical examination. Furthermore, both defendants' versions of events changed several times. According to one version, Mina Ponce denied that he and Rodriguez had committed the crime. He claimed that the man who killed the girls was an illegal substance dealer of Venezuelan origin who lived in the area. He only knew the man's pseudonym, El Chamo. This man has been detained by the police. However, the latter stated that he had nothing to do with what happened and was willing to take a polygraph test or provide a DNA sample. He wanted to prove he was not in that house at all. Several DNA samples were discovered at the crime scene, including DNA from Mina Ponce, DNA from the 2 deceased girls, and several unidentified samples. These unidentified samples did not belong to Rodriguez, the alleged second perpetrator, or to El Chamo, who was eliminated as a suspect after undergoing all DNA tests. The second autopsy, performed by Argentine experts, revealed that both girls were in such a state that they were unable to defend themselves. Before their deaths, they were both forced to be intimate. The autopsy also revealed other information. Maria Jose had bruises and scratches on one side of her body, indicating she had been thrown out of a moving car. A new toxicological analysis confirmed that both girls were under the influence of a potent psychiatric medication. This drug works by suppressing a person's will. What happened next had repercussions throughout Latin America. Unfortunately, as so often happens, people blamed the girls for their deaths. Furthermore, they were blamed by both ordinary internet users and well-known public figures. The Ecuadorian Deputy Minister of Tourism was among those who blamed the girls for what happened to them. Maria Cristina Rivadeneira's era coincided with the news of Maria and Marina's deaths. Berlin hosted a tourism-themed fair. Rivadeneira told a German news agency that given the girls' travel patterns, something would happen to them sooner or later. She stated that she had never visited Montanita because it did not match her social status. It was essentially victim blaming at the state level. And this is a very sad fact. Following Riveted interview, the Ecuadorian government apologized to the families of Maria and Marina and fired her. Hugo Narton, an Argentine psychiatrist, was among the most condemned, referring to the girls as favorable victims and claiming that such people encourage others to commit crimes. Following a barrage of criticism, the doctor claimed that people misunderstood him and that he never absolved criminals of responsibility. Guadalupe Acosta, a Paraguayan student, posted on Facebook on behalf of Maria and Marina in response to internet comments blaming them for their situation. It went viral, receiving 700,000 reposts in the first week of publication. Yes, yesterday I was killed. The post began with the words, "I refuse to be touched, and they cracked my skull open with a stick. They put me in a black plastic bag wrapped in duct tape and threw me on the beach, where they discovered me a few hours later, but the humiliation was worse than death. After they discovered my lifeless body, no one asked who had ended my dreams and hopes in life. No. Instead, they began asking me useless questions. What clothes did you wear? Why were you alone? Why would a woman travel alone? You were in a dangerous environment. What were you expecting? They informed our parents that we had taken something forbidden and had done something wrong. After my death, I realized that I was not equal to a man. The fact that I died was my fault, and it will always be so. However, if the headline mentioned 2 young male travelers, people would express their sympathy. With their phony and hypocritical double-standard speech, they would demand the harshest punishment for criminals. However, it is different for women. I asked you on behalf of myself and other women who have been silenced by the world. I asked you for every woman whose life and dreams have been crushed. Raise your voice. Let us fight. I will be with you in spirit. And I promise that one day there would be so many of us that there would not be enough bags in the world to keep us all quiet. The trial started on August 8, 2016. There were numerous failures in the case. The prosecutor changed 3 times, significantly delaying the proceedings. The prosecution presented witness statements and over 200 pieces of physical evidence recovered from the crime scene. The police discovered some of the girls' belongings, including biological fluids and phones, in the house where the crime occurred and nearby. During the trial, Ponce maintained his innocence and claimed he confessed under duress from the police, and this only strengthened the girls' family's suspicions that the Ecuadorian authorities were hiding something. Rodriguez also changed his testimony, claiming that some Colombian drug dealers were responsible for the girls' deaths. During the first week of the trial, the prosecutor stated that he suspected other people were involved in the case after the police discovered 3 more samples of male DNA at the scene, in addition to Rodriguez and Ponce's DNA. The court sentenced Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez to 40 years in prison, the maximum sentence under Ecuadorian law. In November 2016, Ecuadorian authorities announced that they had arrested another person whose DNA was discovered at the crime scene. José Luis Pérez Castro, 34, was the name of this man. His defense claimed that he had lived in this house for a few weeks before the incident, and that the blood on the wall was the result of a dental infection. He allegedly spit on the wall. The lawyers also stated that the police discovered his DNA on the girls' bodies because they had touched a piece of furniture or items that he had previously touched. When this man's dentist appeared to testify, his defense began to crumble. Castro contacted him only 2 weeks after the police discovered Marina and Maria's bodies. He asked the dentist for a note about a dental infection. However, the doctor refused to write it because he discovered no health problems after examining Castro. In the end, the dentist simply kicked him out. The patient wanted a medical certificate, but he was in pain. There must be some kind of disease, but I didn't notice it when I went to the dentist. Did the man's defense crumble following these words? Contrary to prison rules, Castro appeared on social media while awaiting trial, referring to the circumstances that led to his imprisonment. I'm waiting for this injustice to end. I have great faith that God will lead me out of this with victory, Castro wrote on his social media account. José Luis Pérez Castro, like Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez, was sentenced to 40 years in prison despite his repeated denials of guilt. The girls' families questioned the story presented by Ecuadorian authorities, despite the fact that the family had ensured that police officers from Argentina participated in the investigation. The Ecuadorian authorities' version has not changed in any way, according to assurances from Ecuadorian police that the search for other men whose samples were found in the house continues to this day. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video depicts events that occurred in Massachusetts during 2016. On Sunday, August 7th, 2016, Vanessa Marcotte, 27, was visiting her mother, Rosanna, in Princeton, Massachusetts. On that sunny and warm day, she decided to go for a run because she was usually very active, taking walks outside and practicing yoga. In a few hours, she was supposed to catch a bus to New York City, where she worked and lived. Vanessa went for a run but did not return home. Her mother, Rosanna, was concerned about her daughter's prolonged absence, as this was unusual behavior for Vanessa, so she sought assistance from the police. This case received a lot of national media attention because this type of incident had not occurred in the small town of Princeton in 30 years. In addition, just a few days ago, another runner and fitness blogger, Karina Vetrano, 30, was involved in a similar incident in a New York City neighborhood. Vanessa Teresa Marcotte was born June 17, 1989, in Leominster, Massachusetts. Summa cum laude, excelled in school and earned her bachelor's degree in communications from Boston University in 2011. After graduation, she worked for WordStream, an online marketing software startup in Boston. Later, she worked as an account manager in Google's New York City office. Vanessa had the opportunity to visit her mother and aunt in Princeton, a small rural town of about 4,000 people in another state, about once every 2 months. She was the only child in the family, so her mother, Rosanna, eagerly anticipated each meeting and was delighted when her daughter discovered an opportunity to visit her on Sunday, August 7, 2016. Vanessa left her mother's house on Brook Station Road around 1 p.m. to go for a run, returning to New York later that day via commuter bus. The area where she was going to run was familiar to her. Vanessa's mother called the police after several hours had passed and she had not returned home. The officers immediately launched a search, beginning with the area where Vanessa's route most likely took her. At 8:20 p.m., a police dog picked up the trail and led the search team to a densely vegetated area. A woman's body was discovered about 60 yards from the road, less than a mile from Rosanna Marcotte's home. Vanessa Marcotte was later identified as the victim. A preliminary examination of the body left detectives convinced that Vanessa's death was criminal in nature. Her clothes were removed, and burn marks appeared on her legs, hands, and face. As is evident, the location where the body was discovered is quite remote. There are no houses, only the road and the woods on either side of it. Vanessa's cell phone and headphones were also missing. Police thoroughly searched the surrounding area, but were unable to locate any of these items. Investigators suspected the perpetrator took them on purpose because they could have left traces of their DNA. A fire-damaged sneaker lay on the grass next to the body. Other locations also contained fire traces. Detectives concluded that the perpetrator attempted to destroy DNA traces using gasoline. Vanessa's death was determined by forensic experts to be due to strangulation. She fought for her life. As a result, DNA from an unknown individual was discovered under her fingernails. The fact that Vanessa's clothes had been removed clarified the motive for the crime. To summarize, the medical examiners discovered evidence of male contact. DNA samples were tested, but no matches were found in local or national databases. Princeton is a small town with a population of less than 4,000 people. This type of crime was extremely uncommon, and it shocked the entire local population. Authorities urged residents of Princeton and the surrounding areas to be vigilant and cautious, and asked anyone who saw anything suspicious to call the Massachusetts State Hotline. Colin Ortiz, Princeton Police Department. At a press conference on August 11th, Worcester District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. confirmed that the perpetrator was most likely male and had sustained minor cuts, bruises, and scratches during his struggle with Vanessa prior to her death. Vanessa's co-workers, as well as her family and Princeton residents, were shocked by what happened. According to a Google representative, Vanessa Marcotte was a beloved member of the Google team, having worked in our New York office for the past year and a half and being known for her ubiquitous passion for volunteer work and love of Boston sports. We are deeply shocked and saddened. Our thoughts are with her family and friends. Her alma mater also paid tribute to her. Colin Riley, Boston University's executive director of media relations, said, "We're so sad for her family and friends. They are in our thoughts and prayers." Police investigated a possible link between Vanessa Marcotte's death and an incident involving another runner, Karina Vetrano, that occurred a few days earlier in New York. Toronto went for a late afternoon run in Queens Spring Creek Park, which is less than a block from her house. She ran alone, despite her father's concerns. She was last seen alive sometime after 5 p.m. Just before entering the park, after failing to respond to repeated calls and text messages for Toronto's father, she notified a neighbor, the New York City Police Department's police chief, who launched a search around 11 p.m. Her father discovered her body face down about 15 feet from the trail, as was the case with Vanessa Marcotte Karina Vetrano, whose body was exposed, and the cause of death was also strangulation. Despite the similarities, investigators did not believe there was a link between the two cases. 6 months later, police arrested Chanel Lewis, a 20-year-old Brooklyn resident, after his DNA was found to match that of Karina Vetrano's body. On April 23, 2019, Lewis was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. But who is responsible for Vanessa Marcotte's death? Investigators believe the person who killed Vanessa lived in or frequented Princeton and was familiar with the area. Detectives also believed Vanessa Marcotte did not know the perpetrator and that their paths crossed by chance. Meanwhile, law enforcement sought assistance from the public, with separate 24-hour phone lines set up. Vanessa eventually stopped outside a local convenience store for a drink of water after 1 p.m. on August 7th and was last seen walking and talking on her cell phone. Investigators believe Vanessa was attacked within the next 2 hours of being seen outside the store. Her phone was turned off at 2:11 p.m. and has not been turned on since. Police officers were receiving and checking many clues, including searching the area where the body was discovered several times and the surrounding area, but the results were not satisfactory. It wasn't until 3 months later that the police learned more about the case. A new witness reported that on August 7th, he saw a dark-colored Ford SUV parked on the curb near where Vanessa's body was discovered, with the hood up. The driver appeared to be Hispanic, aged between 25 and 35. The witness first drove by the SUV around 12:45 p.m. At the time, the driver was standing next to his vehicle, talking on the phone, and the witness drove past the same location again around 2:05 p.m. The SUV remained in the same location, but its hood was down, and no one was visible inside or near it. Authorities began looking for a Hispanic man who owned a black SUV and allegedly lived near Princeton. On February 23, 2017, more than 6 months after Vanessa's death, Worcester County District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. provided additional information about the investigation, stating that the DNA found on Vanessa's body had been sent to a lab and a profile was created. Based on DNA evidence and witness testimony, the suspect was identified as a Hispanic male between the ages of 20 and 30, with an athletic build, medium height, and short or shaved hair. It was also assumed that the suspect owned or had access to a dark-colored SUV on the day of the crime and sustained visible upper body injuries within days of the attack. About 3 weeks later, a police officer patrolling the streets of Worcester County spotted a man who matched the suspect description. This man was driving a vehicle that looked exactly like the one seen the day Vanessa Marcotte died. The police officer quickly jotted down the license plate number on his hand. After determining the identity of the car owner, the police went to his house. That man was Angelo Colin Ortiz, who was 31 years old. Colin Ortiz, a Puerto Rican native with no criminal record, was married with 3 children and had been in Worcester for less than a year. He worked for FedEx's third-party contractor, made deliveries in Princeton, and was familiar with the town and its surroundings. Colin Ortiz was described as perverted by his Western neighbors, who claimed he frequently made vulgar remarks to residents. A former female Princeton postal worker also claimed that Colin Ortiz frequently made crude remarks in Spanish about her and other women to his co-workers. When the police asked Angelo about Vanessa Marcotte, he said he didn't know her. Furthermore, he couldn't recall whether he was in Princeton on the day Vanessa was attacked. He was asked to provide a sample of his DNA, and he agreed by signing documents indicating his willingness to provide his DNA for analysis. The lab took some time to run the test, which revealed that Colin Ortiz's DNA matched the one discovered under Vanessa Marcotte's fingernails on April 15, 2017. The man was apprehended and charged 3 days later. Prosecutors allege that on the day of the crime, Colin Ortiz purchased $5 in gasoline from a store 6 miles away at 2:35 p.m. Vanessa had already died by that point, so the man returned to the scene to try to destroy the evidence, specifically his DNA on Vanessa's body. The district attorney contended that the DNA evidence was obtained in accordance with all applicable procedures, which aided in the prosecution of the charges. However, Colin Ortiz's attorneys claimed that their client's DNA sample was obtained in an irregular manner. They claimed that the language barrier prevented their client from fully comprehending that he was not required to provide the police with a sample of his DNA. And Colin Ortiz stated that he was unaware that he could have refused to provide one. In an affidavit supporting the motion to suppress, Colin Ortiz stated that, while he is a U.S. citizen, he was born in Puerto Rico and does not speak, read, or understand English. Colin Ortiz wrote this on March 16, 2017. 2 large white state police officers arrived at my home with someone who spoke a strange version of Spanish. The trial dragged on for years until, on January 11, 2022, Judge Janet Kenton Walker denied the defense's motion to suppress DNA evidence. Colin Ortiz declined to plead guilty to first-degree murder. However, in a plea bargain he pleaded guilty to deprivation of life in the second degree, which carries a shorter sentence. He also pleaded guilty to the robbery charge, which carries a 20-year sentence. Prosecutors said the Marcotte family agreed to the plea bargain to avoid a harsh trial. We are grateful and relieved that the trial ended as we had hoped, and that this man will now be unable to harm anyone in the same way that he harmed Vanessa. The Marcotte family said in a statement issued by the district attorney's office, "Let's keep this monster off the streets. I'll be dead before he has a parole hearing." Vanessa Marcotte's father revealed that Angelo Colin Ortiz, 36, was sentenced to life in prison in October 2022. He will serve 20 years on the robbery charge before being sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 25 years before parole eligibility. That would require at least 45 years in prison before parole eligibility. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in Toronto, Canada. On Saturday, November 25, 2017, Tess Rishi, 22, did not return home after meeting with a school friend. Her family filed a missing persons report, but the young woman was not found by police officers. Tess Rishi was born on November 30, 1994. The youngest of 5 girls. Rishi grew up in North Bay before moving to Toronto at the age of 19. According to one of her sisters, Verena Rishi, Tess enjoyed her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess installed surf tables throughout the city. But her dream was to work as a flight attendant and travel the world. She was taking steps to accomplish just that. She had completed the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto, and was also looking for work at one of Toronto's major hotels. Unfortunately, Tess was unable to find a suitable job. Her family provided financial support for her and never refused her requests for assistance. Some Canadian sources also claim that when Tess was unable to find work at an airline or hotel, she began learning Italian and searching for au pair jobs in Italy on the internet. Tess also ran her own YouTube channel. The last video she posted there was on February 23, 2014, nearly 4 years before the events we'll be discussing today. Tess discussed her experiences and the challenges she faced in a YouTube video, saying, "I guess what I'm trying to do with this video is tell my story. Because I knew I would be searching everywhere while going through this, I could try to find somewhere where someone would understand and be able to relate to what I was going through. But I never found that my boyfriend decided it was okay to strike me, whether it was a strike, a punch, a hair pull, or whatever. And as he told his friends, he just threw a purse at me, and I'm like, even that's embarrassing. I heard no, which is very sad, and it makes me very sad because we were up in his bedroom, and that's when he struck me. I'm trying to justify I have no idea what it is, it's just that I've never been beat so badly or imagined, perhaps so badly, so hard every day." Unfortunately, Tess' personal life problems resurfaced a few years after she recorded this video. That fall, heartache ruined her life. Tess's emotional breakup with her boyfriend Julian occurred on November 23, 2017. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who is 8 years her senior. They were close. On November 24th, Rachel said, "She was my soulmate. Tess spent the majority of the day at Rachel's home in Toronto. They discussed their breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. Rachel prepared some meals that evening. She had to persuade her sister to eat, as she had lost her appetite due to stress. Despite this, Tess made plans for the night, intending to meet an old school friend named Riley Simard, who, like Rishi Simard, was from North Bay. She moved to Toronto during the summer of 2017. The two had not seen each other in years, but now that they lived in the same city, they began to talk again. Simard suggested they go to Cruise and Tango's, a popular drag bar in the Church and Wellesley area. Rachel's partner called Richie an Uber so she could meet Simard downtown. Richie remembered seeing her sister run down the front path to the Uber. That fleeting glimpse was the last time she saw her alive. Richie arrived at Cruise and Tango's around midnight. Simard wasn't there yet. The club was packed with people. Tess texted her sister to let her know she arrived safely. It was commonplace. Rishi's phone was her second best friend. Her sister stated that the next morning, Rishi sent her younger sister a text message that she did not expect to receive immediately because Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m. Rachel had still not heard from her. Soon after, she realized that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel attempted to call, but all of the calls went directly to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also attempted to contact Tess, but her phone was turned off. Christine received a message stating that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m., however, she soon canceled it. Tess entered her mother's credit card information when she signed up for Uber. Christine received a message every time her daughter took a taxi. Tess was always in touch with her family, so when her phone did not turn on during the day, they became concerned that something had happened to her. She kept her phone with her at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's Scarborough apartment. At the same time, she began contacting her friends. It was approximately 9 p.m. On Saturday, Tess was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about everything, so Rachel began calling hospitals and the police by the evening the next day. The police had no information for Tess and his family. Several officers tried to locate Tess Rishi, but no one had seen or heard from her in the previous 2 days. Tess' mother, Christine, and one of her sisters drove from North Bay to Toronto on Monday to help with the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess' picture in the hopes that someone would see her. The family did everything within their power. Unfortunately, the police did not show their best side when investigating Tess' disappearance. But we'll talk about it later. At the same time, Tess's friend Riley, with whom she had visited the bar, returned home safely that night. When they asked Riley where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk so much that bar security asked them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2 a.m. and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually joined them. Riley couldn't recall his name. On Wellesley Street, they requested hot dogs. Tess requested a vegetarian hot dog, which resulted in a dispute with the seller. Tess thought they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed it on the vendor cart, forcing her, Tess, and the other guy to flee to Donald Street. While there, they noticed a woman on the house porch and began talking to her. Her name was Michelle Teep. Their conversation lasted approximately 20 minutes. Tess informed Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and expressed how difficult it was for her. Michelle attempted to support Tess. Furthermore, they exchanged phone numbers. Teep said Rishi appeared to be trying to have a good time. But when she looked into her eyes, she noticed sadness. The breakup with Julian seemed to be weighing her down. I assured her that everything would get better. And just hang in there. Teep spoke at 4 a.m. Riley got a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said her goodbyes to Tess and walked towards Yonge Street before returning home. Tess was disappointed when Riley left her at 4:02 a.m. She requested an Uber. As a result, one can assume that after her friend left, Tess decided to return home, and the driver arrived at 4:14 a.m. But Tess wasn't present. Christine distributed flyers with Tess' picture in the area where she was last seen on Wednesday, November 29th, just one day before her 23rd birthday. Knowing Riley had parted ways with Tess on Dundonald St. Christine decided to investigate this area. She turned to Brazeau, a nurse at St. Michael's Hospital, whose daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. They set out to find Rishi amidst a growing search and social media campaign to locate her. That's when Brazeau made an unsettling discovery. Looking down an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street. In 2017, Brazeau immediately recognized Rishi's body lying on the concrete. This building was under construction and was partially fenced. It looked like this. I experienced complete shock, horror, and disbelief. I couldn't process or understand what I was seeing. Brazeau spoke through tears. I felt terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like sand on her skin. Brazeau let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway to Church Street. Hermiston was further up the sidewalk at this point, unaware that her daughter's body was so close. Brazeau began to call out to her. "Christine, come back here," she said. "There's a girl in the stairwell you must return." Hermiston turned and raced down the driveway, coming to a halt at the stairwell. After a few moments, she began screaming and begged God for help. Tess' death created a heartbreaking challenge for her entire family. They discovered her body 300 yards from the bar where she had spent time before disappearing, and only 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised many questions about the police's work. After all, her body was a few blocks away from the bar the entire time. However, after Christine discovered Tess's body, an anonymous police source provided the media with new information. Tess allegedly advertised her intimate services on the internet and worked at a strip club. The grieving mother claimed that Toronto police did not conduct a thorough search for Rishi because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read Hermiston's angry response to what police sources told the media after her body was discovered. She was not making a living from the sex trade. It's an outright lie. They leaked that so it appeared she lived a high-risk life and was in a lane with someone, which was not their fault. Although Tess worked as a waitress at a strip club, she quit less than 2 weeks after being hired. The advertisement for intimate services was simply an account on a dating website. Even after they discovered Rishi's body, there was no explanation for what had happened to her. The police did not immediately suspect foul play. However, the homicide unit took over the case after an autopsy revealed that she died from neck compression. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on the girl's clothing and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they discovered traces of male DNA. Thus, the police began looking for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were attempting to determine the identity of the man the girls met that night. After all, he was the one Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about what happened that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and heading to the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building near where Brazo discovered the body. After reviewing the recordings, the police noticed Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the police, the camera captured Tess and an unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following video, shot 46 minutes later, shows the man leaving the scene alone. Tess was never seen in the footage again. As a result, the police believed this man was the primary suspect in the Tess Ricci case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto Police Department released photos of this man taken with the assistance of a video surveillance system. They hoped somebody would recognize him. The photos taken with an ATM camera were of poor quality. Ricci found an ATM near the hot dog stand. The police discovered the man's identity that evening. Interestingly, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I am the guy in the photo." He said Tess was with Kaylin Schlatter, 21, that night. Schlatter was 21 years old in the fall of 2017 and lived in North Toronto with his parents and younger brother. He had finished a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked for his father and Schlatter Construction. His parents and one of his lawyers went to the police station, where he spoke briefly with detectives before refusing to testify. His parents brought food and a bottle of water for him. They eventually provided the police with some crucial evidence while still at the station. Schlatter an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police quickly seized it and transported it to a forensic medical facility. It took some time. However, they eventually determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and the DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Ricci's body were from the same person. Police had planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the investigation. Schlatter was arrested at approximately 11 p.m., dated February 4, 2018. After watching the Super Bowl with his family at Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke, he was taken to the 13th Division and placed in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. On February 5th, 2 more men were placed in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea they were both undercover cops and that he was about to give them a slew of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells that included a toilet, sink, and bed. Schlatter was placed in a cell between the 2 cops, with all 3 men facing the same wall. Even though they couldn't see each other, they talked for hours. Schlatter told these officers about his love of card games and his ability to seduce women. Despite his young age of 21, he claims to have slept with over 40 women. However, he did not state that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not encounter Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first saw them. This recording was made just before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley, and here's Tess, along with Kaylin Schlatter, who told undercover officers about Tess. He initially stated that she was still alive when he left, however. Schlatter later added that something may have occurred because alcohol clouded his mind. He believed he lacked the necessary abilities. The police charged Kaylin Schlatter with Tess Ricci's murder, but he denied it. In June 2018, 2 police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly did not conduct a thorough search of the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, or notify the supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston claimed, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite this, both officers remained with the police department, but Kaylin Schlatter was penalized. During the 7-week trial in 2020, his defense attempted to prove his innocence by claiming that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and remaining invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even provided the name of another suspect. However, the police thoroughly investigated and interrogated this person and found no evidence linking him to Tess' death. The DNA evidence pointed to only one person. Kaylin Schlatter was a slight man who spoke softly in court. He claimed to have a speech defect that causes him to slur his words and stutter, and he even attempted to explain the presence of his DNA on his belongings. He claimed she offered him a place to hide from prying eyes. Tess Rishi ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. The driver arrived at the pickup location at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't present. Instead of allowing Rishi to meet her Uber driver, Schlatter approached her again. They sat on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess appeared to be upset after the argument, so I approached her to see if she was okay. Schlatter stated that Rishi had asked him to sit and talk. It is impossible to verify his account because there is no sound on any security footage from the area. Schlatter testified that Rishi was upset about her breakup, so he began discussing the end of one of his previous relationships to make her feel better. She listened carefully, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. That was a lie. The police investigated Tess's mobile phone records and discovered that no one had called her during their conversation. Later, she asked if it was okay to kiss me. Schlatter suggested we stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either because no kisses were visible on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Ricky asked him to accompany her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and descend into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered Tess' words to be a lie because the Uber driver was waiting for her at the time. They suggested Schlatter offer to escort Tess to her car, but he had other plans. We'll never know what Kaylin Schlatter told Tess Rishi as they walked up Church Street, convincing her to walk into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she had recently met. Schlatter claimed he and Tess went down the stairs and began kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any farther. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, causing him to ejaculate into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she declined and told him to leave, which he did. Schlatter insisted that Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police were unable to verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what had happened that night. One of them had already died. Riley, Tess's friend, and Michelle Teep testified for the prosecution during the trial. A woman with whom they spoke that night. They both recognized Kaylin Schlatter, who spilled his guts to 2 undercover cops. He allegedly revealed sensitive information to a cellmate while they were detained at a Toronto detention center for approximately 2 months in 2018. Because of a publication ban, the man can only be referred to as IS. He has a criminal record dating back decades, including several breaks and domestic assaults. The informant stated that he initially felt sorry for Schlatter because he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why I invited him to share his cell while we were in protective custody. However, over time he has grown to dislike his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and missed his mother, but he expressed no regret for Richi's death. Aya spoke. He claimed Schlatter told him about his kiss with Rishi, and he lost control when she refused to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that such conversations took place. His lawyer described him as a manipulative, pathological liar. Putting aside all of the testimony and relying solely on physical evidence, one can conclude that Tess Rishi was strangled, with only one person's DNA found on her clothes: Kaylin Schlatter. In her closing statement to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless child and an innocent young man, as difficult as it may be to accept and as unsettling as it may be to believe that the criminal justice system can make mistakes. Riva claimed Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He's easy to blame. Schlatter was found guilty by a jury on March 23, 2020, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Richi's mother, sisters, and other supporters, who were left reeling and crying in court. While they finally have some of the answers they've been looking for, their lives will be forever changed. Evil not only took Tess that night, but it also sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future, depriving the world of so much love and potential. According to Arena's sister Rishi, Tess was the heart of my family, and we will always be together. Tess Rishi's family sued Schlatter, the police, and others in June 2020, citing psychological trauma caused by Tess's death. Do I want to go into the house, hide, and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. Christine Hermiston said, I can't because I can't get over the fact that they let her lay there for 4 days. She will never forget that image. Hermiston stated that she should not have had to travel from North Bay, Ontario, to Toronto to perform her police duties. Tess was the family's glue, and her death has torn them apart. Her mother mentioned that we had trouble looking at each other. We all feel like we failed Tess. We feel a great deal of guilt. And that is why we are still fighting for Tess. We will not let her down again. They are asking for a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today's story is set in the Netherlands in 2018. Dunny Odegaard, a Minnesota resident, was alarmed to see a police officer on her doorstep. A terrible sense of déjà vu overcame her at that moment, transporting her mentally back 3 years. She immediately realized the officer's visit was related to her 21-year-old daughter, Sarah. Sarah Pappenheim was born on January 30th, 1997 in Minnesota. She was the second child of Dunny Odegaard and Jerry Pappenheim. Josh was the family's oldest child. He and Sarah were very friendly, and their close relationship grew stronger as they got older. When Sarah was in 2nd grade, her family relocated from Minneapolis to Redding, California. She graduated from Foothill High School in 2015, where she also played drums in the school band. Sarah was passionate about music in general, and drums in particular. She was an accomplished drummer who regularly participated in weekly jam sessions at reading venues. Sarah not only stood out for her drumming abilities, but she was also one of the few female drummers performing on stage. Sarah moved back to Minnesota with her mother and brother when she was 18 years old. By this point, her parents had divorced. She went on to play drums in various Minnesota venues before meeting famous blues guitarist and singer Bernard Allison through music. He was impressed by Sarah's performance, and she began to occasionally attend his concerts. By the age of 19, Sarah had become a local celebrity among blues fans, and her stunningly wide smile earned her the nickname Ronald McDonald. Josh was deeply hurt by his parents' divorce. He had been dealing with depression and mental health issues for several years. Nobody close to the guy at the time could have predicted how it would all end. It was February 2016. On a seemingly ordinary day, Dunny heard a knock on the door and opened it to find police officers on the doorstep, asking Josh Pappenheim who she was. The woman responded that she was his mother, and the officer broke the sad news that divided her life into before and after, at the age of 20. Josh ended his own life. His death was a devastating blow to his loved ones. Dunny later recalled crying so much that her tear ducts dried up. Josh's obituary still contains a message from her in which he promises to love her son forever. Sarah and Josh were extremely close. She was devastated by his departure, as well as the fact that her brother chose to die rather than allow the pain to consume her. Sarah decided to study psychology so that she could help people with mental health issues in the future. She had long been in contact with a man named Nico Carson. Sarah decided to travel to the Netherlands, where the guy lived. She enrolled at Erasmus University in Rotterdam, where she started studying psychology. Nico assisted Sarah in coping with her brother's death, with her studies, and in general, as a native speaker in any way he could. Sarah's love of music persisted even as she focused on her studies at work. She wrote to Bernard Allison, with whom she had previously performed on stage and maintained a friendship, that she had nearly saved enough money to purchase the drum kit she had desired for so long. Bernard Allison and his band went on a European tour in January 2017. Sarah arrived at Allison's performance in Germany on January 30th, her 20th birthday, with Nico, and as soon as Bernard noticed her, he called her to the stage. After wishing her a happy birthday, He invited Sarah to sit at the drum kit and participate in a performance, just like the good old days. This recording was made on that same day. Sarah lived on the third floor of a complex in Rotterdam, about a mile from the university. 2018 was coming to an end, and she wanted to spend Christmas back home in the United States. Her flight was scheduled to take place a week before New Year's Eve, but on December 12th, everything changed. Dunny Odegaard saw a police officer on her doorstep, as she had in 2016 when her son died. When the officer began questioning her about her daughter, the woman's legs shook. She knew in her heart what was being said. She couldn't believe it had happened again. When the officer realized Sarah Pappenheim's mother was in front of him, he broke the news to her daughter had died. Dunny lost consciousness after hearing these words. She has 2 children. Her son died when he was 20, and she has now also lost her daughter. Sarah was 21 years old. As previously stated, the girl lived in a third-floor complex populated primarily by students. Sarah had rented an apartment there for the past year and shared it with another student, who was also a double bass player. Sarah Joel Schelling was a talented musician, and music was their common ground. Sarah was a very outgoing person who was always smiling, unlike her roommate. Joe's only friend was Sarah. Even though he had a temper and occasionally quarreled with her, Sarah did not want to abandon him with his problems and relocate to another apartment because she remembered what had happened to her brother. She told her mother that she could always calm Joel down when he became angry at someone. However, over time, the situation deteriorated. Sarah wrote to her friend Adam in Wisconsin 6 days before she died, saying she was afraid of her roommate because he had threatened to physically eliminate 3 people he didn't like. Sarah wrote, "I have to go to the police." Sarah had called her mother a few days before her death and informed her that her roommate's behavior was becoming increasingly bothersome. Dunny instructed her daughter to look for another place to live right away and to stay as far away from Joel as possible until she moved out. Sarah and Joel's next-door neighbors called the police on Wednesday, December 12, 2018, at 12:20 p.m. after hearing them fight loudly, and Sarah screamed in horror. When the police arrived and entered the apartment, they discovered Sarah unconscious on the floor, with multiple stab wounds all over her body. Unfortunately, attempts to resuscitate her failed and she died. Her roommate was not present. Apparently, he had fled, and the police began looking for him. Interviewing neighbors from the same floor, officers discovered that Joel Schelling had left the apartment in a hurry, carrying a double bass with him. This musical instrument is of imposing size, so it was highlighted in the description sent out less than 2 hours after the crime occurred. Joel Schelling, 23, was arrested at the Eindhoven train station, approximately 60 miles from Rotterdam. His parents lived in Eindhoven, and he was on his way to see them. He called his mother while on the train and confessed to her that he had killed Sarah. The judge arrested him for 14 days. During that time, it was determined whether Schelling had any mental disorders. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy discovered 27 stab wounds on Sarah's body, including several in the neck, abdomen, and back. Dunny Odegaard left for the Netherlands just 2 days after her daughter died. She had to make a decision about returning Sarah's body to her home country. People who cared for the family assisted them in raising $40,000, which was necessary. Donnie's first question was whether Sarah had contacted the police to report that her roommate was planning to attack 3 people. It turned out that Sarah had not contacted law enforcement. She did, however, contact social workers who assist people who are experiencing psychological difficulties. The social workers paid Schelling a visit and got the impression that he was normal because he answered all of the questions calmly and directly. The next day, Sarah was once again forced to contact social services. Schelling became enraged and began beating himself with a hammer, claiming that he would soon have to kill several people. Sarah was afraid Joe would find out that she was the one who had sent the social workers to ask him. The specialists did not have time to respond to Sarah's second request, as she had already passed away. Schelling was accused of causing Sarah Pappenheim's death. He admitted his guilt but said he did not remember taking her life. According to him, he remembered how they began to fight. And then, when he came, he was already in the shower, cleaning himself. The hearing in the case began in March 2019. Sarah's mother, Dani Odegaard, flew to each hearing, where she could only understand what the participants were saying with the help of an interpreter. At the trial, Schelling stated that he suffered from delirium and heard voices in his head. When the judge asked him if the voices had ordered him to fight with Sarah, he replied that he did not know and could not remember. He also said he did not remember what he and Sarah began fighting about. Before the verdict was announced in December 2019, experts said Schelling suffered from various disorders and needed long-term treatment, and at the same time, they concluded that he should be held responsible for taking Sarah Pappenheim's life. The medics reasoned that Schelling remembered the beginning of the fight and scuffle with Sarah and could have made a choice to stop or to grab the knife. He chose the latter and should be punished. The prosecutor demanded 10 years in prison for the defendant, but the judge in Rotterdam sentenced Schelling to 6 years in prison, followed by indefinite imprisonment in a psychiatric hospital. The court went on to explain that it rejected the prosecution's argument for 10 years in prison because of the suspect's relatively young age and his extreme diminished capacity when he took the victim's life. The suspect cannot therefore be fully blamed for the proven fact. Upon sentencing, the court released a detailed statement explaining that, considering the severity and unpredictability of the crime as well as the serious psychological disorders of the suspect, the court deems recidivism of a violent crime very likely because the suspect suffers from chronic disorders that require prolonged treatment and guidance in a clinical setting. It characterized the psychiatric detention as a punitive measure for Schelling, who has said he's willing to participate in treatment for depression and other disorders. He will remain held under treatment until the court, which will review his status every 2 years, determines if he is well enough to be released. The court also ordered Schelling to pay €68,700 in compensation to Sarah's family. Dani Odegaard was furious at the sentence, saying this is not justice. Schelling was expecting a minimum of 10 years in America. The woman said Schelling would have faced life imprisonment or capital punishment so that he would never have the opportunity to do something like this again. She also expressed concern that after just 4 years, Schelling could be released from prison on parole, promising to do everything in our power to keep him behind bars as long as possible. There was also an investigation into the social workers Sarah had called in, and it was concluded that they could not be blamed because they were not competent enough to determine the disorders that Schelling was diagnosed with. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman was found dead at her workplace. Detectives found several unusual clues, but they were unable to catch the culprit several years later. When the police re-examined all the clues, they made a very unexpected breakthrough. Harry Nelson was born on December 13, 1980, in the small American town of Laverne, Minnesota. She had loving parents, a younger sister, and many friends. Carrie was kind and empathetic and always tried to help her loved ones. After graduating from the local high school, she enrolled in college in the neighboring state of North Dakota. She wanted to become a doctor so that she could help others. While in college, she met a young man named Mike Callan, and they became engaged. After a while, Carrie tried to balance her college studies with part-time work at the National Blue Mound State Park located near her hometown. Her duties included selling park tickets and escorting guests who came to relax at the camping site to go hiking or see the bison. Carrie worked there for the 2nd season in a row, and she loved the place. In addition to being a relatively easy job, she can also spend a lot of time in nature, enjoying the picturesque landscapes. On May 20, 2001, she went to work as usual. Besides, only one young woman named Rebecca, who was doing an internship at the park, was working there. In addition to her main duties, Carrie had to train and introduce her to the work process. Carrie's shift started at 8 a.m. and was supposed to end at 3 p.m. for most of the day. She was with Rebecca, explaining the work nuances, around 12:45. Rebecca went to the office building located at the other end of the park, and Carrie stayed in a small room at the entrance. Rebecca returned around 2:30 p.m. She entered the building through the back door and immediately saw a horrific scene. Carrie lay motionless on the floor with a pool of blood near her head at around the same time as a shocked Rebecca heard the front door, thinking it might be the same person who attacked her colleague. She immediately ran out through the back door and rushed home. The young woman lived in a house located within the park grounds because her father was a manager, so she quickly ran there. Rebecca told her parents what had happened, and her father immediately ran there while the young woman's mother called the police. The man arrived at the building and found no one there except Carrie. He tried to feel her pulse and realized that she was dead. After that, he closed the curtains, locked the front door, and called 911. At around the same time, another call came in to the police. It turned out that Rebecca discovered her colleague's body inside a park. The visitor walked in, not the attacker. The woman went to the registration desk and saw Carrie's body next to a puddle of blood. She then returned to her car and also called 911. The police arrived on the scene and began their investigation. The young woman's body was lying behind the registration desk where phones and cash registers were located, and things and papers were scattered around. One of the phone receivers was off the hook, the plastic pen of Carrie's chair was broken, and its pieces were on the floor. Based on this, the police assumed that a struggle had taken place between the victim and the attacker. After talking to the managers, the investigators found out that 2 bank bags intended for money storage had disappeared from the building. In addition, cash was taken from the cash register, with the total amount stolen being approximately $2,000. Men's wristwatches with a torn strap and a pack of cigarettes. Considering that Carrie did not smoke, the police assumed that the cigarettes were left by her killer. They assumed that the young woman tore them off the perpetrator's wrist during the struggle. Large particles of orange-colored stone were also found on the floor. The manager told investigators that these particles likely came from the decorative stone with the park's name, which was located on the registration desk. The police searched all the rooms and could not find the perpetrator. Considering the blood spatters were visible on the walls and ceiling of the room, they immediately assumed that this stone was the murder weapon. At the same time, their colleagues blocked the road leading to the park entrance and began questioning all visitors. The couple who stopped at the campground reported that around 2:30 p.m. a white car with a brown vinyl top drove past them at high speed. Unfortunately, they did not remember the model or license plate number of the vehicle. The investigation was complicated by the fact that there were no surveillance cameras in the park since crimes were very rare. The available evidence included a wristwatch, a pack of cigarettes, and the vague testimony of witnesses. Medical experts examined the victim's body and concluded that the cause of death was blowing the head with a heavy object. They suggested that the perpetrator may have used a large decorative stone, but this version could only be confirmed after its discovery. According to the investigators, the attack on Carr occurred between 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. They found a love letter that Carrie had written to her fiancé at her workplace. In the letter, Carrie expressed her eagerness for their wedding and described her desire to have 2 children. She put the date and time of 2 p.m. that day on the letter. Another interesting fact was that the men's watch found next to the victim's body stopped at 2 p.m. Perhaps they stopped working just after Carrie had taken them off for the attacker's wrist. Police cordoned off the park and began searching for additional clues. 5 days later, they found the decorative stone in a nearby stream. Apparently, the killer took it with him and threw it into the stream from a bridge while driving over it. Medical experts compared the relief of the stone with Carrie's head injuries and confirmed that it was the murder weapon. However, the water had washed away all fingerprints and DNA traces that the perpetrator may have left. No other clues were found, and the police began searching for a possible suspect. They first looked closely at Carrie's fiancé, but he had a reliable alibi. At the time of the murder, he was attending a funeral about 110 kilometers away from the park around 3 p.m. that day. He tried to call Carrie at her work phone, but at that time he had no idea that his fiancée was dead. Detectives interviewed park employees and received an interesting lead. Several people told them that Carrie had complained to them multiple times about her 26-year-old colleague named Stephen Carey, who reported that he continuously asked her out on a date, despite her being engaged. Stephen ignored her refusals and behaved quite persistently, causing Carrie to fear him. Additionally, the man used heavy narcotics and sold them to park visitors. Carrie mentioned to her colleagues that she was considering reporting him to the police or management. The detectives immediately questioned him, and he did not have a reliable alibi for the time of the murder. He did not work that day, and claimed he was at his daughter's birthday party a few kilometers away from the park. However, he arrived at the party around 3 p.m., which means he could have had enough time to commit the crime. In addition, he drove a white Cadillac, while witnesses saw a light-colored vehicle leaving the park at high speed. Digging deeper, the detectives found out that Stephen had financial difficulties. This gave him a motive to commit robbery, especially since he knew where the money was kept. The detectives also suspected that he may have learned about Carrie's plans to report him and decided to murder her. They seized his car and took a DNA sample from him. Meanwhile, the forensic team finished collecting fingerprints and DNA samples from the crime scene, including DNA from a man's wristwatch. In total, 135 different fingerprints were found at the scene, excluding all park employees, leaving 38 unknown prints. As for the wristwatch, 3 different DNA samples were found on it. The problem was that these samples were not enough to create a full profile, since DNA analysis technology was not yet advanced enough in 2001. As a result, experts had to work with partial profiles. They tried to add them to databases, but the results were inconclusive. The system showed them 19 possible matches, and during the investigation, the police confirmed that none of these people were related to the murder. However, the experts were able to directly compare the obtained samples with other DNA. They determined that one of the samples belonged to Carrie and the other 2 did not match any of the park employees, including Stephen. Detectives did not rush to rule him out, as he had a motive and opportunity to commit the crime, but there was no evidence against him. No other leads were found, and the caves remained unsolved for months. A year after the murder, a prisoner serving time in the local jail came forward to the police. He told them that his cellmate Anthony Powers had boasted to him about being responsible for Carrie's murder. Detectives investigated and found that Powers had an extensive criminal history, mostly for bank robberies, which had landed him in jail multiple times. Interestingly, Powers had escaped from prison shortly before Carrie's murder and was caught after the fact. His fingerprints and DNA did not match those found at the crime scene. Moreover, the witness's description of the murder did not match reality. The detectives concluded that both prisoners were attempting to deceive them for a reward of $50,000 for information, leading to the solving of the case. Since Powers was already serving a life sentence, additional charges did not scare him. Additionally, in the event of a guilty verdict, he could have avoided being transferred to a federal prison and remained in the state correctional facility, which he preferred. The case remained unsolved for several years. Detectives regularly reviewed the case, hoping to find new evidence, but their efforts were fruitless. They even put up a photo of Carrie in their office to remind themselves of the case every day. In 2007, the case was reopened. By that time, DNA analysis technology had significantly advanced, and experts re-examined the wristwatch. This time, they were able to identify 3 precise DNA profiles, one belonging to Carrie, the second to an unknown man, and the third to an unknown woman. Both of these samples were run through the state database, but no matches were found. The detectives, it was remembered an interesting detail that a special sticker was found on the pack of cigarettes discovered next to the victim's body. In those days, each state had a label for tobacco products, so the police knew for sure that the pack was purchased in South Dakota. The detectives then sent the DNA samples to their colleagues in that state, and here they had a long-awaited breakthrough when they ran these profiles with the South Dakota database. One of them showed a complete match. The man turned out to be 35-year-old Randy Leroyal Swaney. This name had never appeared in police reports in Carrie's case, so it was a surprise for the investigators. Randy turned out to be a serial robber, and at that time he was serving a 30-month sentence in a South Dakota prison. At the time of the murder, he was out on parole. The police also discovered that he had a light-colored Oldsmobile Delta at that time, which matched the witness's description. The investigators checked his fingerprints, and they matched several prints found at the murder scene. Despite all this, the detectives wanted to gather as much evidence as possible before charging him. Randy had only 1 month left to serve in prison, so the police decided to act as quickly as possible. They spoke to his wife, not mentioning what her husband was suspected of. The woman was already used to Randy regularly coming to the attention of the police for robberies and thefts, so she was not surprised by their visit. The detective showed her photos of a watch, and the woman immediately confirmed that they belonged to her husband. She also said that she sometimes wore them, and the investigators immediately realized that the last DNA sample from the watch belonged to her. Then they decided to reveal everything, and told her that they suspected her husband of killing a young woman. The woman burst into tears, but the police quickly realized that she was primarily scared for herself, learning that her DNA might be on the watch. She thought that she too would be accused of the murder on April 19th. Detectives came to visit Randy in prison and attempted to speak with him without specifying what he was being suspected of. However, Randy refused to talk without a lawyer present. After the unsuccessful interrogation, Randy called his wife, as all prison calls are recorded. The police were able to listen, and the woman was angry and asked what did he do. She revealed the detectives were investigating him for a murder that occurred in Blue Mound State Park and was more worried about her DNA being found on a watch. At times, she began to cry and scream that she didn't want to go to jail for a crime she had nothing to do with. Randy, on the other hand, she repeated that he knew nothing about it. The woman actively cooperated with the police, providing her DNA samples and allowing them to search their home. She also gave them several photos of Randy, one of which showed him sitting behind the wheel of a white car similar to the one witnesses saw in another photo. The man's watch was visible and was fastened to the fourth clasp, just like the watch found at the crime scene. Additionally, his wife confirmed that Randy smoked the same brand of cigarettes that were found near the body. All of this was enough to take the case to trial. Randy was charged on May 8, 2007, one day before his release. He was immediately transferred to a prison in Minnesota, and the prosecution began preparing for the trial according to their version of events. Randy initially chose the park building as an easy target for robbery. There were no cameras or guards, but there was cash. When he entered Carey, he may have been in another room, seeing that nobody was there. Randy began stealing money from the cash register, but the young woman returned and caught him in the act. A struggle ensued, and the man may have used threats to make her open the safe. Afterward, he took a decade of stone and struck her more than 5 times because he feared leaving a witness alive. Even his relatives, including his wife, testified against him in court. They all said that Randy regularly committed thefts, used banned substances, and had serious gambling problems, which constantly put him in debt. His former cellmate told how Randy mentioned leaving his watch at the crime scene. Another cellmate claimed that after the police came to interrogate Randy in jail, he said, "This time they got me. I'm looking at life." Randy's lawyers insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder, according to their version. Randy lost his watch sometime before the incident, and the real killer found it. However, this version conflicted with the results of DNA analysis. There were 3 samples of genetic material on the watch. Randy's wives and Carey's Randy claimed that on that day he went fishing near a town about 150 kilometers away from the park. However, since he was supposedly there alone, no one could confirm his alibi. He also said that he had been in the park only once. Long before the murder, he admitted that he left his fingerprints there at that time, but there was another discrepancy. One of Randy's fingerprints was found on a leaflet that was made only 4 days before the murder. All defense arguments had no weight and contradicted real evidence, and Randy's lawyers tried to blame someone else. First, he called Powers and another inmate to testify, but their story still did not match reality. Then he began to harass the victim's fiancée, constantly hinting that he could be the real killer. Trial lasted until August 15, 2008. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Randy guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After that, he continued to insist on his innocence and filed multiple appeals, but they were all rejected from the beginning. All his defense was built on absurd versions that contradicted DNA analysis and other evidence, so there are no chances for his case to ever be reconsidered. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occur in the year 2021. Bobby Ann McLeod, 18 of Great Britain, informed her parents that she was leaving home to meet her boyfriend, but hours later, it was clear she had vanished. Her family contacted the police, and the following day, a massive search began, culminating in the gruesome discovery. Bobby, Ann, her parents, Donna and Adrienne, and brother Lee lived in Plymouth. Plymouth is a lively coastal town in southwest England. It has a rich history and maritime heritage that dates back centuries. Plymouth, with its stunning waterfront and vibrant downtown, is a popular destination for both tourists and locals. On November 20, 2021, at around 5:45 p.m., Bobby, Ann walked out of her Plymouth home and went to the nearest bus stop on Sheepstore Road. As she left, She told her father how much she loved him and that she was going downtown to meet her boyfriend and mutual friends. Bobby, Ann only needed a few minutes to get to the bus stop. She was familiar with the route because she had traveled it numerous times. It had been an hour and a half since Bobby, Ann, left the house. Her mother, Donna, texted her to see if she was okay. If she had arrived at her destination without receiving an answer, a concerned Donna attempted to contact her daughter, but Bobby, Ann, was also not answering her phone, and that was completely useless. It took another hour or so before Bobby, Ann's boyfriend, called her parents to see if their daughter was home. He was concerned because Bobby Ann had not shown up for her date, and all of his phone calls had been unsuccessful. Bobby, Ann's parents, became concerned when they called all of their daughter's known friends and discovered that no one knew where she was. They immediately contacted the police and reported her missing. It was already past 9 p.m. The next day is November 21. Police initiated a search of the area, which included McLeod's family and volunteers. Leaflets featuring Bobby Ann were distributed throughout the city. Her disappearance was covered on social media and in the mainstream media. Her brother, Lee McLeod, posted on his social media page, "I'm begging every single person in Plymouth to help me search everywhere, searching for everything. Please, everyone. If you hear or see anything, please let me know." Police quickly discovered that Bobby Ann had not boarded any of the buses scheduled for downtown. However, while interviewing people, the officers discovered that a local resident had driven by the bus stop the previous evening and seen Bobby Ann there. The implication was that she had definitely arrived at the bus stop, but had not boarded for some reason. The evidence that she was at the bus stop was quickly corroborated. The bus stop area was cordoned off after they discovered wireless headphones in the walkway behind it that were identified as Bobby's. Police officers were literally on their knees, searching the entire area for potential evidence. Evidence was also searched along the girl's route from home to the bus stop, as well as all nearby streets. Given that Bobby Ann was at the bus stop but never boarded the bus, that her headphones were discovered near the bus stop, and a number of other details that police did not reveal, authorities began to suspect that the girl had been abducted. The police encouraged anyone with information relevant to the investigation to come forward. A large number of officers participated in the search, doing everything they could to locate Bobby Ann as soon as possible. Investigators attempted to track down the location of her cell phone, which revealed that it was within city limits, but they were unable to determine exactly where all calls to Bobby and Ann's number were routed to voicemail. The police confiscated the girl's phone that same day. It was given to the police by the bus driver who was on the route where Bobby Ann went missing. As it turned out, a local resident arrived at the same bus stop at 7:15 p.m. the previous evening and discovered the phone and an AirPod case there. At 7:23 p.m., a bus arrived, and the man handed the items he discovered to the driver, assuming the owner would look for them. The next day, the bus driver noticed Bobby Ann was missing and last seen standing at the bus stop. He contacted the police and handed over the phone and AirPods case. The next day is November 22. Police, families, and volunteers searched the woodlands and roads surrounding Bobby Ann's home, but no clues were found. The following evening, November 23, police announced that a woman's body had been discovered at Bovson Beach, approximately 8 miles from the bus stop. It was discovered in a forested area, about a half-mile from the beach. During the McLeod family's identification process, the worst was confirmed. Bobby Ann's body was discovered, and her death devastated family and friends. The family thanked everyone who attended Bobby Ann's memorial vigil, which was held near the bus stop where she was last seen. Donna McLeod, Barbie's mother, sobbed as she paid tribute to her daughter and thanked friends, family, and the community for their support. Surrounded by other family members, her voice trembled as she finished a prepared statement. She stated, "I would like to thank everyone for coming on behalf of the family. It's nice that everyone is banding together in these circumstances. Unfortunately, our beloved Bobby Ann has been taken from us, but she will never be forgotten. I would like everyone to hold their candles up. This is for Bobby Ann." This was followed by a moment of silence as the entire audience raised their candles in unison. Lee McLeod, Bobby Ann's brother, shared a heartbreaking childhood photo of the two of them to pay tribute to his beautiful and talented sister. The image depicted the two siblings smiling in their primary school uniforms. Mr. McLeod wrote in a message alongside the picture, "Until we meet again, sis, I love you. You did not deserve to be such a beautiful and talented girl, let alone to be my little sister." The adventures and journeys we took will always be remembered. Now you can rest easy. When the police discovered the body, it was naked. However, the medical examiner concluded that there was no evidence that Bobby Ann had been raped before her death. She suffered serious injuries to her head and face, including 14 lacerations. It is unclear how long the police would have searched for Bobby Ann's body if not for one event. On November 23, the exact day the body was discovered, a man entered the downtown police station. This occurred at 1:17 p.m. Upon entering, he asked to speak with someone and informed them that he had information about the missing girl and wanted to assist the police and her family. When a detective arrived, the man admitted to having done it. He confessed to kidnapping and killing Bobby Ann and provided some details about the crime after indicating the location of the body on a map. Police officers who hoped Bobby immediately. Unfortunately, their hopes were not fulfilled. When the inspectors made their way through the dense undergrowth, they discovered the body, which was naked and face down. There was no doubt the girl had died. The man who confessed to the horrific crime was a 24-year-old Kodiak Island resident. He was the son of an ex-military man who remained with his mother following his parents' divorce. In fact, he lived just a few miles from the bus stop where Bobby Ann was last seen. Kodiak Island was detained as a suspect. A lawyer spoke on his behalf, saying, "I accept full responsibility for Bobby Ann's death." Ackland also stated in the statement that he had never met the victim before that fateful evening and confirmed that he was the one who kidnapped her from the bus stop. Police seized his car, phone, computer, and several other items from anyone familiar with Kodiak Island. He was a nice guy, guitarist and songwriter for the local indie rock band Recruiter. No one knew Ackland was interested in serial killers from all over the world, in addition to music. His personal idols included Joseph D'Angelo Jr., Andre Gicatilo, Ivan Milat, Fred West, and Tommy Sells. Ted Bundy, however, was number one in Ackland's personal ranking, with an unknown number of victims but at least 30. Ackland focused on Ted Bundy and his atrocities. Investigators discovered 3,216 images on Ackland's phone, many of which were disturbing, dark, and reminiscent of horror films. In the days and weeks prior to Bobby Ann's death, Ackland searched the internet for information on serial killer crimes. He also looked for remote areas on Dartmoor and potential weapons. On the day of Bobby Ann's abduction, Ackland was browsing the website of an online sports store, looking at baseball bats, ski masks, and waterproof clothing. It is important to note that, despite his clandestine hobbies, Kodiak Island had never drawn the attention of the police, nor had he ever been in trouble with the law. Apparently, he became so obsessed with his secret hobby that he committed a serious crime. It has been discovered that Bobby Ann was an unintentional victim who, by a cruel coincidence, found herself in the path of Ackland, who, like a vicious beast, went hunting for prey that evening. The events of that evening went as follows. Bobby Ann arrived at the bus stop around 6:15 p.m. Ackland, who was driving his Ford Fiesta around the neighborhood, told detectives he saw her at the stop. Bobby Ann resembled his ex-girlfriend in appearance, but Cody claims that was not the emotional trigger that drove him to attack. He was simply looking for a victim to carry out his long-term plans. The police concluded that even if Ackland had not met Bobby Ann, he would have carried out his plan. The victim could have been any gender. That is what the police believed. When Ackland saw Bobby Ann, he stopped his car on the road behind the bus stop. After watching her for a few minutes and ensuring that no one else was present, Ackland took his pre-purchased hammer, crept up to Bobby Ann, and struck her twice in the head. Then I assumed she was dead. Ackland returned to his car and prepared to leave the scene. Unfortunately, as he drove away, he noticed Bobby Ann was still alive and trying to get up, so he returned to the bus stop, moved her semi-conscious body into his car, and drove her 20 miles to the Belver Forest parking lot and Dartmoor at 7:45 p.m. He came to a halt in this parking lot, which is nestled in the heart of a forest. He intended to leave the body there but discovered Bobby Ann was still alive and conscious. Unfortunately, Ackland did not think twice. He did not seek help or transport Bobby Ann to the hospital. Instead, he helped her get out of the car. Miss McLeod told him I was scared and he responded, "So am I. I've never done this before." Struck her 12 times on the head in an attempt to destroy evidence. Ackland burned Bobby's purse. After pounding Bobby Ann MacLeod with a claw hammer a dozen times, Cody Ackland was amazed that the 18-year-old could still make noise. Later, when he told the police, he thought, "Wow, hats off to you." He had one final chance to save Bobby Ann's life. However, once again, Ackland declined. Instead, he claimed he had put an end to the girl's suffering. He then loaded the body into his car's trunk and drove almost 30 miles to Bovis. He hid his body after taking off his shoes, clothes, and jewelry. Around 10 p.m., Ackland arrived home and went to bed. The next day, he drove to Tamerton Foliot, north of Plymouth, and threw the hammer into the Tamar, as well as a carrier bag containing his and her blood-stained clothing, into nearby allotments on Coombe Lane. The hammer was never found, despite a thorough police search. On the same day, November 21, Ackland went to a pizza place with friends, attended his band's rehearsal, and spent the majority of the night at the pub. Everyone who saw Cody that day commented on his unusually upbeat mood. He was enjoying joking and hugging his friends, which was unusual for him. The next day, November 22, Ackland continued to have fun by buying popcorn and going to the movies. While he watched the movie, the police, family, and volunteers searched for Bobby Ann, and Ackland used his phone to keep up with the latest news. On November 23, Cody was at his non-music job. According to the English papers, he worked for a car service company. After leaving for lunch, Ackland sent a message to a chat room where members of the music group recruited a word he'd written: "I love you both." At the same time, he texted his mother telling her how much he loved her, and then went to the police station to confess to the crime. Ackland's bandmates issued a statement on Facebook, stating that they would disband the group immediately as a show of respect to the late teenager. It also stated that the remaining members of recruiter Josh Ross, Josh, and Mike are all shocked and in complete disbelief at the tragic events of the last few days. Our thoughts and prayers are with Bobby Ann MacLeod's family and friends, who must be devastated by her passing. As a mark of respect, we have decided not to continue as a band and will disband with immediate effect. We will not make any additional comments at this time. In addition to Ackland's confession, the police had a plethora of physical evidence, including Bobby Ann's DNA discovered in his car and sneakers recovered from his home. As for motive, Detective Mike West, who led the investigation, stated that Ackland refused to elaborate on his motive and avoided answering the question of why he killed Bobby Ann. At the same time, the detective did not rule out the possibility that, after reflecting on his actions, Ackland might become more forthcoming and provide more information in the future. He would later tell a psychiatrist that the feelings of depression he had experienced prior to murdering Miss MacLeod had vanished, and he was no longer filled with resentment, as if this violent act was a manifestation of these feelings. The trial took place in May 2022. Ray Tolley, Ackland's attorney, stated that psychiatrists determined his client was not suffering from mental illness, but rather had struggled during childhood. Ackland was diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, depression, and anxiety, and by the age of 19, he had suffered from depression for 7 years. Mr. Tolley stated that Ackland had received little comfort from his home or school life, and that his father and other male role models had not offered much succor or support. On sentencing, Judge Robert Linford informed Ackland that his act was determined savagery and that he was satisfied with the evidence that he intended to kill. This poor person endured a long and terrible ordeal. She had her entire life ahead of her, until you brutally and savagely ended it, he said. You were clearly planning murder, and you committed murder. Cody Ackland, 24, has been sentenced to life in prison. He will serve 31 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Kelsey Smith went shopping for a gift and then vanished. How often do state laws or individual company rules and policies intended to protect people and make their lives more comfortable and safe end up causing more harm than good? In today's story, a mobile phone operator refused to provide a missing girl's location, citing privacy laws. In reality, the company was obstructing the investigation, delaying it, and it was too late to help the girl. In other cases, timely access to such information may save someone's life. The tragic death of young Kelsey Smith, just a month after her 18th birthday, not only shook the United States but also captivated the world's attention as it was widely covered in international media. The girl was abducted in broad daylight from a crowded area, and her body, which showed signs of violence, was later discovered outside the city. The search for Kelsey lasted nearly a week due to the inability to track her movements using her cell phone signal. This situation sparked widespread debate and established a precedent, resulting in a series of amendments and the passage of a law named after the victim. But let's start with Kelsey Smith's story and try to figure out how she was abducted outside a shopping center in front of dozens of surveillance cameras, and whether this tragedy could have been avoided. We will also look at the personality of Edwin Hall, the abductor and criminal who was widely regarded as a loving husband and father. We'll start our investigation into this difficult case by getting to know the man who caused the terrible tragedy. Edwin Roy Hall, also known as Jack Hall to his friends, was born on April 17, 1981, in the small town of Lee's Summit, Missouri, near the border with Kansas. He was the second child in a low-income, very disadvantaged family. Edwin's childhood was difficult, if not harsh, because his parents consumed large amounts of hot drinks and illegal substances, were uninterested in child rearing, and mistreated him. Later, Paul will tell how, at the age of 5, he was intimately abused by his uncle, his father's brother, but he will either confirm or deny that this statement is simply not true. Many people believed that this detail was invented by the perpetrator's lawyer in order to make his client appear to be a victim of circumstances during the trial, and thus reduce his sentence. Regardless, Edwin was placed in an orphanage when he was 6 years old, after his father was imprisoned and his mother was stripped of parental rights. In the years that followed, the boy moved around to different foster families, but each time he was abandoned and returned to the orphanage. This was due to the child's uncontrolled aggression and cruelty. Paul had sadistic tendencies toward animals since a young age. He enjoyed torturing them and watching them suffer. The boy refused to recognize authority, disobeyed his foster parents, stole, and fled home. Edwin was 15 years old when his last foster family returned him to state custody. This came after the teen attacked his stepsister with a knife. The tragedy was avoided, and the boy was pitied rather than prosecuted. However, a year later, he was arrested again after intentionally hitting another orphanage student on the head with a baseball bat. As an adult, Hall had no criminal record, and he appeared to have matured, taken charge, and eventually reformed. At the age of 20, he married a girl named Leader, who gave birth to a son a year and a half later. Edwin obtained an old Chevrolet truck from the 1970s with which he worked, transporting various goods. His neighbors knew him as a quiet, humble, and friendly man who cared about his family. However, he also had a secret life, which was revealed only after Hall was arrested for serious crimes. Who was the victim? Kelsey Smith. Kelsey Ann Smith was born on May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Kansas, the state's second most populous city. Gregory and Missy Smith had 5 children, and she was the third. She grew up very close to her older brother Steve and sister Lindsay, as well as her younger siblings Katie and Zach. Gregory Greg Smith, the family patriarch, was a former military man and U.S. Navy veteran. He had also served in the police force for more than 2 decades and was now enjoying a well-earned retirement. Meanwhile, the mother, Mrs. Smith, had dedicated her life to healthcare, having spent many years working at one of the local hospitals. Despite her professional commitments, she brilliantly balanced work with raising her numerous children and creating a comfortable home environment from a young age. Kelsey was a very energetic, sociable, and theatrical child. She enjoyed singing and dancing, went to a music school where she learned to play several musical instruments, and eagerly participated in school plays and choir performances. In addition, she enjoyed gymnastics and soccer, and she frequently attended sporting events with her father and brothers, as well as supporting the local team. Young Smith had many friends, had a great sense of humor, was talented in a variety of fields, and knew how to make a good impression on those around her. She had a deep love for animals since she was a child and hoped to attend college after high school to become a veterinarian. Kelsey joined the local orchestra as a clarinetist during her senior year of high school and performed at various city events. This job enabled her to save enough money in just 6 months to purchase her first personal vehicle, a 1987 Buick Regal. Her parents didn't like the fact that her car was older than she was and offered to add money to the family budget to buy something newer. However, it was critical for her to purchase her first vehicle independently with her own money, so she turned down their offer. Cal C's personal life: the Smiths went to great lengths to ensure that their children received the best possible education and holistic development. However, they raised their children with a strong sense of discipline. There were clear rules in their home that everyone followed without exception. For example, all family members were expected to share their plans and to notify each other if they would be out late. Kelsey was always on time, never late, and told her parents where she was going and who she was spending time with. During her senior year, Kelsey began a romantic relationship with John Smith. Kelsey described it as a deep, mutual love at first sight. The couple, the kind you read about in books or see in movies, rang in the new year of 2007 together, and they were practically inseparable after that. Smith's partner, a year her senior, appeared to be a serious young man who treated his beloved with the utmost concern and respect. Both parents supported their children's decisions and did not interfere with their relationship. Kelsey turned 18 years old in May of 2007. That same month, she graduated from high school and was overjoyed to learn that she had been accepted to a prestigious Kansas college where she planned to study veterinary medicine. The next few days were, without a doubt, the happiest of the young woman's life. Unfortunately, they proved to be her last. Smith and her classmates attended parties to celebrate the end of high school. She had a great time, enjoying both the festive atmosphere and romantic dates with her beloved. At this point, she had achieved everything she had wished for: admission to her dream college, a relationship with a deserving young man who was about to propose, and it appeared that she would have a long, happy life. The absence from the mall parking lot. Kelsey and John were getting ready to celebrate an important milestone in their relationship on June 2, 2007. On their 6-month anniversary of dating, John planned to make the occasion even more memorable by proposing to Kelsey. He had a beautiful engagement ring custom made for the occasion, reserved a table for 2 at a restaurant, and the evening was described as one of the happiest of their lives together. Kelsey was unaware of the upcoming proposal, which was intended to be a surprise. She, too, was looking for a gift that would surprise and delight John. That Saturday, she styled her hair, applied makeup, and drove to a Target Corporation store only 10 minutes away. There was no warning of the tragedy that was about to occur. Around 7 p.m., she called her mother to say she had found a gift for John but needed to find the right gift bag for it, preferably something romantic. Missy suggested Kelsey visit a shopping mall across the street from Target, confident that it would have what she was looking for. Kelsey thanked her mother for the advice and stated that she would be home shortly, where John was scheduled to pick her up at 8 o'clock. That was the last time Missy heard her daughter's voice. Kelsey never got back home. When John arrived at 8 o'clock with a large bouquet of flowers, he was surprised and terrified to discover Kelsey was not present. Her parents were equally terrified because she didn't answer the phone or text messages, which was completely out of character. She vanished in broad daylight in a busy area, and no one noticed her absence. Search and investigate. The family patriarch, along with his 2 eldest children, set out to find their daughter. When I found her car parked at the Oak Park Mall, I had a glimmer of hope that Kelsey was still inside for some unknown reason. However, after searching all of the floors and stores and asking salespeople and security guards if anyone had seen the girl, they were certain she was not present. Returning to the car, which appeared unharmed with no signs of struggle or violence, the father, drawing on his experience as a former police officer, decided not to touch anything. It was possible that the car was part of a crime scene, and no evidence should be tampered with or destroyed. The girl's parents reported her missing to the police the same day, but were initially opposed to conducting an immediate search. The explanation was that Kelsey, who was 18, would not be legally considered missing until 24 hours had passed since her disappearance. Kelsey, on the other hand, is not one to give up, and he insisted on an immediate search for his daughter, leveraging his old connections. Furthermore, he inquired whether any hospitals in the city had admitted women who matched their daughter's description. Chelsea's family and fiancé were interviewed that same evening to establish their alibis and rule them out as suspects, per standard procedure. The surveillance footage from the Target store was also reviewed. The videos showed Kelsey entering the store, browsing the selection, making a purchase, and then exiting the building while talking on the phone to return to her car. She was talking to her mother at the time, asking where she could find a gift bag, and then heading to the mall across the street, per her mother's advice. Kelsey basically drove out, turned around, and parked at Oak Park Mall, leaving her car near the side entrance, almost against the wall. Her vehicle was thoroughly inspected by experts. It appeared unaltered from the outside. The gift she bought for John was on the passenger seat, and her personal belongings, a tablet and a wallet containing approximately $300 in cash, were in the back. Therefore, a robbery was quickly ruled out. The car's owner appeared to have left with only her credit card and phone in her pocket. Because everything else remained inside the car, no signs of a struggle, blood, or damage were discovered. Except for one on the driver's seatbelt, no foreign fingerprints were discovered. This fingerprint did not belong to Kelsey's relatives or boyfriend. Issues with the cellular company tracking the young woman's location could have been caused by the signal from her mobile phone. By then, the device had become inaccessible, most likely because it had been turned off or damaged. However, it was still possible to determine the last known location where the mobile phone was active in order to narrow the search area. However, the wireless carrier Verizon Communications failed to provide the necessary data for the investigation for several days. Interestingly, the company did not outright refuse to cooperate, but instead kept promising to look into the matter, effectively delaying the process. Telecommunications companies were allowed to withhold subscriber data from law enforcement agencies, such as the police or the FBI, without a specific court order as of 2007. They cited information privacy laws and even situations in which an individual's safety or life could be jeopardized. We are not considered exceptions to the rule of disturbing strangers. A closer look at the surveillance footage revealed a chilling detail: a mysterious stranger was following the young woman like a shadow. He didn't stand out at first because he kept his distance and never tried to interact with Kelsey directly. The individual in question was a Caucasian male with a pleasant appearance, believed to be in his early to mid-20s, with dark short hair and a light beard. He was dressed casually, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts. He entered the Target store about a half-minute after the girl and followed her through all of the sections she visited, keeping a few meters distance. This mysterious man was captured by all of Kelsey's surveillance cameras, and during the trial, the prosecution described his behavior as that of a predator stalking its prey. He exited the store after her and, once she was alone, drove her to the Oak Park parking lot in his Chevrolet truck. He was almost directly behind Kelsey while she was on the phone, so he most likely overheard her conversation with her mother. As a result, he could have learned about her plans to visit the nearby shopping center. Unfortunately, Smith parked her car in an unsuitable location next to a side door near a storage area, where shadows fell on her vehicle, making it nearly impossible to discern the events on the camera footage. Kelsey remained seated in her car as the truck parked beside her, and a figure in a white t-shirt and black shorts emerged. The stranger approached her through the driver's side door, and she, presumably under threat of harm, got behind the wheel of his Chevrolet, which drove away in an unknown direction. The media were enlisted to cover the investigation from the start, thanks in large part to Gregory Smith's connections and experience. Smith understood that the louder the outcry, the wider the coverage in the press, and the more attention it received, the better their chances of finding their daughter and bringing the responsible party to justice. The story was covered by both national and international media, including the popular show America's Most Wanted. When surveillance footage revealed the mysterious stranger following Kelsey, the frame with the most clearly visible face was broadcast on the news, urging people to come forward if they recognized the man. That same evening, police began receiving calls from people claiming to have seen the man in various cities and states. Although the majority of these reports were incorrect, each was investigated. Mrs. Miguel called on June 6th, saying she recognized her neighbor Edwin Hall in the footage, but had been hesitant to report it because she was unsure. However, seeing the information about the truck cleared up her last doubts, as Hall also drove an old 1970s Chevrolet. Following Horace's horrific discovery at Longview Lake and the suspect's arrest on June 6, 2007, several pivotal events occurred in the investigation. Verizon Communications finally provided the first critical information about Chelsea's last known location for her phone signal. A specific cell tower was pinpointed, resulting in a search radius of 1.1 miles north. Within 45 minutes of beginning the search, the young woman's lifeless body was discovered in the brush near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 30 miles from where she was abducted. The medical examiner determined that Kelsey was brutally assaulted and strangled with her own belt. Her body was discovered naked, except for the belt used to strangle her around the neck. Following the assault, her body was discarded in the bushes, barely covered by dry branches. It remained exposed to the June sun for 4 days. Her remains were severely disfigured by insects and other wildlife, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Nonetheless, the examination determined that it was the missing young Smith. The second significant event on June 6th was the arrest of the primary suspect. When the police arrived at the man's house, he remained calm, admitted that his friends called him Jack, and agreed to give a statement at the station. During his interrogation, he identified himself as Edwin Hall and was shown a photograph of Kelsey. He claimed not to have seen her before, even when shown surveillance footage from the store showing him closely following her. He insisted that he had only visited the store for personal reasons and had not noticed her, implying that their appearance together in the footage was merely a bizarre coincidence and irrefutable evidence. Edwin was clearly confident that he had left no trace and could not be held accountable. His van was clean. He assaulted the victim with contraception, leaving no DNA evidence. As a result, Hall agreed to cooperate with the investigation and even offered to provide his DNA sample and fingerprints. His thumbprint matched the one found on the victim's car seat belt buckle, which proved to be crucial evidence. Furthermore, during a thorough search of the suspect's home, a hidden air pistol was discovered with Kelsey's DNA traces on the barrel. Hall was then charged with kidnapping, assaulting and murdering the young woman. Smith was abducted in Kansas, but her lifeless body was discovered in Missouri, raising concerns about the trial's jurisdiction. This detail was extremely important because it affected the potential sentence. In Missouri, the perpetrator faced the death penalty. Trial and sentence Hall recognized the gravity of his situation and, after consulting with his attorney, decided to fully admit his guilt and disclose the details and circumstances of the crime in the hopes of receiving a lesser sentence. He described how he saw Kelsey enter the store and followed her. He was close enough to overhear her phone conversation and learned she was planning to go to the shopping center across the street. Edwin ensured Smith was alone, followed her to the adjacent parking lot, and was pleased when she parked in a quiet spot near the side entrance. He then emerged from his vehicle, armed with a pistol, and waited for the victim to return to her car, preventing her from closing the door as she entered the driver's seat. She had apparently already removed the seatbelt, but he refused to let her buckle it, leaving his print on it in the process. Next, he inserted the pistol barrel into the unfortunate girl's mouth, forcing her to move to the driver's seat under threat. Smith drove the haul truck while pointing the weapon at her and directing her where to go. When they reached a remote area near the state border, he ordered her out of the truck and led her into the bushes. He assaulted her, strangled her with the belt, and wrapped her body in branches. He meticulously cleaned his truck's cabin to remove any fingerprints, DNA, or other traces of the victim's presence before hitting the pistol with Kelsey's saliva at home, confident it would never be discovered. When asked about his motivation, he couldn't give a clear answer but simply commented on her amazing legs. During the investigation, several other women and girls who had been victims of Hall's actions came forward. It was discovered that he had threatened a 14-year-old neighbor into intimacy, harassed a local waitress, and fled a restaurant without payment. As a result, charges of corruption, minor harassment, and theft were added to the already existing accusations. Hall's lawyer attempted to elicit sympathy from the court by highlighting his client's troubled childhood, previous victimization, lack of parental care, and upbringing in foster homes. The defense's efforts were in vain, but the lawyer was the only one who spoke on the defendant's behalf and supported him. Paul's wife attended all court hearings but sat quietly in the corner, refusing to defend her husband. On September 16, 2008, Johnson County's judge sentenced Edwin Roy Hall to 27 life sentences with no possibility of parole. Following the verdict, the defendant apologized to the Smith family for his actions before breaking down in tears. He is currently serving his sentence at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility in Kansas under the Kelsey Smith Act. The role of Verizon Communications in this case, which waited 4 days to provide information about the last known location of the missing girl's phone signal, drew significant attention. The company's leadership cited privacy laws and the lack of a court order, which would take time to issue, but it was later determined that this information would not have saved young Smith. In other cases, it may help save the lives and health of people in danger. This prompted Kansas to enact the Kelsey Smith Act in 2009, which requires telecommunications companies to provide subscriber location information when the individual is at risk of death or serious physical harm. By 2012, an additional 29 states, including Missouri, had passed similar legislation. Oklahoma, Montana, and Illinois passed the Kelsey-Smith Act in 2021 as well. Since its enactment, this law has saved many lives. For example, when a perpetrator stole a car with a child in a car seat in Lenexa, Kansas in 2015, police were able to locate him within half an hour by tracking the signal from the child's mother's mobile phone left on the backseat in 2021. In Illinois, a similar method was used to locate a young woman who attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff. She survived, albeit with serious injuries. However, the prompt tracking of her phone signal resulted in a rescue. Interestingly, the Smith family did not request that the law be named after their late daughter. Kansas Senator Rob Olson proposed the idea. Following their tragedy, the girl's family established a foundation to help crime victims and continues to educate young people about safety concerns. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events depicted in this video occurred in 2008 in Auburn, Alabama, USA, and despite the passage of 15 years, the Lauren Burke case has yet to be resolved. Lauren Ashley Burke was born December 30th, 1989, in Marietta, Georgia. Her parents, James Burke and Vivian Gorchon, eventually divorced. Lauren has a sister, Jacqueline Burke, and a brother, Chad Burke. Lauren attended Auburn University to study graphic design after graduating from high school. She was a Delta Gamma sorority member, lacrosse player, and all-around campus community participant. Lauren was described by her friends as a popular, excellent student who was always smiling, happy, and helpful. Lauren began dating Sean McQuaid when she was still a high school student. After high school, they both attended Auburn University, where they maintained their relationship. At this point in their lives, both young people prioritized their education, but that did not prevent them from planning their future together. Unfortunately, not all of Lauren's plans and dreams were meant to come true. She began the morning of March 4th, 2008, by eating breakfast at a cafe with her boyfriend Sean. Lauren went to class at 11 a.m. and then called her father, James, to discuss spring break plans and a dentist appointment. After finishing her conversation with her father, she went to Sean's dorm and stayed until 8:30 p.m. She had an appointment with her classmate Michael. They agreed to meet in the library to work on a study assignment together. Around 8 p.m., Lauren left Sean's room. It was already dark outside her car. A black 2001 Honda Civic was parked in the parking lot next to the dorm, so she approached it. That was the last time Sean saw Lauren. Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet at the library, began calling her cell phone after she failed to show up for her appointment. But Lauren did not respond for some reason. He kept calling, and eventually he heard Lauren's voice on the other end. She said she wouldn't be coming to the library because she had forgotten about the appointment. She hung up a little later, around 9 p.m. 911 received a call about an injured girl who was seen lying on the road between Farmville Baptist Church and Route 280 on the 147 freeway. Lauren driver stopped on the road, obstructing traffic in both directions. Lauren was lying on her back in the middle of the road, breathing slowly and deeply. She was suffocating. She had numerous wounds on her body and was only wearing socks on her feet. At 9:12 p.m., when the first police car arrived on the scene, Lauren was already unconscious. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later, and as they loaded Lauren into the ambulance, her pulse was barely palpable. Lauren was transported to East Alabama Medical Center at 9:35 p.m., where doctors began their efforts to save her life. 8 minutes earlier, at 9:27 p.m., 911 dispatchers received multiple reports of a car fire on Auburn University campus. Firefighters and police were dispatched to the address provided by the caller, but were unable to locate the owner of the burning car among the crowd of curious students drawn to the fire from their dormitories. Police checked the license plates and discovered that the car's owner was James Burke, a Georgia resident. James Burke is Lauren's father. The police contacted James by phone and discovered that the actual owner of the fire-ravaged Honda was his daughter Lauren, who attends Auburn University. James immediately inquired as to what was wrong with his daughter. But the police officers responded with silence. They had no idea where Lauren was, and they informed James that no one was inside the burning car. After speaking with the police officer, James immediately began calling his daughter's cell phone, but she did not answer, which only added to his anxiety. Unable to reach Lauren, James initially contacted friends of his daughter, but none of them knew anything about her whereabouts or the car fire. He then called his ex-wife and Lauren's mother, Vivian Gorkon, hoping that she might know where their daughter was. Lauren's mother had no idea what had happened either. At 9:40 p.m., Vivian called Sean, her daughter's boyfriend. That's how Sean learned Lauren was missing and her car had been burned. Sean called Lauren's mutual acquaintances to see if anyone had seen her that evening and discovered that she had canceled a library meeting, claiming to have forgotten about it. Sean, on the other hand, knew Lauren hadn't forgotten about her appointment for the evening, because when she left his room about 2 hours ago, she had intended to go straight to the library. While family and friends tried to figure out where Lauren had gone, doctors at East Alabama Medical Center fought to keep her alive. Lauren was brought in unconscious and without any personal belongings or documents, so the doctors had no idea what her name was. However, despite their best efforts, doctors were unable to save Lauren's life. She was pronounced dead approximately 1 hour after being admitted to the medical facility. A single bullet wound claimed her life. The bullet that had exited had punctured both of Lauren's lungs. Experts determined that the gun's muzzle was only a few inches from Lauren's skin at the time of the shot. When police officers compared the girl's deaths at the hospital to the burned-out car on campus whose owner was missing, they realized Lauren Burke was the victim who doctors could not save. The very next day was March 5, 2008. James Burke identified his daughter's body after visiting Atlanta. The news of Lauren's death spread quickly around campus. Auburn University issued a statement following Lauren Burke's death, urging students and staff to exercise extra caution on and off campus while assuring them that the campus is safe. Many of you and your parents have called, and your concerns are understandable, but there is no indication of any additional threat to campus or student safety. According to the statement, the Delta Gamma Society released a statement regarding what fraternity representatives described as an unexpected and disturbing crime. The society urged sisters from the Auburn branch to fully cooperate with detectives as they investigated what happened. Lauren's family and friends were devastated. Police were trying to figure out who killed her, how the car fire was connected, and whether other students should be concerned. Both locations along the road where Lauren Burke was discovered in the vicinity of her car were investigated for evidence. "We have used every resource available to find the person responsible for this crime," said Auburn Police spokesman Captain Tom Stuffer. Auburn, Alabama, is a relatively quiet student community, and we take these things seriously. If someone is hurt or killed, we all feel it, and we will not stop until we find the perpetrator. Stuffer also stated that Alabama Governor Bob Riley offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in Burke's case, and Lauren's charred car was delivered to the Auburn Police Department. Investigators from the State Forensic Laboratory and officers from the State Fire Chief's office combed through the burned interiors of the vehicles. They discovered burned clothing remnants, Lauren's melted digital camera, and the car owner's manual. A .38 caliber bullet was discovered under the front seat, which could indicate that the interior of the car was the scene of the crime, and the perpetrator set it on fire to destroy the evidence. Detectives questioned Lauren's family, friends, and boyfriend. None of them could identify a single person who wanted to harm Lauren and was capable of doing so. Knowing Lauren was in a dorm at Sean's before her death, investigators searched his room but found no evidence linking Sean to the crime. After speaking with Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet in the library, detectives discovered that when Lauren answered his phone, he heard a noise similar to a moving car. At the same time, it was revealed that someone had used Lauren's bank card several times shortly after she was discovered lying in the road. Most likely, the person who had Lauren's bank card was involved in her incident, so the police began looking for them. However, events quickly took an unexpected turn. Less than 3 days after Lauren's death at 9:55 a.m., on March 7, 2008, in the parking lot of the Walmart supermarket in Newnan, Georgia, about 75 miles from Auburn, an African-American man attacked a 72-year-old woman as she was getting into her car. The attacker hit her on the head, threatened her, and ordered her to sit in the passenger seat. He got into the driver's seat and attempted to drive away from the parking lot. However, an eyewitness to the attack was following him while talking on the phone. The perpetrator returned to the Walmart parking lot after the bystander threatened to call the police. He came to a halt and exited the stolen vehicle, running over to a nearby silver Chrysler. Sebring entered and fled the scene quickly. A few hours later, officers pursued the fleeing Chrysler at high speeds towards Columbus, West Georgia. The driver did not take any action to stop endangering other road users. During that time, Chase police noticed the driver of the Chrysler throwing an object out the window. One of the chase crews came to a halt and searched for the object. Police officers discovered a .38 caliber revolver on the side of the road. Meanwhile, the chase continued, but at one point the perpetrator's vehicle broke down, spewing smoke from beneath the hood. The driver came to an abrupt stop in the road and opened the door. Next, a police officer pursuing a motorcycle collided with the open door. Following the collision, the officer flew over the motorcycle's handlebars and fell to the pavement, fortunately without serious injury. The perpetrator stopped on a road that led through a forest, and he fled into the woods. He was unable to escape. However, the police quickly apprehended him and placed handcuffs around his wrists. Courtney Lockhart was born October 20, 1984. His family described him as a nice, fun-loving guy before joining the U.S. Army. He was sent to Iraq in 2004, and then returned to someone else in 2005. According to his mother, he was not the Courtney I knew. Courtney was a cheerful guy. However, after returning from Iraq, he never smiled again, never let anyone stand behind him, and he occasionally hid in the closet or under the bed. Lockhart and his ex-girlfriend had a daughter in 2006. He was also court-martialed in 2006 for assaulting other soldiers while under the influence of illegal substances and deserting his unit without permission. He served 7 months in detention before being dishonorably discharged from the Army in December 2006. As 2008 approached, Lockhart was said to have gotten increasingly out of control. He barely showered, stopped visiting his daughter, and was heavily addicted to illegal substances. Again in February 2008. He committed a series of burglaries, and with the exception of a convenience store robbery, his methods were consistently the same. He would approach the victim from behind as she was getting into her car in the parking lot, threaten her with a gun, demand her purse, and attempt to take control of the vehicle. One such crime resulted in Lauren Burke's death. Lockhart's spree of assaults ended on March 7, 2008, when he attacked a 72-year-old woman and failed to flee a police pursuit. Courtney Lockhart, 23, was arrested and taken to the police station, where he confessed to kidnapping and murdering Lauren Burke. The interrogation was videotaped and used as key evidence at trial. Lauren's personal belongings, including her iPod and bank cards, were discovered in his car. He gave a detailed account of what happened the day he kidnapped Lauren. On Tuesday, March 4, 2008, Lockhart awoke in his silver Chrysler Sebring. He'd spent the previous night in his car near East Alabama Medical Center. He needed money, so he began driving around Auburn, searching for another victim. It is worth noting that he only attacked women, not men. He arrived at Auburn University's campus and parked next to the student dorms. He spent several hours sitting in his car, observing the students. Around 8 p.m., he noticed some girls approach the car parked next to him and casually opened the door. It was Lauren. Without having to think too long, Lockhart grabbed his revolver and approached Lauren from behind, poking her with the gun's muzzle. He asked her how much money she had on her. When he did not receive an answer, he pushed Lauren into the car's front passenger seat and took the wheel. According to Lockhart, Lauren said nothing but screamed in terror. When she finally calmed down, she took $200 from her purse and handed it to him, begging him to leave. Instead of leaving, He ordered Lauren to remove her clothes at gunpoint after receiving threats against her. Lauren complied, stripping down to a pair of socks. Lockhart claimed there was only one reason he made Lauren undress. He reasoned that if she had no clothes on, she would not want to leave. Lockhart then began driving through Auburn's streets, one hand on the wheel and the other holding Lauren at gunpoint. She attempted to stop him from committing the crime, and when he said his life was over, Lauren promised to help him find work. Her phone eventually started ringing. Lockhart instructed her to respond and make something up so that no one would suspect anything. It was a call from Michael, the person Lauren was supposed to meet at the library. When she answered, she said she had forgotten about the meeting and hung up immediately. Lockhart stated that they continued to drive through the city's streets, and Lauren refused to give up on convincing him to let her go. She promised to help him overcome his difficulties. Lauren opened the car door and jumped out as they drove down Highway 147. At that point, Lockhart claimed he accidentally fired a shot. We now know that the fired bullet pierced both of Lauren's lungs. In addition, she was injured in the fall. She managed to wave at passing drivers before her strength failed and she passed out. Lockhart told investigators that he parked outside the church and watched as his cars came to a stop next to Lauren, who was lying on the pavement. Realizing that the police were on their way, he fled, intending to destroy the evidence he had left in the car. He drove to a gas station and purchased a can of gas, which he paid for with Lauren's card. He doused the interior of the car with the gasoline he purchased before driving to the campus and abducting Lauren because his Chrysler was parked there. According to Lockhart, as he drove, the gasoline fumes made him dizzy, so he rolled down the windows to let air in from the street. You might be wondering why he didn't go to campus first and douse Lauren's car with gasoline. Why did he drive on a powder keg when a short circuit or spark could have caused the car to burn along with him? Perhaps it had to do with Lockhart's mental issues or low IQ. But we'll talk about that later. When Courtney arrived on campus, she stole $46, an iPod, and Lauren's bank cards from her car. Before setting fire to the car and driving away in his Chrysler, he stopped at a gas station and paid with Lauren's money. He returned to campus to see if the car had completely burned down. Investigators began to question whether Lockhart's entire testimony was true. They speculated that Lockhart had forced Lauren to undress, not to prevent her from fleeing, as he claimed, but for another reason. But he couldn't get what he wanted because Lauren unexpectedly jumped out of the moving car. Furthermore, the investigators questioned Lockhart's claim that he shot Lauren by accident given Courtney's military background and knowledge of firearms. This seemed unlikely. It seemed more logical that Lauren realized Lockhart was not going to let her go and decided that her only way out was to jump. She opened the door, and as she jumped out, Lockhart shot her. Ballistics testing confirmed that the bullet found in Lauren's car came from the gun Lockhart threw out the window while fleeing a police chase. In addition, experts conducted tests to rule out the possibility of an accidental discharge. The trigger had to be pulled hard enough to fire the shot. Lauren's family and friends said a bitter farewell on March 9th. The same day, investigators questioned Lockhart for the second time. The next day, he was formally charged with multiple counts in the Lauren Burke case. The trial started on November 8, 2010. Law court attorneys claimed that their client suffered from a mental illness as a result of his military service, and that Lauren's shooting was an accident. According to court documents, Lockhart pleaded not guilty because of a mental defect or insanity. The court heard testimony from a psychologist who stated that Lockhart had an IQ of 86, which is below average, that he had some symptoms from being in combat in the military, but did not have PTSD, and that Lockhart was immature and not thinking clearly. Although the state attempted to introduce evidence of Lockhart's other crimes and dishonorable conduct in the military, the trial judge rejected it. Following the guilt phase of the trial, the sentencing phase began immediately. Lockhart presented witness testimony and evidence in an attempt to portray himself as a war hero who was psychologically disturbed by combat and the death of his superior officer. The jury returned a special verdict with the death of a person during the kidnapping serving as an additional aggravating factor. The jury voted 1-2 to recommend a life sentence without parole. The trial judge later rejected the jury's advisory sentence and sentenced Lockhart to death, a 28-page sentencing order. The judge explained why he disagreed with the jury's findings. He came to the conclusion that the kidnapping was a strong case for the death penalty. Lockhart chose the victim at random, as she was alone and unarmed. The kidnapping is even worse because she was taken from a college campus, where students should feel safe, and forced into her own car. Lockhart forced her to undress and held her at gunpoint in order to prevent her from fleeing. The court also stated that the jury was unaware of Lockhart's crimes and the true nature of his military service. Although the jury heard testimony about Lockhart's service, they were unaware of the full scope of his military disciplinary record. They wrote to the judge because, if the jury had been aware of the additional facts known to the court, their sentencing recommendation would have likely been different. 15 years after Lauren's death, Lockhart remains on death row in Alabama and has not given up on appealing his sentence. Following his conviction and death sentence, he appealed to an Alabama court which upheld the sentence in August 2013. In April 2014, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals denied Lockhart's request for a new trial. He then filed an appeal with Alabama's Supreme Court, but his motion was denied again in September 2014. In January 2015, Lockhart filed an appeal with the United States Supreme Court. In April of that year, the Supreme Court of the United States rejected his petition. In 2018, Lockhart attempted to challenge the sentence again. Lawyers for a human rights organization who represented him attempted to persuade the court that the lawyers defending Lockhart in 2010 mishandled the case. Although the Lockhart 2010 defense had some flaws, it did not change the outcome, and the death sentence was upheld again. In April 2021, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld Lockhart's death penalty. Lauren's parents stated that they would never give up and would do everything in their power to prevent Lockhart's death sentence from being overturned. Courtney Lockhart sentenced my daughter to the death penalty. There is no reason why he shouldn't face the death penalty. This is all I have to say. Burke's father, James, stated that he did not give her a second chance, and he should not receive one either. Lauren's mother, Vivian, spoke. As of today, Courtney Lockhart is still on death row in Alabama. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A 17-year-old young woman and her friend went on a trip to Australia and, at one point, disappeared. Without a trace, despite an extensive search and many witnesses, her fate remained unknown for 18 years. When this terrible mystery was finally solved, one shocking fact surfaced: the police had everything they needed to close the case in a matter of days. But their negligence and unprofessionalism stretched it into nearly 2 decades. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Haley. Haley Dodd was born on November 30th, 1981, in England. When the girl was young, her parents and other children moved to Australia, settling in the small town of Mandorah. The young woman was an excellent student of sports and planned to go to study to be a veterinarian or a school teacher, but before finally deciding on her choice of future profession, she wanted to travel around Australia. Graduating high school in 1999, at the age of 17, she set off on a trip to Western Australia with her best friend Lisa. Their plan wasn't just to drive through local towns and attractions, but to spend a few months away from home. The young women were going to look for temporary jobs along the way to cover their living, food, and travel expenses. They planned a hitchhike between cities, which in the 1990s in Australia didn't sound like such a dangerous idea. At the time, there had been a number of murders of young women hitchhiking in the country, but compared to the overall number of people hitchhiking safely, these crimes did not cause any mass fear. However, Haley feared that her parents would not allow her to travel that way, even in the company of a friend. For this reason, she assured them that she planned to travel by bus. At the end of July, she and Lisa traveled to a town called Dengara. There, they were going to work as day laborers on a local farm. They were staying at a camping site where they could get a place to sleep for a small fee. Such places are in high demand in Australia. Mainly because of their cheapness, a few days before going to work, Haley decided to use the remaining free time and go to a farm to family friends, which was 200 kilometers away. She decided to hitchhike to it, and Lisa didn't want to let her go alone, but Haley insisted she had nothing to worry about and would be back in a few days to say goodbye. Lisa gave her a folding knife for self-defense and some change so Haley could call her. The phone booth. After saying goodbye, hit the road at about 8 a.m. Family and friends at the farm awaited her arrival, but Haley never showed up, worried. They called her mother and informed her that the woman feared something might have happened to her daughter, so she immediately called the police. The first thing she did was dial an emergency number and describe the situation. After listening to her story, the operator thought that nothing urgent had happened, so she advised her to go to the local police department and file a missing person report. So she did. The detectives began their search for Haley, beginning to reconstruct the chronology of events. The first thing they did was arrive at the campsite where Lisa was staying. She was mortified at the news that her friend had never made it to the farm, but the young woman was able to give the police a comprehensive introduction. She accurately described all the clothes Haley was wearing that day and even drew a sketch of the earrings she was wearing for the police. Haley had bought these earrings a few days before the incident. She and Lisa had gone to the store to treat themselves to some inexpensive items, and the young woman was attracted to this jewelry at that time. She couldn't have imagined that those earrings would be the key to solving this terrible mystery of her disappearance. Detectives disseminated information about the missing young woman along with their description. Although she was almost 18 years old, Haley looked much younger. She was 152 centimeters tall and weighed just over 40 pounds. The police were able to locate the first witness fairly quickly. It turned out to be the truck driver who had given her a ride that day. According to the man's story, she had knocked on his cab window at a gas station and asked for a ride to Mora, a town near where there was a farm. The trucker was on his way to another town, but he agreed to give her a ride most of the way. The man dropped her off at a turnoff above 50 kilometers from Mora near the town of Ashangara, where she was to turn off the main road and onto a country road. According to the trucker, Haley was in high spirits, chatting with him the whole way and talking about her journey. After she said she was almost out of money, he gave her $15 so the young woman could buy something to eat. The man also left her his number in case she hitchhiked back. He made trips down that road almost every day and could have let her down again later. Detectives received several more calls from people who had seen Haley in that area. Based on their statements, police concluded that the young woman had been on foot along the northwest road towards Mora. Apparently, she could not find any driver at the gas station to give her a ride. For this reason, she decided to walk along the road and try to hitch a ride. Based on the testimony of the next witness, he gave Haley a ride to the turnoff on Goonder Doe Road, after which she headed further in her direction on foot. A woman driving along the road, she spotted Haley just as the young woman was getting out of her car and moving on foot towards Mora. In all, the police were contacted by more than 10 witnesses. After putting their statements together, detectives concluded that the young woman was last seen at about 12 noon on the northwest road about 50 kilometers from Mora. There was another witness, though he had not seen Haley but still shared a disturbing observation with police. The man pulled over on the side of the northwest road because his engine was overheating. At one point, he heard a dog barking, followed by a piercing female scream. He couldn't see the source of the sound as it might have been far enough away. The road passed through an empty, flat area where there was virtually no extraneous noise. With all this information in hand, the police's prognosis was disappointing from the start. Lead detective Eddie Rowe decided that they should look for the body and not consider the possibility that Haley might be alive, but management forbade him to investigate in such a manner, leaving it to the status of the search for the missing person. It's worth clarifying here that a murder investigation would have given the police more options than a missing person investigation, but the police had no leads that could help them get on the young woman's trail, so they quickly set about looking for potential kidnappers. In a short time, they were able to identify several dozen suspects who lived in the area, but eventually the police focused on 3 men. One worked as a teacher at a local school, another was a part-time gardener there, and the third lived not far from where Haley disappeared. When questioned, each of them pleaded not guilty and provided alibis. The police could not conclude with certainty of their innocence, but they could not find any evidence to the contrary. But soon the situation changed dramatically. The investigators were approached by a neighbor of one of the suspects. A 43-year-old school gardener named Francis told them that the day Haley disappeared, Francis borrowed his car to go shopping in Mora. When the man returned home around 1 p.m., A neighbor noticed damage inside the car. The turn signal knob was broken, and the dashboard also showed signs of impact. The neighbor didn't even have time to ask what happened to the car. Francis came home done with the shopping bags in the kitchen, got on his motorcycle, and drove off. This story seemed strange to the police, and they decided to re-interview Francis. The man said that at the time of Haley's disappearance, he was many kilometers away from the alleged place of her abduction. According to his story, after returning home, he immediately went to a party in the city of Perth on his motorcycle. But he was not supposed to get there that day. On the way there, he exceeded the speed limit and had a serious accident that took him to the hospital. The information available was enough for the detectives to ask the perfectly logical question: where was he going in such a hurry? His own testimony seemed very strange, and investigators decided to apply for a search warrant of his home. The officers searched his residence, but they were unable to find any potential evidence. They also searched the car and removed the seat covers so that experts could examine them in the lab. Unfortunately, none of this yielded any results, and Francis was left alone. Almost immediately after that, he moved to the other side of the country, to Queensland, and the detectives were left empty-handed, and the case went into a long drawer. They tried to find new witnesses and evidence to move the investigation forward, but to no avail. This went on for 8 whole years until Francis came back on the police radar in 2007. At the time, he was living in a remote outback in a small settlement. One morning, an elderly couple who lived next door to him were sitting on the porch of their house. At some point, they noticed with horror that a young woman with absolutely no clothes was running in their direction, and her head was covered with blood. She asked for help, and the residents of the house called the police. The victim said that she had tried to catch a ride the night before. A man stopped in front of her and offered her a ride. At one point, he told her he needed to go to a place to get gas and fill up his car. They drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere, and he called the woman inside and offered her some tea. Unfortunately for her, she said yes. Almost immediately thereafter, he attacked her, and after a brief struggle, tied her up. For the next few hours, the victim was subject to indescribable torture and violence. Her assailant also tore off one of her earrings and took it for himself. As you may have guessed, this man was Francis. By morning, the woman realized that she could get the rope off her hands and then free her legs and run. She loosened the rope, waited for the right moment for Francis to move as far away as possible, and rushed to the back door of the house. Before she left, she removed her pendant and tossed it under the bed. The woman feared that the police might not find any corroboration of her story, so she decided to leave some personal item in his house, and it really worked. The police searched Francis's house, found the very same pendant, and arrested the man. At the trial, he quickly realized that he could not get away with it and decided to confess to what he had done. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The police in Western Australia, who handled the Haley Dodd case, were notified of Francis's arrest, but they did not appear to be at all interested. No action was taken by the detectives to revive the 8-year-old case, which was so closely resembling the circumstances of Francis's crime. Only through the insistence of Haley's mother did the detectives agree to reopen the case, but they quickly concluded that there was still no evidence against Francis, which meant there was nothing they could do about it. All these years, Haley's family tried to get the police to investigate thoroughly, but they assured them that they had done everything in their power. Desperate to wait for help from law enforcement, the relatives spent tens of thousands of dollars on private investigators, but all to no avail. The case did not take a new turn until 6 long years later, in 2013, when an extremely outrageous fact came to light. It turned out that the police had simply forgotten about the evidence that ended up being the key to the case. The medical examiner Tracy Horn filed a request to reopen the investigation. The reason was that the very same car seat covers from Francis's neighbor's car in 1999 were found in evidence storage. Suddenly, it turned out that for 14 years they had never been tested for blood, DNA, and other evidence. When experts did retrieve them, they were immediately able to find a woman's earring that had snagged on the fabric of the covers, taking a drawing of Lisa's, which she drew for the police just after her friend's disappearance. Detectives were horrified to see it was the same earring that Haley was wearing the morning of her disappearance. But that wasn't all. A human hair was found in one of the car mats that had also been removed from the car. The hair was very likely Haley's own, but that probability was not 100%, which made it very difficult to prosecute Francis in the shortest possible time. As soon as the news leaked to the media, a wave of criticism poured in against the police. For 14 years, as evidence lay literally under the noses of the investigators, but in all that time they never remembered it. Of course, such a find instantly changed the course of the case, and the detectives went to the other side of the country to interrogate Francis again. At the time, he was still in prison for assaulting a woman in 2007. The man gave them the same story he had told them 14 years earlier. He denied his involvement and assured them that he was shopping in Mora at the time of Haley's abduction. The interrogation, which lasted nearly 4 hours, was inconclusive, so the police had to prepare the case to go to trial. It wasn't until 2015 that he was formally charged with Haley's murder and deported to Western Australia. 2 more years later, in late 2017, the trial began. Francis's defense insisted that all the evidence presented was circumstantial. The earring Haley bought at a local store was very cheap and popular, so it could have been left in the car by another woman. The hair found in the car showed an almost 100% match to Haley's DNA, but not an absolute exact match. Although a mistake here would have been highly unlikely, that was enough for the lawyers, but all these arguments seemed unconvincing to the judge. Perhaps Francis would still have had a chance to get away with it if not for his crime in 2007. But then he didn't just kidnap a woman who was hitchhiking, he also took her earring. The prosecution believed that the man was collecting the victim's earrings as trophies, which only increased the suspicion against him. In the end, as a result, the judge found him guilty of kidnapping and murdering Haley Dodd, sentencing him to 21 years in prison. All of this took place while his previous sentence was still pending. Francis was 62 years old at the time of his sentencing, but the story did not end there. The court believed Francis kidnapped and killed Haley, then hid her body, but it was never found, and the man himself refused to plead guilty. Haley's mother repeatedly asked the killer to tell her where he hid the body, but to no avail, and in 2018, she helped pass a new law that says murderers are not eligible for parole if they refuse to reveal the location of their victims' bodies. In 2020, another high-profile event occurred when the court granted Francis an appeal to overturn his sentence and scheduled a new hearing. His lawyers again tried to insist that the man would not have had time to kidnap Haley between his trip to Mora and his return home, but the court felt that the time frame allowed him well enough to do so, especially given the rush with which he arrived home and immediately set off for Perth on his motorcycle. Moreover, the earring along with the hair were still on the list of key evidence against him, but Francis still managed to get his sentence changed. The court found him guilty of involuntary manslaughter, reducing his sentence from 21 years to 18 years, but thanks to a law passed in 2018, he would not be able to go free even after that time if he refused to identify the location of the body. There is another point in the whole story that keeps the detectives busy to this day. They are sure that many more women have become victims of Francis, and that none of them managed to escape. This maniac could have been picking up young women on the roads for decades, and what happened to them next only he knows. One of the most likely similar cases is the disappearance of a woman in late 2005. She hitched a ride to another city and was never seen again. The detective handling the case is certain that Francis kidnapped her because he knew the victim personally, but there is no evidence at this time. Perhaps the police will find it again in their warehouse a few years later, but it won't make a difference to the perpetrator. If the police had examined the car more thoroughly, Francis would have been arrested back in 1999. Now we can only guess how many lives he ruined in the ensuing years, but sooner or later the mystery may be solved. There's another creepy thing about this whole story. Remember that in the initial stages of the investigation, the police identified 3 main suspects, including Francis. Now, one of them killed his wife 5 months after Haley disappeared, and the other, who worked as a school teacher, turned out to be one of the worst child molesters in Australian history. Too bad the police had no way to solve them at the time. If you liked this video, don't forget to support the channel with a like and share your opinion in the comments. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A wedding is one of the most anticipated and emotionally charged events in a woman's life. However, not all happy endings are fairy tales. Some people live happily ever after and die on the same day. Today we find ourselves in Somerset, England. This region of southwest England is known for its well-preserved medieval castles, ancient towns, and King Arthur legends. However, these are not the only legends that surround the modern country. On the morning of September 12, 2012, a local resident named Orlando was rushing home from a late-night shift at a gas station. He had promised his wife that he would take their young daughter Maria to daycare. Loud music was playing in the car to keep him awake as trees along the road passed by one after another. Coming out of a sharp turn, he noticed black smoke. Orlando slowed down. Smoke billowed from a nearby parking lot, where a car had caught fire. Orlando came to a halt and ran to get a better look, but the fire prevented him from getting any closer. When firefighters arrived 4 minutes later, the car had completely burned out. The arriving police cordoned off the area with safety tape to keep the gathering at a safe distance. The area was deserted so early in the morning, and there were no witnesses nearby to describe the incident at its exact moment. A charred body was discovered while examining the scene. The police had to identify the victim and determine the cause of his tragic death. There were no signs of a car accident or skid marks anywhere nearby. Likewise, no tire tread marks from another vehicle were discovered. The police initially believed that a car would self-ignite or spontaneously combust due to malfunctions. A lengthy investigation and several expert analyses lay ahead. The remains were taken to a forensic laboratory to determine the deceased's identity and the cause of death. Fragments of the burned vehicle were also delivered to the forensic laboratory to determine any malfunctions and the cause of the fire. The police began their investigation by searching the missing persons database and reviewing recent reports of disappearances. Forensic experts were quick to identify the deceased. Catherine Wells Burr, 23, is a local resident. Rafal Nowak filed a missing person report on the same day in connection with the young woman's disappearance. Rafal Nowak reported that he left for work at 5:30 a.m., while his girlfriend Catherine slept soundly at home. Despite working for the same company, his shift began 2 hours earlier. Catherine did not show up for work after that, and Rafal could not locate her among any of her relatives. He contacted the police. The investigation began. The police questioned the victim's parents and sister, as well as Rafal Nowak, who reported her missing, and all of her co-workers and friends. They were able to reconstruct a sequence of events that led to the young woman's tragic death by gradually piecing together information about her final days and, eventually, years of life. Phil and Jane Wells gave birth to Catherine Wells Burr in the United Kingdom in 1989. In the summer of 2010, she was the second child in her family, following an older sister named Lynn. During a university break, Catherine met one of the employees, Rafal Nowak, 31, on a new vacuum cleaner production line. Catherine was immediately drawn to the tall, ruggedly handsome blonde. He was a Polish immigrant who had a former wife and son back home. He had moved to England 4 years ago in search of a better life. Catherine and Rafal soon began dating. They began by meeting for lunch at the production site cafe, but these lunches quickly evolved into romantic dinners. Rafal courted Catherine admirably, giving her lovely bouquets, taking her to the movies, and going on walks. Rafal opened up to Catherine about his past and reasons for moving to the UK. Catherine's trusting heart, the blonde man's relationship progressed so quickly that within a few months, Catherine introduced Raphael to her parents, who were overjoyed with their daughter's choice and hopeful for the couple's future happiness. Soon, the lovers were planning their wedding for 2011. Catherine graduated with honors from Bath Spa University and secured a promising position as a business analyst at Pneumatic International, the manufacturer of Henry vacuum cleaners. She quickly advanced in her career, creating job opportunities for her parents and sister. Catherine was intelligent and well-educated. She always knew how to approach people, was concerned about her colleagues' problems, and was very aware of those around her. Her kind gaze and radiant smile won over those who admired the young leader. Catherine Wells Burr's career was rapidly progressing. Her substantial earnings, combined with those of her partner Rafal Nowak, enabled them to buy a large home with a terrace in Willow Way. Regardless of their financial situation, the house was purchased with a mortgage, for which the young couple obtained insurance coverage in accordance with their agreement with the bank, demonstrating their youth, successful careers, and love. It appeared that they had everything necessary for happiness. However, the fateful day of September 12, 2012, marked a turning point in their lives, transforming everything from before to after. The investigation continued, revealing new and previously unknown details about Catherine and Rafal's lives. Over time, the veil of deception that had hung over their relationship from the beginning began to lift. Rafal Nowak, 29, left behind his wife and child in Poland, fleeing to avoid large debts. He moved to the UK, where he met Anna Lagwinowicz. They have been close since 2008. Then Catherine entered the picture for a while. Raphael considered both women, but ultimately chose Catherine Wells Burr because she was a better fit for a family and financial stability. While Catherine genuinely desired a happy marriage with the man she loved and the start of a family, Nowak was plotting a scheme to end her life, intending to leave the life insurance payout and the large house to himself and his mistress, Anna Lagwinowitz, for which Catherine had contributed a sizable portion. The plot for this crime was meticulously planned and carried out with even more cruelty and cold-bloodedness. After a few hours, Raphael approached Catherine's boss to inquire about her whereabouts. In front of Catherine's colleagues and relatives, he pretended to be terrified and devastated. Catherine was not found at either her parents' or her own home, and her car was also missing. Raphael recalled receiving threatening letters from a mentally unstable admirer for quite some time. Following this, her family called the police. The family was in the living room of the young couple's home, waiting for her return, when they learned that a burning car with a body inside had been discovered. Raphael stated that the evening before her disappearance was completely normal. The couple had gone for a walk after work, stopped at a store for groceries, ate dinner, and then went to bed together after watching TV. Catherine didn't seem scared or disturbed. However, a more thorough investigation reveals that her death happened earlier. Catherine was strangled around 2 a.m., most likely in her own bed, while sleeping. Her lifeless body was then placed in a car, driven a short distance from the house, and set on fire in an attempt to destroy evidence. However, Raphael Nowak had a solid alibi. He was at work since 5:30 a.m., and Catherine was asleep in bed when he left. The burning car was found between 6 and 7 a.m., however. Raphael was still at home at 1:30 a.m., which significantly shifted the case's trajectory. Raphael Nowak became the primary suspect in Catherine Wells Burr's murder. Evidence allowed Nowak to be detained pending further investigation. Raphael claimed Catherine was being stalked by someone who had repeatedly written to her, driving her insane. During the investigation, it was discovered that Catherine did have accounts on several adult websites, indicating a hidden side of her life that her close friends were unaware of. Intimate photos and flirtatious interactions with men were discovered, along with a letter from a secret admirer. However, no matter how long you try to hide the truth, it eventually comes to light. In an attempt to mislead the investigation and lead it down a false trail, Raphael forgot to destroy the evidence that showed his direct involvement in Catherine's death. Importantly, this provided the prosecution with a motive. When investigators examined Nowak's phone, they discovered that he had never stopped communicating or meeting with Anna Lagwinowitz, whom they had met frequently in recent months. In addition, it was discovered that the man had a financial interest. Shortly before Catherine's death, they both insured their lives for £123,000. Catherine and Raphael were the sole beneficiaries of the insurance contracts and received the payouts for each other. The receipt of substantial life insurance emerged as the primary motive in Catherine's death, while the arson of her car complicated the investigation. On the day of her disappearance, Catherine texted Anna Lagwinowitz. In addition, surveillance cameras revealed that a few days before the crime, Anna and a relative, her uncle, filled a full canister of gasoline at a gas station. As a result, a third party became involved in the case. Anna Lagwinowitz, 32, and her 38-year-old uncle Tadevzez Dimitrisin were arrested on suspicion of committing an intentional crime and setting fire to hide evidence. The trio planned the crime meticulously over several months. They meticulously planned the act, creating accounts on pornographic websites, uploading photoshopped images of Catherine, and fabricating and saving exchanges with various men, all to derail the investigation with a false trail. They couldn't ignore the indisputable evidence for long. When Raphael and Anna realized that continuing to deny was futile, they began blaming each other. The man insisted that Anna devised and carried out the plan to eliminate a rival because she was jealous. In contrast, she accused Nowak of committing the crime out of greed, hoping to secure the insurance payout in the house. In order to avoid detection, the conspirators spin a web of heartless lies around an honest and joyful young woman. They posted her fake profiles on websites where people look for casual, intimate encounters. The conspirators went to great lengths to conceal their crime, not only setting her body on fire but also creating a completely false backstory for her. They intend to portray Catherine as a promiscuous woman filled with secrets and desires. They convincingly portrayed a mysterious lover who could have taken her life. At 5:17 a.m., one of the conspirators sent a text message from the Wells Bar phone. On the day of her demise to this fictitious man, she stated that she was on her way to meet him. However, forensic experts determined that when the fire started in the car, Catherine was dressed only in her favorite nightgown, not in an outfit suitable for a meeting with a man. They discovered a missing pillow on her bed, and the only pillowcase was washed and hanging on a clothesline, leading the police to believe she had been suffocated. Detectives discovered a SIM card in Anna Lagwinowitz's car that was linked to the number Catherine was supposed to text that morning. Anna Lagwinowitz discovered notes she had written while seeking inspiration for messages allegedly sent by the mysterious person in his apartment trash bin. When Nowak fell in love with Anna Lagwinowitz, she realized the game was over. They both claimed Catherine's death was the work of a hired criminal. A week before the trial began, Anna Lagwinowitz asked a fellow inmate to secretly pass on a fake confession from an imaginary hitman who claimed Nowak paid him £20,000 to kill Catherine. Anna Lagwinowicz's story may have provided chilling insight into what happened to their victim. According to this fictitious hitman, Catherine's body was found in the car's trunk. Nowak was ecstatic that he had ended Catherine's life. Hitman wrote, "I helped him put her in the driver's seat. Nowak removed the tape from her mouth, and she put on her shoes. He buckled her seatbelt and kissed her goodbye. At 6 a.m. I approached Catherine's car and set it on fire, per Nowak's instructions." Rafal Nowak played the role of a loving boyfriend admirably in the days preceding Catherine's death, holding hands and kissing her in front of family members. He told her mother, Jane, "I have lost my world, I have lost my future." Rafal Nowak refused to admit his role in the young woman's death and went on to tell her mother, Jane Wells, that her daughter was receiving emails and text messages from an ex-boyfriend who said that if he couldn't have her, no one could finish the story. He even claimed she discussed taking her own life. "We are still Nowak," allowed the distraught Wells Bar parents to console him, who assumed he was also mourning the young woman he loved. Ruffal's acting was so convincing that Catherine's mother, Jane, hugged him after her death and gave him permission to call her. She stated that after the police informed her in the early stages of the investigation that he was viewed as a witness rather than a suspect, she made the decision to provide him with every possible support. "I figured if Catherine loved him so much and he was a member of our family, he deserved to come back." The lengthy trial began under the chairmanship of Justice Sharp. During the trial, the jury learned that the three defendants hoped to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and half ownership of a two-bedroom home in Mangold, Somerset, worth £137,000, following Catherine Wells Burr's death. According to the court, Rafal Nowak showed no emotion when police discovered the woman's body in burned car on September 12th. Anna Lagwinowitz, who frequently shook her head and laughed on the defendant's bench when Nowak suggested she was responsible for the crime, refused to testify. Tadevzes Dimitrisin also did not testify in his defense during the trial. Sharp told the defendants that the murder was a terrible, merciless crime, cold-bloodedly committed with a gross breach of trust. Neither of the three expressed any emotion during the sentencing. Judge Justice Sharp sentenced the three Polish nationals to mandatory life sentences with a minimum of 32 years in prison and no possibility of early release. "You took the life of a beautiful young woman who had everything she needed to live. All for money," Sharp said. Rafal Nowak, "The photos of you holding Catherine's hand the night before her death, buying groceries for what you knew would be her last dinner is incredibly chilling. Your emotions were directed solely at yourself. Anna Lagwinowitz, your actions were deceitful, manipulative, and cruel. You played a full role in this heinous crime. And your meeting with Tricia today was a profit-motivated murder. There were significant aggravating circumstances, but no mitigating circumstances." The judge went on to say that many tears have been shed in this court, but the only ones that should be shed are for Catherine and her family. Her mother, Jane, father Philip, and sister Lynn. The judge expressed heartfelt sympathy to Catherine's parents. They had no idea that Rafal Nowak's facade concealed a person devoid of remorse and decency. It was all about money. The judge stated that Nowak and Catherine had no ties that bound them together. They weren't married and didn't have children. Money, selfishness, and greed drove the crime against Catherine. In the case of Anna Lagwinowitz, it came from jealousy and a desire for vengeance. At the parents' request, Judge Justice Sharp read statements from Catherine's mother and sister. Her mother wept in court as her statement was read. It stated that Catherine was a caring, loving, genuine, generous, loyal, thoughtful, exceptional, an amazing young woman. She had a bright and promising future, full of potential. Phil and I, her parents, were extremely proud of the young woman she had become. Catherine's death was a cruel, calculated act of villainy, and the hatred directed toward her will haunt us for the rest of our lives. I never got to say goodbye, tell her I loved her, or hear Catherine say, "I love you, Mommy." She now considers Nowak to be an evil person who should spend the rest of his life in prison. Catherine's father, Philip, added, "We took him into our home. He became like a son and betrayed us all." Rafal Nowak, who was covered in tattoos, wept in the witness box during the trial, insisting he had nothing to do with his true love's death. A father of one with a wife and a teenage son in Poland told the jurors that everyone is blaming me for something I did not do. The court heard that Nowak was emotionless when police discovered Catherine Wells Burr's body in her burned car on September 12th. Last year, her mother, Jane Wells Barr, told jurors that after his initial release from police custody, he did not mention Catherine and instead requested a steak dinner. Mrs. Wells stated that as soon as they purchased a home together and obtained life insurance, her daughter's fate was sealed. "I told the cops there was a bounty on her life. Indeed, she had signed her own death warrant when she signed the mortgage. It was over." Thus, Rafal Nowak, a 31-year-old factory worker, was found guilty of the crime against his girlfriend, suffocated her with a pillow while she was sleeping. Afterward, he plotted with his secret lover and her uncle to receive a life insurance payout of £123,000 and a share of the house. His secret lover, Anna Lagwinowicz, 32, and her uncle, 38-year-old Ty Devotion Nutrition, drove Wells Burr's body to a remote location and set it on fire. It is believed that, like Anna Lagwinowicz and her uncle, 38-year-old Tadevzez Dimitrisin, who also lived in Taunton, Wells' body was transported in her Ford Focus to a remote location 7 miles from the city. They set fire to the car at 6 a.m. when Nowak had already arrived at work, giving him a solid alibi. The Royal Court of Bristol jury found Rafal Nowak, Anna Lagwinowicz, and Todd of Tadevzez Dimitrisin, all of whom are originally from Poland, guilty of the crime. The crime was the result of months of secret meetings and phone calls between Rafal Nowak and his Polish lover Anna Lagwinowicz, with Catherine completely unaware of her involvement in what turned out to be a love triangle. After the verdict, the accused spent months leading detectives on a false trail, creating fake profiles for the girl on adult websites and sending her messages from a supposed mysterious lover. Catherine Wells Burr's parents advocated for stricter immigration controls following her tragic death. Philip and Jane Wells, who separated after their daughter's tragic death, stated that Rafal Nowak, who was convicted of assaulting his wife in Poland, would not have been allowed to enter the UK if immigration rules were as stringent as those in the United States of America. They blamed the European Union and argued that the UK should tighten its entry requirements for foreign nationals. Jane Wells, 46, stated that people entering this country are not checked. "We had no idea Rafal had been charged with assault while he was in Poland. I am absolutely certain that our government must wake up and stop allowing such negative elements as Rafal Nowak to roam freely throughout the country." Catherine Wells Burr's family wept in court as the sentence was announced. The 3 perpetrators displayed no emotion. The criminal trio received life sentences with no possibility of parole. They now have their entire lives ahead of them to plan criminal schemes, but they will have no opportunity to put them into action. Thus, through their own efforts, the Polish immigrants exchanged their dreams of a successful and prosperous life for free prison cells. After the verdict was announced, the victim's mother gave her final words about her daughter. "She was a lovely girl. Absolutely stunning. We were overjoyed when she received her first-class degree from the University of Bath Spa. She was determined, hardworking, and beautiful. We don't know how to live without her. She had a lot to live for. She had so much potential. She had so much hope for a happy life, but she was robbed of it. We got robbed." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After committing the heinous crime, Victor Alexander Porterreal Mendoza went to the home of his girlfriend's father, Reina, to retrieve forgotten children's clothing. He took a tablet belonging to one of the victimized girls and pawned it at a nearby pawn shop for approximately 500 pesos. The next day, he spent the equivalent of $10 while on vacation with his best friend Crystal at the beach. During the outing, he admitted that he had done something wrong to his lover, but without providing any specifics. Crystal later stated that she deduced the gravity of the situation based on Victor's tone, words, and expression. She allegedly tried to visit the house to see if Reina and her children were okay. Victor, on the other hand, declined the visit, citing the disorder and the family's difficult emotional atmosphere. That was enough for the girl to conclude that she had done her best in the circumstances. Crystal did not report to the police. Concerned neighbors contacted the police after the smell of decomposition emanating from Reina and Victor's home became too strong to ignore or explain with rotting garbage or dead animals on the property. The pungent, nauseating odor was undoubtedly emanating from the newly relocated couple's home, where flies gathered at the windows. Reina and Victor had just moved into the house and had yet to make friends with the neighbors. No one had the couple's phone numbers or other contact information. Furthermore, no one had seen Reina, Victor, or the children in several days due to an inability to contact the homeowners, and the frightening smell alarmed neighbors who called emergency services. A few hours later, law enforcement officers picked up the door lock and entered the residence. Inside, they were met with a truly terrifying sight. The 4 lifeless bodies of Reina and her daughters were discovered in a room next to their mother, while the son was found hanging from a rung in a closet. It is unclear how the press got to the scene so quickly. But no sooner had the detectives identified and located the man who lived with Reina than a report with shocking details about the family's death aired on one of the major metropolitan television channels. While working in his workshop, Victor Alexander Portorial learned that police had broken into his home and discovered the bodies of 4 victims. When he realized he was about to be detained, he sent a message to the workshop owner. "I ended the life of the person I loved the most. She loved me with all of her soul, and I loved her without any arguments. This is a very sad story." In messages to Miguel Orania and Mariciani, he shared Reina's relatives' contact information and asked them to forward it to the police. He explained that he only trusted Miguel to express his deep regret for what had happened and asked him to convey to the biker club his final wish, to leave as a biker at the funeral, accompanied by a large motorcycle. Victor's last message, after which he stopped responding to Miguel, has made me doubt everyone. Everyone wants to save me, but it won't happen. I am leaving this damned world. I don't care what happens. I am leaving. See you later. Miguel Arania contacted the police, told them everything, and revealed that his friend had reportedly committed suicide. Law enforcement officers located Victor's cell phone and responded to the scene. Victor Alexander Portorial Owl did not harm himself. Furthermore, he didn't even consider it. He didn't feel any remorse or guilt for what happened. The man was aware that he would be apprehended and, in some ways, planned his arrest to ensure his safety. He gathered his essentials in his backpack and headed to a small park near the workshop. For a while, he sat pensively on the sidewalk beside the park. A passerby approached him and asked if he needed assistance. He shakes his head from side to side. He said he was fine, stood up, walked into the park, and lay down on the grass in this position, gazing serenely at the sky and placing his hands behind his head. Victor lay down for nearly an hour. Around 8 a.m., a national police vehicle arrived. He did not move or resist arrest. The arrest lasted less than 5 minutes. Reina Isabel's Encarnación was born in 1985 in the Dominican Republic. Reina's parents separated a few years after her birth. Her father left the family but continued to support his ex-wife and daughter. Later, Reina's mother met another man, and the girl gained a stepfather who gradually became another father to her. Reina formed a strong bond with her mother's new husband, while maintaining a positive relationship with her biological father. Both men treated her with kindness and concern. Reina grew up to be a curious and energetic child. She loved learning and attending school. Her father's house was nearby, and she saw him frequently. This intelligent and cheerful girl appeared to have a bright future ahead of her. After finishing school, Reina enrolled in university and began her studies in commercial law. At the same time, she applied to the Autonomous University of Santo Domingo with the goal of obtaining a second degree in medicine. But she was denied admission and had to postpone her dream until the following year. When Raina turned 20, she met Daniel Bowden, a man much older than her. Despite their considerable age difference, a romantic spark ignited between them. A few months into their relationship, Raina became pregnant, and they married. This union produced 3 children: Daniela, Aramina, and Angela. Raina had to give up her dream of pursuing a second higher education. At first, Raina and Daniel's marriage appeared ideal. However, as time passed, the age gap began to have an impact on their relationship, resulting in frequent disagreements. Daniel realized that their constant disagreements were detrimental to their children. After 8 years together, the couple decided to part ways. A long legal battle ensued, primarily over child custody. Unable to reach an agreement on their own, family court specialists intervened, deciding to conduct a psychological evaluation to assist the children in determining who they wanted to live with. The experts concluded that the father should be the guardian, based on his age, financial situation, and the opinions of the older children. However, the judge who made the final decision ignored the expert recommendations and awarded custody of the older children to Raina. Angela, Daniel's youngest daughter, was to be raised by one of his sisters. Tragically, this decision deprives the children of both a future and a life. The years that followed demonstrated that the judge should have followed the advice of experts. It turned out that Raina's struggle was about alimony rather than the children. After gaining custody of the older children, she immediately handed them over to her mother, believing this was the best option for everyone. She then filed a new legal dispute over alimony payments. Raina claimed that her ex-husband did not pay her any of the court-ordered money. Daniel countered that he had fulfilled all obligations, but he was unable to provide proof that the payments were made in cash. The legal battle lasted several months and ended in the mother's favor, with Daniel paying additional alimony. Significantly, during the second legal proceeding, Ren's mother testified on behalf of her former son-in-law, Daniel. She believed Daniel was a wonderful and responsible father who deserved better treatment. She emphasized that he and her daughter had spent 8 wonderful years together, with Daniel being a good, responsible husband and father. This is not to say that Raina abandoned her children entirely. She visited them almost every day at their grandmother's house and took them to her home on weekends. The rest of the time she enjoyed life to the fullest, making up for lost youth. Attending one of the parties, she met her new love, Victor Alexander Porteriel. It's unclear what drew the young woman to Victor. He was 2 years younger than Raina. On the one hand, Victor made a strong first impression. A mystically inclined young man with long black hair and glowing white contact lenses, a biker and a metalhead. On the other hand, he was a filthy, unkempt, introverted, and insecure man. These peculiarities did not deter the girl. The couple quickly moved in together after falling in love. Raina's mother accepted Victor. The young man won her over with his affability and numerous stories about difficult life situations he had encountered. He frequently and in detail described his difficult childhood, when his mother abandoned him in the care of a strict and harsh father. Unfortunately, manipulating the maternal instinct did not notify the children's grandmother. On the contrary, it made her like the manipulator more. Victor was born in 1987. He did spend his early years with his father. It is unclear if he was cruel to him. Victor learned to adapt to circumstances, even if they were uncomfortable for him, and no one in his environment noticed anything unusual about him other than his appearance. Since childhood, Victor was never in conflict. He excelled in school, graduating with honors. He couldn't go to university because his parents couldn't afford it. As a result, he began looking for work and quickly landed an internship at a motorcycle repair shop. Since then, motorcycles have become his passion. Victor eventually acquired a Harley-Davidson motorcycle and joined the subculture of motorcycle enthusiasts and fans, a quiet, law-abiding citizen who has never received a parking ticket. Victor, however, terrified those around him, always dressed in black, with eye makeup, painted nails, and frequently wearing white contact lenses. Very rarely did his control fail, revealing the lurking monster. Following the incident, a neighbor described how he accidentally saw Victor pottery while catching a neighbor's chicken, slitting its throat, and drinking the hot blood directly from the bird's wound. Raina and Victor took the kids on weekends and occasionally on weekdays. The grandparents were relieved to have a break from their 3 noisy and active grandchildren. They noticed that their daughter's new partner was caring and attentive to the children. Raina never complained to her parents about Victor, and they never appeared to disagree, which pleased her parents greatly. The only blemish on this idyllic scene was a disturbing piece of information they had accidentally discovered. Victor had a 10-year-old daughter, and her biological mother had obtained a restraining order that prevented Victor from approaching her. Reina's parents didn't understand why her mother would do such a thing. Reina's stepfather followed Victor around several times, but discovered nothing unusual or incriminating. The young man did not consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and he was either at home or at work repairing motorcycles. He was never rude to the kids, even when left alone with them. In other words, despite suspicions, he appeared to be a normal person. Reina's parents dismissed the restraining order as her birth mother's eccentricities and settled down. The tale ended when the aunt, who had been caring for Angela, the youngest daughter, informed Reina that she could no longer care for her. Around the same time, Reina's mother developed health problems, forcing the grandchildren to relocate from their grandmother's home to Reina and Victor's. Suddenly, the five of them found themselves in a small apartment. However, the circumstances were extremely favorable. Reina was offered a new job at a higher salary. The reunited family relocated to a spacious rented home with several separate rooms. A happy family life began with a spacious home-loving partner and their mother. Isn't that an indication that everything was going well? Perhaps it was, but Reina soon lost her job, and the family experienced financial difficulties. According to Victor's mother, she had to provide financial assistance to the young couple because they didn't have enough money for food or rent. Meanwhile, as a mother, Reina was unaware of her daughter's difficulties. Reina only brought the children to her mother's house on rare occasions, and she asked her grandmother to feed them well, which she gladly did. In addition to the financial issues, the couple began to experience strange and clearly unhealthy symptoms. Reina had never complained to anyone about anything, but their relationship was anything but normal. Victor appeared on the street with short, cropped hair, not long before the terrible events occurred. It turned out that the couple had a serious fight the night before, and Reina had cut off his long black hair in retaliation while he slept. Victor also admitted that Reina threatened to leave him with the children if he did not find a well-paying job within a month. On Saturday, February 3, 2018, Reina went to her mother's house to pick up the children, who had been with their grandmother since Thursday. Reina's mother noticed nothing unusual about her daughter's behavior. On the contrary, she was sociable, and when they were both in a good mood, they had time to talk over a cup of tea while the kids packed their belongings. The following day, early Sunday morning, February 4, the girl and her mother had a brief phone conversation in which they discussed current events and agreed to call back later. Reina never contacted her again. After numerous phone calls and text messages to her daughter and grandchildren, the woman called Victor, who also did not answer. So the silence and ignoring of calls continued for several days. Finally, on Wednesday, February 7, Victor responded. He assured me that everything was fine and promised that Reina would call back soon to explain everything in detail. He advised her not to worry and to wait for the call. The daughter never called back, and the parents realized that something terrible had happened. A day later, they received a call from law enforcement officers who told Reina's parents the horrific details of what had occurred. Victor Alexander began testifying immediately following his arrest. He did not hide anything and did not expect leniency. According to him, he had intended to end his life but changed his mind. He believed he needed to pay for what he had done. The detailed testimony allowed for a nearly complete restoration of the chronology of events. On Sunday morning, February 4, the roommates got into another big fight in their shared bedroom. Victor delivered several blows to Reina's neck, chest, and stomach. As a result, she died. He then locked her body in the room and sent Daniela, Reina's oldest child, to the store, requesting that she buy him a pack of cigarettes. While the girl was gone, Victor went into the children's room and strangled Reina's daughter with a necktie while she was sleeping. When Daniela returned from the store, he treated her exactly as he had treated her sister. He then moved the children's bodies into the bedroom he shared with Reina. At the time, young Armand was quietly playing in the small courtyard behind the house. Victor approached the boy and explained that his older sister had gone to the store and it was too late. So he'd take him to his aunt's house before heading out to find Daniela. Armand obediently followed Victor to his and Johanna Mendoza's house, leaving the boy behind. The man returned to the house, hoping to conceal the consequences of his actions. It appears that it wasn't until he returned to the house that he realized he couldn't hide the truth and that it would eventually be revealed. A few hours later, he returned for the boy and informed his aunt that Daniela had been located and that it was time to return home. Victor killed Armin at home by hanging him from a rung in a closet. The man claimed that he committed this crime because they were all in a difficult financial situation that he was psychologically unable to deal with. Victor's acquaintances confirmed that he had recently complained about financial disagreements among family members. Victor's mother told investigators that her son's financial problems had driven him to despair and compelled him to commit such a terrible crime. The couple was already in a difficult situation, which was exacerbated over the weekend when they did not receive their expected paycheck. Mrs. Joanna Mendoza, the accused's aunt, believes that the situation of my son, who was still a young man, being demanded money by a woman and her children, pushed him over the edge. However, the crime's extreme brutality was inconsistent with the severity of the mental illness. The preliminary autopsy report clarified the situation, revealing that all of the female victims were not only deprived of their lives, but also abused. An investigation by the public prosecutor's office revealed that the victim, Reina Isabel Encarnacion, had repeatedly expressed concerns to the accused on WhatsApp about the inappropriateness of intimate acts towards Angela while she was sleeping. In one of her most recent messages, the woman threatened her cohabitant that she would go to the police. Reina's mother told the police that the detained young man had always treated the three girls with kindness. However, he had a special relationship with Angela. He carried her in his arms, frequently placing her on his lap and hugging and kissing her. He even gave her a special nickname. Señorita. Investigators assumed Victor killed the family members not because of financial problems, but to conceal the wrongful acts committed against Angela. Forensic evidence revealed that Reina, as well as the two girls, had been wrongfully abused. The experts were unable to determine whether the wrongful acts were committed before or after their deaths, because the bodies were discovered at a late stage of decomposition. A psychiatric examination revealed that Victor has antisocial personality disorder, which means he lacks both guilt and conscience. The heinous crime outraged and shocked the entire Dominican community. The trial began in January 2019 and concluded in just 2 days. Forensic experts, investigators, and various witnesses testified, with much of the information coming from Victor's friends. For example, Crystal, the defendant's best friend, claimed that on the day of his arrest, he gave her all of his social media passwords and his mother's telephone number. According to her, it appeared that the young man intended to leave his life. Another friend of the young man claimed that Victor confessed the crime to him in detail a few days before being arrested. The friend, however, mistook the confession for a joke because it was so shocking. In general, everyone who had ever seen or met the accused was astounded by his actions. Neighbors, teachers, and co-workers all saw him as a quiet guy with a distinct appearance, nothing more. He didn't appear confrontational, was not known as a brawler, and, according to them, never spoke ill of others. He wasn't particularly social. Victor had only one diagnosis as a child, attention deficit disorder. However, according to his mother, the condition did not cause any problems for the family or himself. At the trial, 18 witnesses, including 2 forensic experts, testified. The latter revealed such shocking details that Victor's mother demanded the full force of the law against her son. Justice must be served. He has to pay for everything he has done. She said this in court. She begged Reina's family to forgive her for having such a son and shared their sorrow. Victor Alexander Portorial pleaded guilty in court to murdering Reina Isabel Encarnacion and her 3 children. He also apologized to the victim's family and the general public for the crime. I accept the facts. Not everything that was said occurred exactly as described. I realized that I couldn't go back in time and reclaim the lives I had taken. I apologized to the community and all family members for what had occurred. I contributed to my arrest because I realized that if I killed myself, I would be unable to pay for my actions. Victor Portorial stated calmly that the man received the most severe sentence imposed by the Dominican Republic's judicial system in 30 years. At the time, the sentence was spoken. He was only 30 years old, which meant that, under the right circumstances, he could be released from prison and live the rest of his life freely. This possibility prompted the National Congress to speed up updates to the criminal code. The country's 1844 code excludes cumulative punishment for multiple crimes. Victor Alexander would have received a sentence of up to 60 years in prison if the updated criminal code, which is currently being debated in the National Congress, had taken effect. The death of Reina and her children highlighted the need to replace the code as soon as possible. Nonetheless, justice prevailed, and the perpetrator received the maximum sentence. Reina's mother, speaking on various television programs, stated that she was pleased with the outcome of the case. The biological father of the 3 children who were taken is still unsure what happened. He claimed that the tragedy involving his children would not have occurred if the judge had listened to the experts and granted him custody. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The summer of 1985 in London was sunny and warm, with a strong sense of nature and tranquility. However, at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, Jeremy Bomber, heir to the White House farm, received a sudden phone call at his home. The young man, barely awake, answered the phone, wondering who could have called him so early. On the other end of the line was his foster father, whose voice was unusual. He was clearly in panic, and Jeremy couldn't understand his father's words. He tried to concentrate and figure out what had happened. However, his son's efforts proved futile. And then there was an eerie silence on the other end of the line. The last thing Jeremy heard from his father was, "Your sister has gone crazy. She has a gun and an alarm." Jeremy wasted no time in calling the police and reporting the frightening conversation. Emphasizing the potential danger from his sister, officers arrived on the scene an hour and a half late after receiving the call. They were followed by Jeremy. There was an unusual silence and stillness all around. This was suspicious given what the son of one of the farm owners had told the police over the phone. Because it was suspected that weapons were involved, the English police chose not to rush inside, as was their professional practice. The effectiveness of such actions can be debated endlessly, but it is ultimately up to the English authorities. When they arrive on the scene of call, they are usually unarmed and do not interfere with the situation, instead waiting for it to resolve itself or for a special unit to intervene. The police officers kept their distance from the house, while Jeremy remained close by. They asked him to tell them what had happened at the Bumper House the night before. According to Jeremy, they had sat around the dinner table as a family the previous evening. There was a minor misunderstanding at the end of dinner, but nothing major that could have resulted in such a tragedy. He also stated that he had left his weapons, a pistol and a .22 caliber carbine, with his parents. Both weapons were serviceable and loaded. A special team arrived on the scene and discovered that all doors and windows in the house were locked, with the exception of the window in the master bedroom on the first floor. They spent 2 hours using a loudspeaker to communicate with someone inside the house, but all they heard was a dog barking. It had been nearly 3 hours since the first police officers arrived on scene. At 8 a.m., the SWAT team finally entered the house where an eerie silence reigned. The group carefully moved around the first floor, inspecting each room. As they approached the kitchen, they saw chaos, including an overturned chair on the floor. A dead man lay in a pool of blood. It was Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father. Neville's body appeared disfigured, with bruises and abrasions on his arms and face, as well as a broken nose and jaw, indicating that he had fought hard. There was no way to help him. His chances of survival were completely eliminated after 8 bullet wounds, 6 of which were to the head. On one of the kitchen surfaces, there is a telephone with its receiver removed, as well as several rounds of .point caliber ammunition. The image shocked the police officers, but they had to proceed to thoroughly investigate the entire house. It was decided to inspect the first floor first, and then proceed to the second floor if no other family members were present. Every step had to be carefully controlled to avoid creating unnecessary noise. However, the creaky floor of the old house made this a difficult task. There was nobody else on the first floor. However, on the second floor, There are 2 bedrooms. 4 more bodies were discovered. June, Sheila, and 2 young boys, Daniel and Nicholas, were all killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, while Daniel and Nicholas had 5 and 3 shots, respectively. Sheila lay on the doorstep of her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. A total of 25 bullets were used to kill 5 family members. The number of bullet points prompted questions. Was it possible that someone had deliberately removed the bummers? And what was the motivation? Could it be that the real culprit was attempting to mislead the police? Answers to all of these questions were required, so authorities immediately began investigating and researching the history of all deceased family members, the history of the Bamber family. The county of Essex, with its natural beauty, is close to the noise in crowded London, where there is always an endless stream of tourists flowing. However, it retains its value in the eyes of the locals, providing a respite from the hectic capital. The county invites you to unwind in both your body and soul. Enjoy the fresh air, walk through endless green meadows, taste crystal, clear lake water, explore medieval castles, and immerse yourself in fascinating stories. These benefits most likely drew the Bamber family to Essex, where they chose to settle. June and Neville realized their dream when they purchased White House Farm. June married Neville in 1949 when she was 25 years old, and the couple moved to their farm with the goal of raising a strong, prosperous family. Neville, a Royal Air Force veteran who had completed his service, was appointed magistrate of the local court. However, fate dealt the couple several unexpected twists and turns. June's lengthy attempts to conceive proved futile. They did not give up, however, and instead chose to place their 2 children in an orphanage. So Sheila, at 3 months old, and later Jeremy, at 6 months old, joined their family. June and Neville were exemplary parents, filling their children's days with love and care. Their children received an excellent education from them in prestigious private schools. The Bummers' financial situation was extremely prosperous, allowing them to give their children every opportunity. Despite his brilliant education, Jeremy had a withdrawn personality and preferred solitude since childhood. His tendency to rebelliousness was evident in elementary school, where he performed poorly, prompting his parents to send him to boarding school in 1970. When Jeremy was 9 years old, English boarding schools were rigid, and he quickly realized that he would face strict discipline. The years at boarding school were difficult, but they may have helped shape Jeremy's character for the better. After excelling at university, he became more relaxed, and his parents were proud of him. After graduating from university, Jeremy's father, Neville, offered him a job on a farm in England. The young man accepted the offer right away, and in 1982, he returned from his journey that began after completing his studies. His parents provided him with comfortable living conditions, including a cottage, a car, and a decent salary. They also expected him to help them in their old age. Despite outward success within the family, Jeremy experienced tensions due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, experienced intense emotions because her children did not share her religious beliefs. Her attempts to lead them to faith were futile. She became depressed as a result of difficulties in her family relationships and frustration. She received treatment that included the use of electroshock, which was then considered a method of dealing with mental illness. Sheila Caffell, and Neville's daughter, had a significant impact on her mother's depression. Unlike her calmer brother Jeremy, she was fascinated by the fashion industry and wished to become a model. But June flatly denied the idea, saying she didn't want to hear about her daughter getting involved in show business. These were just a few of Sheila's many surprises for her parents. When she announced she was pregnant at the age of 17, June was faced with a difficult decision: either forbid her daughter from having a child out of wedlock, which was religiously unacceptable, or force her to have an abortion, which is also forbidden in the Christian world. In the end, June absolved herself of all responsibility and instructed Sheila to make the decision herself, but in such a way that no one in their family would ever know she had terminated the pregnancy. As a result, the mother and adopted daughter's relationship deteriorated. In 1977, despite her parents' objections, Sheila married Colin Campbell, the father of her first unborn child. The young men formed a family and had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, after a while, Sheila began to suspect her husband of infidelity and filed for divorce. This had a significant effect on her mental health. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric hospital, where she received electroshock therapy just like her mother. Meanwhile, Sheila's sons were sent to an orphanage, where they spent nearly 2 years. Sheila's health only deteriorated. She became anxious, frequently expressing a desire to end her and her children's lives, claiming that they were under the influence of Satan. She had paranoid schizophrenia, and Jeremy used to cause a lot of problems for his parents. He settled down and was content with his life on the farm. Sheila reunited with her ex-husband Colin in 1985, and the two took their sons from the orphanage. In August, Sheila and her children were invited to meet her parents at the bamboo house. They planned to stay for a week, after which Colin and the boys would travel to Norway. He brought Sheila and the kids to the farm, and on Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone congregated at the lovely White House farmhouse. It ended up being the Bamber family's last dinner. The Bummers' funeral took place a few days after the tragedy, and Jeremy, of course, attended. It was a difficult and bitter situation for him. He cried a lot and was stunned by what had happened. But it was on this day that the investigation took a new direction. Jeremy's strange behavior was noticed, and relatives of the Bamber family reported it to authorities. During breaks between bouts of grief and tears, he would say ridiculous phrases about himself as the boss. Those around him noticed a smile on his face, an unusual smile, but one typical of a contented winner. All of these observations and remarks were reported to the authorities, who decided to conduct a more thorough investigation. On this ill-fated evening, everything seemed perfect. A family dinner, a cheerful atmosphere, and a delicious meal. However, one comment made by Neville in June changed everything. The parents suggested that Sheila return the children to the orphanage, emphasizing her inability to provide them with a proper upbringing. This provocative suggestion irritated Sheila, who reacted angrily, stating that she was already thinking about it and would make her own decision. The warm atmosphere of the evening was disrupted. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy went home. At the same time, Barbara Wilson, the Bamboo Farm secretary, called about a work-related issue. When Neville answered the phone, Barbara noticed he was irritable. There were several loud voices in the background. People appeared to be arguing excitedly. Barbara was taken aback by the atmosphere, as such occurrences were uncommon among bummers. She was unable to determine the cause of the conflict. However, Neville abruptly terminated the conversation and hung up the phone. The next morning, all of the family members in the house had been shot. Jeremy was the only surviving member of the family, and he couldn't hold back his tears. The investigators were sensitive to Jeremy's emotions and gave him time to recover before beginning interviews. Before leaving the house, Jeremy shared all of the available information, including his sister's life difficulties and the dinner conflict on the evening of August 6. Given her mental state, Sheila's crime appears to be a desperate and most likely unconscious act, under the influence of a parental remark. She couldn't take the new invasion of her privacy and lost her mind, so she turned to gun violence, shooting the bummers, her children, and herself. Investigators were certain that was what occurred. During an inspection of the house, it was discovered that the crime that destroyed almost the entire family was committed by the Bambers' mentally unstable adopted daughter, Sheila. This was demonstrated by the weapon discovered lying on her body, pointing upwards toward her chin. The detective's subsequent actions appear absurd. The police decided to clean up the house and organized an unusual process of burning the bloody bedding and carpets on which the bodies were lying. The police wanted to rid Jeremy of the horrible memories of what had happened, and the weapon found at the scene, which could be used as evidence, was picked up by the officer with his bare hands. To avoid jumping to conclusions when reopening the investigation, the scene needed to be thoroughly examined. The first step was for detectives to inspect the weapon. Several people's fingerprints were found on the barrel, including the investigator, who appeared to pick up an important piece of evidence without gloves. The presence of Sheila and Jeremy's prints raised no questions. Jeremy confirmed that it was his hunting gun. He'd bought it legally. Sheila's fingerprints as a suspect in this crime were quite expected. However, it is important to note that the alleged perpetrator was shot twice in different parts of her body. How did she come to take her own life? And that's when things became clear. Julie, Jeremy's girlfriend, began to question his innocence. She contacted the investigators and provided them with some interesting information. On the night of August 7, Jeremy called her to report problems at the farm. However, when Julie attempted to learn more, Jeremy abruptly hung up. She also recalled Ames complaining to her several times before the tragedy about his family's fatigue with his in-laws. However, the most shocking aspect of her testimony concerned the bombers' will. It turns out that the bombers had left a will stating that all of their property would go to their children after their deaths, and that their mother would rewrite their share in favor of the twins, Sheila. This fact turned Jeremy against his sister. He did not like this prospect, and he openly discussed it with his friend. Furthermore, Neville's will stated that Jeremy would have to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the worst part was when Julie overheard him say that Jeremy fantasized about murdering his family and blaming it on the mentally ill Sheila. He showed some acting talent by portraying himself as a witness to the tragic drama in front of the police officers. According to Julie, she told the police about it not only to assist with the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge. After learning about Jeremy's mistress, Jeremy gave the police the name of a possible suspect in an attempt to cover his tracks and divert the detectives' attention away from him. He went after a plumber he allegedly hired to work on the property. However, this cunning plan proved ineffective. The plumber was discovered and interrogated, but his alibi was strong. The plumber not only did not understand why he was being questioned about the crime, but he also provided clear evidence that he was not present at the time of the incident. As a result, the suspect list was reduced to just one: Jeremy Bamber. Despite his temporary detention, the lack of concrete evidence resulted in his release. Furthermore, the police did not limit his travel abroad. Although it was known that following the inheritance, Jeremy's financial situation had improved significantly. Soon, he had left England for a vacation in central France, and a few days later, he easily sold his father's car. Jeremy's cousins demanded that the theory that Sheila murdered her family be reconsidered. They went to the police and the media, and the deputy director of the CID once ordered the Bamber cousins to leave his office when they asked him to consider that James Bamber had orchestrated the entire thing. After that, one of the brothers decided to investigate the scene in secret from the others. His strong doubts about Sheila's involvement in the murder prompted him to seek additional evidence. By then, Jeremy had gotten the keys to his parents' house and was living there alone. His cousin made it through the door and around every corner of the house, hoping to find new evidence, and his search was fruitful. In one of the closets, he discovered an unexpected item: a silencer for a .2 carbine with bloodstains. It was something that prompted him to draw new conclusions. The weapon's length, including the installed silencer, indicated that the assailant would be unable to turn it on himself and shoot himself. This implied that Sheila could not have been involved in the crime. After being shot twice and bleeding, she would not have been able to remove the silencer and hide it deep in the closet. But, assuming she fired without this additional device, a new question arises: why were there bloodstains on the end of the silencer? Thus, it only confirmed that it had been installed on the carbine at the time of the crime. On September 29, Jeremy returned home and was immediately arrested and charged with the Bamboo family's murder. The trial, which lasted 18 days, started on October 3, 1986. At Chelmsford Crown Court, Jeremy Bamber appeared arrogant as he took his seat in the darkness. Throughout the trial, prosecutors charged him with lying. The station's telephone technicians confirmed that Bamber's home phone line was busy that night. The medical examiner testified at trial that key injuries on Neville's body discovered by experts included several bruises, indicating that the elderly man resisted blows. The medical examiner concluded that Neville had been beaten with the same point by a .2 carbine. However, given Sheila's frailty and short stature, it is unlikely that she could have caused such severe injuries to her father before his death. It is more likely that Jeremy was capable of such an action. Neville's body was covered in bruises, and it was clear that Sheila had taken some blows during the fight. However, her body showed no signs of beatings or bruises. Jeremy's lawyers insisted that Sheila, despite her mental problems, was physically fit and capable of committing a crime. Her gun experience and excellent shooting skills were strong evidence that she could have committed the crime. They also noticed that Sheila's blood was fresher than that of other family members, which led them to believe that she had first massacred her family before killing herself. This could have been due to a realization of her actions, or, as the defense lawyer suggested, a reaction to the approaching police officers. After hearing these theories, the prosecution categorically rejected them. The silencer was discovered in the closet, along with Sheila's blood, but, logically, it should have been on the carbine. These statements were unquestionable. The defense was in a difficult position, with no additional arguments to counter the prosecution's case. The prosecution claims that Jeremy's anger at learning of the divided will motivated him to commit the crime. He planned the bloodbath for financial reasons. On the day of the incident, the housekeeper saw Sheila and noticed nothing unusual about her behavior the day before. 2 employees had seen her with the children and reported that she was happy and adequate. Barbara Wilson, the farm clerk, testified that she called Neville around 9:30 p.m. and believed she had ended an argument. Barbara reported that Neville was upset and appeared to hang up in frustration, which he had never done before. In her opinion, he was a calm man. Between 10:30 and 10 o'clock, Jeremy left his in-laws and went home. Late at night, he returned on the bicycle he had borrowed from his mother a few days before the events, steering clear of the main road to avoid being seen. Making use of an open window in a first-floor room, when Jeremy got inside, he discovered a pre-prepared and loaded gun. When he entered his parents' bedroom, he fired 2 shots that killed Jane. Then he pointed the gun at Neville, but his father awoke and attempted to defend himself. A struggle ensued, and the father and son went downstairs. Jeremy was able to kill his father in the kitchen. He then returned to the bedroom and killed Sheila and her children to make it appear that his sister was responsible for the crime. Jeremy placed the carbine in the dead Sheila's hands. He then returned to his bike and rode home. He first called his friend Julie, almost gave himself away with excitement, and then called the police to report his father allegedly calling. This call also prompted questions about the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he would have probably called the police rather than his son, and the phone in the bamboo house was not covered in blood. Even though, according to Jeremy's testimony, the father was most likely injured at the time of the call. This indicated that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed for staging. Jeremy's own actions also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father called him? After all, this was his family. Based on all of the known facts and assumptions, the jury retired to deliberate on its decision. Before doing so, the judge asked the jury 3 main questions. Who should be believed, Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber? It was also important to determine whether they were convinced that Sheila had not committed the crime. The judge emphasized that this issue was related to another critical question. Was the second fatal shot fired at Sheila with a silencer? If the answer is yes, it eliminates the possibility that she committed the shooting. Finally, Neville Bamber called his son in the middle of the night. The lack of such a call undermined Jason's entire version of events. On October 28, after more than 9 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Jason Bamber guilty by a majority vote that was close to the minimum required for conviction. He received 5 life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. Douglas Hurd, the Home Secretary, ruled in 1988 that Bamber should not be released. The case remains a source of contention, despite the lack of direct evidence proving Jeremy Bamber's guilt. He is serving his sentence, and there is speculation that a miscarriage of justice occurred, with his sister Sheila Bamber insisting on his innocence through appeals. His lawyer claims that the judgment was skewed due to Jeremy's aggressive behavior in court. Jeremy Bamber believes there is no evidence of his guilt, and there are numerous unexplained points in the case. Tests on Sheila's hands were not performed. There was police misconduct at the scene, and Jeremy's ex-girlfriend may have retaliated. Bamber requested a trial, which was held in 1991, but much of the physical evidence was destroyed by a police officer in 1996. Jeremy's defense team described it as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complicated and ambiguous. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the bodies were inconsistent with the use of a silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal requesting that all evidence be turned over to the defense under the guise of a lawyer, for which he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for fraud, seeking evidence of his innocence. Bamber created websites to discuss the case and offered a large reward for evidence that could overturn his conviction. The Bamber family's case continues to draw public attention, raising questions about the verdict's accuracy. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that took place in California. Corey Desmond, 28, went missing in Redondo Beach while leaving her bartending job on Valentine's Day, 2009. A few days later, her body was discovered in a plastic trash bag on the side of the road and in Running Springs in San Bernardino County. The police had differing accounts of what happened. However, after a few months, the investigation came to a halt. The breakthrough came after a woman saw a billboard with a picture of Corey and called the police. Corey Desmond was born March 18, 1980, at the Torrance Memorial Hospital, and she was the center of attention from the start because she needed to fight for her life. She had to undergo multiple surgeries due to a hole in her diaphragm, and her chances of survival were only 20. Miraculously, she not only survived, but thrived. Desmond's friends and family described her as a smart, self-confident young woman who was not afraid to express her opinions, was energetic, and had a lot of affection for the people she cared about. Desmond graduated from North Torrance High School and later earned a master's degree in criminal justice from Long Beach State. Unsure of her life's purpose, she changed her mind and decided to become a teacher. Her goal was to educate autistic children. A week after her death, she received a notice in the mail that she had earned her teaching certificate. She was adored by many people, including her friends. She was sweet at times, but tough as nails. She could command a bar full of customers whenever she wanted, and all the while she was singing one of her favorite karaoke songs, like Black Velvet or These Boots Were Made for Walking, and was once again the center of attention. Corey's secondary family, which she formed while working in various establishments, kept her coming back regardless of what her family wanted her to do. In 2009, Corey worked in a bar. On Saturday, February 14, she worked a shift that ended at 9:30 p.m. She then went 2 blocks to the popular bar and street lounge. Corey was well known among the bar's employees because she had friends who worked here. She was captured on surveillance cameras assisting her friends at the bar. She left only after it closed around 2 a.m. Following that, none of her friends saw her again on Monday, February 16, at around 2:20 p.m. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office received a terrifying call approximately 100 miles from the bar where Corey was last seen. The driver paused to remove the snow chains from the wheels. The man noticed a strong, unpleasant odor as soon as he got out of the car. He suspected the source of the stench was an animal hit by a car, but he decided to investigate. Not far from the car, he discovered something strange. He noticed a black plastic garbage bag with a woman's body inside. In a panic, the man ran out into the road, stopping cars and asking them to call the police because his phone's battery had died. They identified the victim using fingerprints and a driver's license. Corey Desmond, 28, was the victim of a brutal attack. The woman died of strangulation. She had multiple bruises on her face and neck, as well as injuries to the back of her head. Corey attempted to fight back because she had several defense wounds. Although the exact time of death was unknown, medical experts estimated Corey was on the street for approximately 36 hours before the man's pants were unbuttoned and pulled to her knees. However, no evidence of intimate contact was found. The first conclusion that investigators reached was that the location where the driver discovered Corey's body was not the site of her death. The criminal disposed of her body by the side of the road, hoping it would take some time to be discovered. Before the man discovered her body, the rain had destroyed all possible evidence. The most difficult aspect of a police officer's job is breaking bad news to the families of the deceased or missing. Corey was then living with her grandmother. The woman was shocked to learn that her granddaughter's body had been discovered in a garbage bag, and Mark was equally devastated. Corey's father, Mark, was fully aware of how the system worked. The police may delay an investigation for months because they require a warrant to conduct searches, interrogations, and fingerprinting. In some cases, time-consuming bureaucracy slows the criminal investigation process. As a result, Mark decided not to sit and wait for the police to find the person who had taken away his daughter. He chose to act. He claimed that his love for his daughter gave him the courage to look for the criminal. Mark discovered Corey's Jeep Wrangler in an alley near the bar where she worked. He also discovered that Corey had vanished on the night of February 15. Unfortunately, nobody knew about it. Grandma didn't panic because Corey was an adult who could spend the night with a friend or friends. In addition, she frequently worked late into the night and returned home when her grandmother was already asleep. Investigators searched the bar where Desmond worked for potential witnesses or leads. They spoke with other employees and learned that Corey had finished her shift at 9:30 p.m. and then visited another bar. Corey frequently did this because her friends worked at that bar and Corey would often pay them a visit at the end of the shift. She assisted at the bar or chatted with friends while sitting at the counter. In addition, it provided her with extra tips. Many bar patrons recognized Corey's face and mistook her for another employee. Surveillance cameras confirmed the visitor's words, capturing the girl assisting her friends at the bar. Unfortunately, a bartender's job entails more than just serving drinks and entertaining guests. After drinking alcohol, some people lose control of their emotions and behave inappropriately. Corey had the misfortune of meeting such a person that evening. According to eyewitnesses, she argued with a provocative man who bothered women and unceremoniously touched them, offering unflattering compliments. While everyone else remained silent and refused to confront this man, Corey stood up for the bar's customers. In other words, the girl told the man that he wasn't welcome there. The violent guest was furious but agreed to leave. Corey continued to assist her friends and serve drinks at the bar as if nothing had occurred. She consumed alcohol that evening, but it had no effect on her behavior. She left the bar alone after 2 a.m. with the intention of returning home. However, as we now know, a man discovered his lifeless body 100 miles from the bar the following day. Mark gave the police all of the information he could find. He appealed to everyone on television to report any relevant information for the investigation. Meanwhile, during a conversation with investigators, the police identified the man Corey had a disagreement with prior to her death. The man stated that he had no idea who Corey Desmond was. However, he did not deny having a heated argument with the girl in a bar on February 14. The man stated that alcohol made him uncontrollable, confirming that he was kicked out of the bar. He then went home to sleep. The suspect denied involvement in the crime. He agreed to a polygraph test and allowed the police to search his home and car. They carefully examined the suspect's vehicle. After all, there could have been traces like bloodstains, hair, or something from a quarry. The car was filthy both inside and out. Nonetheless, forensic experts found no evidence there. While searching the man's home, they discovered no evidence of his involvement in the crime. The investigators' last hope of catching the man in a lie was a polygraph test, which he passed without difficulty, answering all of the police's questions. In addition, his wife confirmed that he arrived home before 2 a.m. I immediately went to bed. Corey exited the bar around 2 a.m. This means that he was not involved in her death. As a result, the police removed him from the list of suspects, but there were no other persons of interest in this investigation. They investigated Korea's personal life to see if she had any enemies who could cause her harm. Investigators discovered another strange detail. The owner of the bar where Corey worked stated that she arrived that night and requested permission to use the restroom. But because the bar was closed, he declined the girl's request and advised her to return home. It was around 2:20 in the morning. What happened next remained a mystery because Corey never got in the car and did not return home. Investigators assumed she had been abducted or assaulted near her workplace. However, the bar's surveillance cameras did not capture this, and there were no witnesses on the street at that late hour. Corey died with a blood alcohol content more than 4 times the legal limit for driving. It was unclear whether she intended to drive or find another way home. Unfortunately, she didn't meet anyone who could help her that night. A month later, the investigation came to a dead end. The police investigated all versions and clues, but discovered no new suspects. Korea's father, Mark, was not about to give up. He rented 3 billboards along Artesia Boulevard in Redondo Beach. The billboards featured a photo of his daughter and the question, "Who killed Corey Desmond?" The man offered a $15,000 reward for any information that helped the police. "I'm going to leave them up there to let people know the guy is still out there." Mark Desmond said it might save someone to some extent. This story is comparable to that of Alexandria Camp. Roger, the latter's father, did everything he could to find the criminal, and billboards were crucial in solving the crime. If you haven't seen this story yet, please click the link at the end of the video. Corey's information was periodically displayed on 50 electronic billboards. Eventually, it produced results. When the phone rang at the police station in May 2009, Tiffany noticed one of the billboards featuring Corey's photo. "This woman helped the police solve this case," Tiffany spoke quietly. The woman was distressed and terrified. She rambled as if she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she focused and said, "Hello, my name is Tiffany. I believe my boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, murdered that bartender girl, Corey Desmond. Please check on him. He is behaving strangely, but I will tell you more when we meet." Tiffany called multiple times to set up a meeting with the detective. During their conversation in the park, the woman revealed her suspicions. According to her, on February 14, she and Tony planned a romantic Valentine's Day dinner. She spent the entire evening preparing for her date. Tiffany took the children to see their grandparents, went to a beauty salon, and purchased a new red dress. Tony enjoyed it when she wore red clothes. It drove him crazy. He was working that day but had to get home around 11:30 p.m. Tiffany waited for Tony almost all night. The woman attempted to contact him, but he did not return calls or messages. Tony returned home at 4:30 a.m., as if nothing had happened, and claimed he was too drunk to go home. He claimed he fell asleep in his car. Tiffany mentioned that Tony rarely cleans the interior of his car. However, after a few days, he purchased the entire set of cleaning supplies. He washed the car thoroughly without her assistance. The guy's behavior appears strange, but at the time, she didn't give it much thought. A few days later, Tony sold his white Dodge for nearly nothing and purchased another vehicle. He also changed his phone number for no discernible reason. A little later, they went on a joint trip to Big Bear Lake. They chatted the whole way, and everything seemed normal until Tony abruptly stopped the car on the side of the road. He turned to Tiffany and asked, "Do you think this dead girl, what was her name? The bartender was dumped here? I'm almost certain that the police found her body here." Tony Lopez Perez and Tiffany lived together for about 4 years. They had a 6-year-old son together but never got married. He was a hardworking individual who got along well with everyone. He has never had an issue with the law. Perez came from a large family of 8 siblings. Perez's parents grew up in the Los Angeles area, and he attended Manhattan Beach High School. Tony's absence on the day of Corey's death, cleaning and urgently selling the car, a strange trip, an equally strange comment about where the police discovered her body, a change of phone number, and strange behavior. Putting these facts together, Tiffany realized that Tony could have killed Corey Desmond. She did not want to believe it. The investigators decided to speak with Tony and went to his house to keep him from suspecting anything. Tiffany agreed to cooperate with the police and not tell him anything about the conversation. It appeared that they were conducting routine interviews of people to find witnesses in the Corey Desmond case. Tony appeared calm, like he had nothing to hide. He wasn't nervous as he answered all the questions. He said he didn't know her and had only seen Corey in the newspapers. However, hard evidence was required to charge Tony Lopez Perez with Corey's murder. Thus, the police discovered the new owner of Tony's Dodge, which he sold shortly after learning of his death. The new owner confirmed that Tony sold him the car at a low price. He allowed the police to search the vehicle for evidence. Tiffany claimed Tony thoroughly cleaned the interior before selling his car. However, when the experts applied luminol and used an ultraviolet lamp, it became clear why Tony Lopez Perez sold his car. The interior of the car was lit up in bright blue. Tony was asked to come to the police station. They kept the discovery a secret from him in order to keep him from fleeing. He initially claimed he had never seen Corey, but later changed his story, saying he saw her near the bar and whistled at her. When the police noticed the man changing his testimony, they showed him photos of the car he had sold and informed him that they had discovered crucial evidence there. This time, Tony claimed to have seen Corey outside the bar standing under a streetlight. She lost consciousness and fell to the sidewalk. He tried to help her, but she did not recover consciousness. Then he started slapping Corey's cheeks. Corey opened her eyes and began screaming. She told him to leave and asked him to let her go. According to Tony, he became scared, put his hands over her mouth, and accidentally strangled her. Fearing that he would be blamed for Corey's death, he placed her body in the back seat of his car and drove home. Perez claimed he awoke during the night and went outside to see if it was a nightmare. "I opened the door, and it wasn't a nightmare." Perez told detectives that it was true. Perez said he went back inside and tried to sleep. In the morning, he drove to work with Desmond's body still in the back seat. At the end of the day, he placed her body in 2 garbage bags, drove to a remote location, and left it by the side of the road. Tony claims what he did to Corey was an accident. He claimed he was drunk and scared. In his panic, he strangled her unintentionally, but Corey's injury indicated otherwise. She had serious injuries to the back of her head, bruises on her face and neck, and defense wounds on her hands. Furthermore, Korea's pants were down to her knees. Tony Perez was arrested and charged with first-degree deprivation of life. The next day, he showed the police where he had dumped the core of his body. In addition to Tony's confession, they now had DNA test results. Corey's blood matched that found in the car Tony sold shortly after committing the crime. Coroner Jack testified at the 2011 trial about the victim's multiple head contusions, strangulation evidence, and blunt force trauma to her face. Sheridan also claimed she had scratches on her body, implying the criminal dragged her after her death. Based on Korea's injuries, prosecutors claim Perez assaulted her and attempted to force her into intimacy on February 15, 2009. Corey resisted. Unable to get his way, Perez strangled her. Tiffany testified in the trial. She told the San Bernardino County jury that her ex-boyfriend Tony Lopez Perez had an insatiable desire for sex in January and February 2009. Even though they were making love almost every day, where claimed Perez was still unsatisfied. Tiffany also testified in court that Tony had twice engaged in sexual activity with her against her will. It occurred approximately 1 month after the birth of their son. Both incidents occurred while she was fast asleep on the couch after taking painkillers for severe back pain. Perez, who declined to testify at the trial, delivered his first statements to the court during his sentencing. He stated that he was taught to love and respect those around him, but that he occasionally strayed from this path. "I forgot the most important lessons I learned in life, which make me a man, a father, a loving uncle to many, and a responsible person who supports his family," Perez said. Ultimately, I fell short. He mostly stuck to the story his attorney, Andrew Hale, told during the trial, that he was scared and did not mean to hurt Desmond at all. He told a jury of 6 men and 6 women that Perez discovered her passed out on the sidewalk. He claimed he tried to calm her down and didn't intend to kill her. "I should have thought before acting." Perez said, "I should have taken a step back and cleared my mind. Fear took over. I was extremely scared and careless." Korea's father, Mark Desmond, stated that his daughter had a bright future ahead of her before her life was cut short at the age of 28. Tony Perez should live the rest of his miserable life, knowing that he killed his own children's hopes and dreams while killing Corey. Her father claimed that he represents all of the characteristics that women in society fear. Perez begged God in the court for mercy just before his sentence was handed down. "My heartfelt apologies to the Desmond family and to my own family. I have caused the Desmonds so much pain and sorrow that their lives will be forever changed." Beverly Desmond's grandmother commented, "I hope he never gets out on the street again. I hope he suffers as much as she did." In July 2011, a jury of 6 men and 6 women convicted Tony Lopez Perez, 36, of first-degree deprivation of life. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Corey Desmond's family thanked Tiffany Ware for helping the police solve this case. "If it hadn't been for her, I don't think they would have ever discovered it was him," said Leslie Schwab, a family friend who attended every day of the trial, along with about a dozen others in San Bernardino County. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in England on Christmas Eve 2020, when 26-year-old Ella Edwards was with her friends at the Lighthouse pub in Wallasey Village on the Wirral. Rather than a Christmas miracle, Ella had to confront real evil. Unfortunately, that evening marked the end of the beautiful young woman's life. Ella Edwards was 26 years old in 2019. She was a dental nurse as well as a cosmetologist at Nova Studio Beauty Salon. Her colleagues and many clients adored her. Here's how Tim Edwards, Ella's father, described her. "How can I describe her to people who don't know her? She was wonderful, beautiful, kind, generous, always looking out for others. particularly her family, bubbly, and always had a good laugh. She set her own goals and was achieving them with a positive attitude. On the evening of December 24, 2022, Ellie and her sister went to the Lighthouse pub after flying from Dubai to spend Christmas and New Year's with her family. She was supposed to meet her friends, and their surveillance cameras caught Ali's evening activities. She was in a good mood, hugging her friends and smiling. They danced, sang, and had a great time. However, someone who valued themselves above all decided to ruin this evening. Someone who did not value human life. Police received multiple reports of a shooting shortly after 11:50 p.m. Soon, police officers surrounded the area. Someone had fired at least 12 shots at the patrons of the pub, where Elle was meeting friends. Sue Coombs, detective superintendent, told a news conference on Christmas Day. Tragically, the victim, a 26-year-old woman, sustained a serious gunshot wound to the head. She was taken to Aero Park Hospital, but unfortunately died shortly after. Her family has been notified, and they are dealing with this tragic loss on a day that should have been spent celebrating with friends. It is still very early in the investigation. However, we do not believe that the victim in this case has been targeted. She was out enjoying Christmas with her sister and friends, which should have been a relaxing time. What her family is currently going through is incomprehensible. Witnesses described a gunman firing shots into the pub's front entrance before fleeing in a dark vehicle. Ella Edwards was the victim of the shooting. The police did not believe Ella was the intended target of the attack, which also injured 4 men. A 28-year-old man from a nearby Beechwood was treated for serious injuries, while the other men, aged 22 and 33, sustained non-life-threatening injuries. Elle's tragic death presented an unimaginable and heartbreaking challenge for her family. Tim Edwards awoke early on Christmas morning to the worst news any parent could ever hear. It didn't make sense to Tim. After all, he just spoke to his daughter a few hours ago. They discussed the meeting and decided to wrap Christmas presents together. Now the bereaved father sought answers, attempting to figure out how to go on. Meanwhile, the police were working tirelessly to apprehend and prosecute the criminal. They needed CCTV footage and witnesses who could share important information on Facebook. Merseyside Police Detective Superintendent David McCarran stated that we have a number of officers at Wallasey Village who are conducting extensive investigations to determine what happened and take immediate action. I would urge anyone who was in the lighthouse in Wallasey Village last night and witnessed the incident or has mobile or CCTV footage of what happened to contact us immediately, as they may have vital information for our investigation. We believe the gunman left the pub parking lot in a dark-colored vehicle, possibly a dark-colored Mercedes, shortly after the shooting, and we would like to hear from anyone who witnessed this to contact us right away. The police knew the criminal had fled the scene in a dark Mercedes. They discovered this information after reviewing CCTV footage. You can see Mercedes pulling into the parking lot next to the pub where Elle was with her friends. The driver parks the car to see who is inside the establishment and leave as soon as possible. The man observed everyone for a while. He then got out of the car and approached from the side to remain invisible. Moments later, he fired 12 shots, dashed to his Mercedes, and fled the crime scene. As a result, the police had to answer a few questions. Who was this man? Who was the target of the attack? What was the motivation? They began patrolling the streets near where the shooting occurred. Officers went from one door to the next, interviewing residents. 2 days later, police announced the arrest of 2 suspects but did not reveal their names. They were a 30-year-old man and a 19-year-old woman who were eventually released. According to the authorities' statement, the arrested man did not fire the shots. The police spokesman stated unequivocally, "We will not rest until the offenders are brought to justice." And by that I mean the person who pulled the trigger of the gun in the most indiscriminate manner, anyone who was responsible for arranging, facilitating, or harboring this individual, and anyone who continues to withhold information on who did this or where the weapon is. We will work tirelessly to find justice for LA and her family. The shooting was reportedly the result of a feud between 2 local rival gangs. It confirmed LA was a random victim and asked if he could directly link the shooting to a gang feud in Whirl. Critchley stated that there has been some escalation in this area over the last few months. The detectives determined that Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld were the intended targets of this attack, but we'll discuss them later, on December 29. The police arrested a 3rd suspect in this case, But he was not the one who fired shots at the Lighthouse pub's patrons. The man whose name was kept public was charged with conspiracy to commit a crime. The police were also able to locate the criminal's dark Mercedes, which he used to flee the crime scene, but the vehicle had some issues. Let's look at the CCTV footage from the evening of December 31. A week following LA's death, the bright, flashing light you see now is fire. The criminal knew that the police were only a few steps away from apprehending him, so he burned the Mercedes to destroy any evidence that the police might find there during a search. The Mercedes had become a pile of burned metal, but the police were able to identify it. It turned out that the criminal stole this car, most likely to use it to commit a crime. Almost 2 weeks later, on January 11, police announced the arrest of 2 additional suspects. They arrested a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman in Central Wales. The man was named Connor Chapman, and he had a lengthy criminal record. These 5 photos show him at various times. In a matter of years, Chapman went from petty criminal to the main suspect in Lee Edwards' death. Here are a few of the offenses for which he has previously been arrested: aggravated carjacking, threatening behavior, burglary, disorderly conduct, and a high-speed chase that ended with him hiding in the bushes and telling officers he was waiting for his mate. Growing up in the woods, he spent most of his time in Birkenhead with his grandparents. Chapman went to Woodchurch High School, but left before taking his exams. He first appeared in court in 2014 when he was around 14 years old for shoplifting. In 2016, the young man faced criminal charges for being on enclosed property and driving a stolen car. Next, he violated his conditional discharge by driving without a license or insurance. Then, in 2017, he was charged with car theft, illegal substance possession, and violating a criminal behavior order, which barred him from traveling to certain parts of the world. In 2018, the police detained him again for possessing a prohibited substance and carrying a cold weapon in public. During the same year, the general public became aware of Chapman's name after he first appeared strangely on the pages of local newspapers. After an unsuccessful attempt to flee a police chase, officers noticed the stolen Audi and attempted to stop it, but the driver disobeyed. Chapman, who was 18 at the time, was speeding at 60 mph in a 30 mph zone while attempting to escape. He flew into oncoming traffic and then crashed into a curb, forcing him to abandon the car and flee. When the police discovered him hiding in the nearby bushes, he stated, "I'm waiting for my mate." Chapman's lawyer claims he is influenced by older peers and has struggled with his own health issues, such as ADHD and other medical diagnoses. Chapman admitted to reckless driving, aggravated vehicle theft, driving while disqualified, and violating a criminal behavior order. The court sentenced him to 8 months in a Young Offenders Institute and a 2-year and 4-month driving ban, passing the sentence. Recorder Mary Lauren told him poignantly, "You have a bad record despite your youth, and you have been given every opportunity. You show no regard at all. Other people with this diagnosis do not behave in the same way that you do. They do not cause a nuisance to the public in the same way that you do." By the age of 18, he had 14 convictions for 30 offenses. As a result, it is reasonable to assume that this man had no intention of improving his situation. Unfortunately, there were no legal grounds to keep him isolated from society for a long time. In January 2020, the court sentenced him to 10 months in prison for possessing stolen goods and carrying a cold weapon in public. According to records, Merseyside police issued public appeals for information on his whereabouts on 5 separate occasions while he was a wanted man. Chapman once claimed that he was in custody more than he was out. By the age of 20, Chapman had 19 convictions for 43 offenses. In summer 2022, he got out of prison. Edwards passed away after about 6 months. His first child was born while he was still in prison, and a second daughter was on her way. He told the jury that he wanted to start over and become a better person, but these were empty words. Chapman turned out to be a member of a local gang. He sold illegal drugs, robbed another home, and stole 2 electric motorcycles. But his most heinous and devastating crime was yet to occur. On December 24, 2022, during a dispute between organized crime groups based on the Woodchurch and Beechwood estates, Chapman armed himself with a Scorpion submachine gun. He waited for Kieran Salkeld and Jake Duffy, members of the rival gang outside Wallasey's Lighthouse pub, for 3 hours. Chapman fired 12 shots just before midnight. Both Salkeld and Duffy were seriously injured, but they survived. Unfortunately, when Chapman fired the gun, Lee Edwards, who was enjoying the evening with close friends, was next to Sol when 2 bullets struck her in the head. She didn't know Salkeld or Duffy. She just happened to be present during an attack on them. On January 25, 2023, family, friends, and hundreds of others attended Lee Edwards' funeral. Locals lined the streets in the rain as mourners arrived for the 12:30 p.m. service. The funeral procession was led by a hearse with a floral tribute stating that Ella's coffin was transported in a carriage pulled by 4 white horses. Pallbearers, including her heartbroken father Tim, carried it into the church, topped with a floral display. Her grandfather George delivered a message to the mourners, encouraging them to leave the church with hope. The Lighthouse Pub was closed that day as a mark of respect. According to a statement posted on the pub's Facebook page, Ellie and her family have been on our minds for several weeks. This is especially true right now. May she rest peacefully. Tim stated that he hoped to establish a foundation in his daughter's name to help reduce gun violence. He stated that there are no winners in gun crime. If you pick up a gun, your future and the futures of those around you are over. It's dead simple. It's completely pointless and solves nothing. I want to see a positive outcome from this. Ellie's name will be used for positive purposes in the future. She cannot be forgotten. Connor Chapman was charged with numerous offenses, including causing the death of Lee Edwards, but he had an accomplice. Police charged 20-year-old Thomas with possessing a prohibited weapon and assisting an offender. The detectives discovered that after shooting at the Lighthouse Pub's guests, Chapman drove the stolen Mercedes to Barnston, Merseyside, where his longtime friend wearing it lived. The surveillance camera there captured Chapman walking down the road and picking up the crime scene weapon after it had fallen to the ground. Although the crime weapon was never found, police discovered Chapman's DNA in a mixed sample on a bullet casing discovered at the scene and a red glove recovered from Waring's home, which matched one worn by the gunman in a taxi ordered under a false name. Around 5 a.m., Chapman returned home to Woodchurch, Merseyside via a vague pickup point on Christmas morning. To cover up their heinous crime, the men drove to a remote location on New Year's Eve and set fire to a stolen Mercedes. Thomas Waring was found guilty on all charges. In July 2023, the court sentenced him to 9 years in prison. Now I'd like to say a few words about Jake Duffy and Kieran Salkeld, who were the targets of the attack. They were both wounded but survived. In this case, they were the victims. However, a closer look at their way of life reveals that they were on a dangerous path. They were part of the Beechwood gang on December 23, 2023. Chapman had injured them the day before at the Lighthouse Pub. Duffy and Saul killed and beat up another criminal affiliated with a group that included Connor Chapman. While Chapman was awaiting sentencing in the shooting case, the two were already imprisoned for their crimes. Salkeld received a 27-month sentence for assault and 9 months for being afraid to run concurrently. Duffy was sentenced to 2 years for assault and 9 months for a fray that would run concurrently. The court has also issued injunctions against them, the full list of which is displayed on your screen. Commenting on the injunctions, Chief Inspector Tom Welch stated that gang-related activity has a profoundly negative impact on those who live or work in areas where these criminals conduct their business, often recklessly and with complete disregard for others. The gang injunctions served on Duffy and Salkeld are part of our ongoing and relentless efforts to combat serious and organized crime in Birkenhead. Our local officers are well aware of the prohibitions detailed in these injunctions, and they will strictly enforce them. If either man violates the law, we can act quickly to arrest him and return him to court, where he may face prison time. We are using all available powers and legislation to disrupt and deter gang activity, but we can't do it alone. We need communities to report any criminal activity in their area so that we can get criminals off the streets. Together, we are always stronger. However, before the story of the shooting began, the court prohibited Chapman from entering the area surrounding the Lighthouse Pub. Nonetheless, he chose precisely this location to commit the crime that resulted in the death of the innocent young woman. Perhaps many countries around the world should have stricter laws and more effective methods for influencing people who pose a threat to society. This is my subjective opinion. However, you can express your personal opinion in the comments section. Connor Chapman denied everything. He claimed that the camera at the Lighthouse Pub captured another man, not him. He claimed he was at home wrapping Christmas presents, but the evidence suggests otherwise. During the 3.5-week trial, the jury heard about events leading up to the incident, including a feud between Chapman's Wood Church, a state-based gang, and a rival group centered on the Beechwood estate, which is home to Saul and Duffy. Investigators discovered that after committing the crime, Chapman planned to flee to Spain by car ferry. Before he could do that, the police searched his grandparents' home, and the man knew they were close to catching him. As a result, he chose to flee to Wales, rather than risk his life on a car ferry. That is where the plainclothes officers later arrested him. During the trial, Chapman admitted to having access to the Mercedes seen on CCTV footage, but stated that it was primarily used by him and other gang members to trade illegal drugs. He claimed other people had access to the Mercedes and that he wasn't driving it that evening. He admitted to burning the car, but said he did so after realizing someone from his gang had used it in the shootout. Outside court, LA's father, Tim, expressed his hope that his daughter's killer would never see Christmas again. "If I'm lucky enough to be around for a long time, I'll do everything I can to ensure that he never leaves jail." He stated that the jury of 7 women and 5 men reached a unanimous decision, following 3 hours and 48 minutes of deliberation and 3.5 weeks of trial at Liverpool Crown Court. They found Chapman guilty, passing sentence. Mr. Justice Goose informed him about what you did. Connor Chapman was both wicked and shocking. You murdered Ellie Edwards, ending her young life. You spent the days following the incident removing or destroying evidence that could identify you as the gunman. It's absolutely shocking. You meticulously planned a revenge attack in a gang rivalry. You had no regard for anyone else. The risks of what you did were both obvious and high. On July 7, 2023, the court sentenced Connor Chapman to life in prison with a minimum of 48 years before he could seek parole. During the verdict announcement, Ellie's family breathed a sigh of relief and whispered yes. Her father, Tim Edwards, also went on air to answer questions from journalists. Tim said some crucial words. "I believe Elle's legacy will hopefully inspire people to be more positive. She was a caring person who would devote more of her time to others than to herself. If she can be remembered for that, as well as her warmth and the happy-go-lucky life she was leading at the age of 26. She would not want you to sit around moping and going downhill. She would not want that. She would not want that. She wants you to live your best life." That was how she approached or interacted with others. She would uplift your spirits. I was lucky to be her father, but we were also close friends. So there are a lot of good memories of laughing and doing stupid things together that you can't print. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in Malaysia in 2003. Canny Ong, 28, went missing from the parking lot of a metropolitan mall after eating dinner with friends. Her family filed a missing person report with the police, and authorities soon made a shocking discovery. Many Malaysians still remember Canny Ong's story. This tragedy has shaken the country not only because it was so terrible and absurd, but also because it occurred in a well-known and prestigious mall with surveillance cameras. Canny Ong Lay Kian was born in Malaysia on July 18, 1974. She was the younger of 2 daughters and had a close bond with her parents. In 1995, Canny traveled to the United States to further her education and pursue a career in information technology. Living in the United States, she met a man named Brandon. He was a U.S. citizen and ethnic Chinese whose parents immigrated from Singapore more than 20 years ago. Canny and Brandon were friends at first, but their friendship quickly evolved into a romantic relationship. Brandon became a very close friend to Canny. He tried to support her in everything and help her. In 2001, the couple married. Canny had achieved her professional and personal goals. In 2003, she worked as an analyst in San Diego, was planning for the future with her husband, and wished to become a mother. However, that year, a series of events culminated in horrific events. Canny's father, B. Zheng, was diagnosed with cancer in 2003, so she decided to return to Malaysia to see him and support her family during this difficult time. The date was June 1, 2003. Canny arrived in Malaysia with Brandon. Brandon returned to the United States in a few days. while Canny remained in Kuala Lumpur and spent the majority of her time caring for her father, who was receiving treatment at one of the capital's clinics. Every day, she spoke with Brandon on the phone for hours. They discussed everything, including their 2 cats, and she chastised him for overfeeding them. It almost sounded like they were discussing their children. His father had his kidney removed, but fortunately his health was improving. He was recovering. That is why, on June 14, 2003, Canny planned to return to the United States. The day before her flight, she invited her mother Pearlie, sister Elsie, and close friends to a farewell dinner at a restaurant in one of the popular malls. That evening, June 13, 2003, Canny and her mother arrived at the designated location later than others. I couldn't find a parking spot on the street in front of the mall. Canny had to drive through the underground parking lot, which was not free, but Canny's mother was concerned about something other than the fee. However, the parking lot was not well lit. They left the car and went up to the 2nd floor, where the restaurant was located. Canny was delighted to see her childhood friends. She hadn't seen some of them in a long time, and they had plenty to talk about. In a few hours, she started to notice that she looked tired. She asked her mother if she wanted to go home. Pearlie responded that she had a very busy day and did not mind leaving, assuring her friends that she would return soon. Canny rose from the table with her mother and sister, Elsie. The 3 of them went to the machine to pay for parking. The payment terminal was on the 1st floor of the mall, and as I mentioned, the parking was underground. Standing in line for the terminal, Canny realized she had left a parking ticket in her car. She instructed her sister and mother to remain in line and went down to get the ticket. The terminal queue was gone, but Canny hadn't returned in 10 minutes, so her sister started calling her. The first call went unanswered, and the second was directed to voicemail. Something was obviously wrong. Elsie and Pearlie arrived in the parking lot. Surprised, they discovered that Canny's car was no longer there. They circled the parking lot several times. After that, they were certain that Canny had vanished with the car. Pearlie was certain that something had happened to her daughter because Canny wouldn't drive off without saying anything. The parking lot was poorly lit, but surveillance cameras could provide some answers. The mall security initially refused to show the footage to Canny's relatives, but eventually gave in after her mother begged for assistance. Around midnight, Pearlie and Elsie sat in front of a monitor, watching the footage that shocked and confirmed their worst suspicions. The footage showed Canny's car exiting the underground parking lot at high speed and breaking the barrier, while someone else drove it. The video quality was not satisfactory. However, it was clear that the person in the driver's seat was most likely a man, and Canny was sitting next to him in the passenger seat, her body tucked against the door, trying to keep as far away from the driver as possible. Pearlie went to the police station right away after seeing the footage and filed a report of her daughter's disappearance and kidnapping. The police launched an investigation, and Canny's family and friends drove all over Kuala Lumpur, hoping to find her car, a purple Proton Tiara. Meanwhile, Brandon, Canny's husband, began to realize something was wrong. He called the wife several times but was unable to reach her. He called her mother, and she told him what had happened. Canny's disappearance shocked Brandon. Pearlie overheard him crying over the phone. Only at dawn did Canny's friends and relatives return home. Unfortunately, their search was unsuccessful. The police were spreading information about the disappearance and conducting their own search, which did not provide any hope. The footage from the mall parking lot where Canny was kidnapped did not help identify the man driving the car. It's been more than 72 hours since his loved ones last saw her. The authorities knew that if Canny Ong had been kidnapped, it was not for ransom, because if money had been the motive, the kidnapper would have come forward long ago and demanded ransom. And this situation did not look good, as evidenced by a sinister discovery made by the police the same day. Canny's car was left on a city street. The front right tire was in such bad shape that it was safe to assume the car had been driven with a flat tire for quite some time, and as a result, it was literally ripped apart. In the back of the car, on the passenger seat, there was a big red stain. Forensic experts collected scrapings from the back seat, fingerprints from the steering wheel, and other car parts. There was plenty of evidence in the car. I'll talk more about it later. Canny's family and friends have not given up hope, and we hope she returns home safely. Unfortunately, the next day, after the car was discovered, all their hopes were dashed. On June 17, a road worker detected a strong, foul odor emanating from a manhole near a highway. When he lifted the lid, he discovered a body that someone was attempting to burn with 2 car tires and sticks. A team of leading forensic experts from the Royal Malaysian Police arrived on the scene immediately and discovered car tires filled with concrete that had previously been used as road sign stands lying on top of the body. Whoever hit it was trying to make it difficult to identify. The family's worst fears were confirmed after the body was discovered, but it was stated incorrectly that she will not believe her daughter is dead until she receives confirmation. Until they do, we will continue to hope she is found alive. She said the family was going to the morgue. However, the doctor stated that they could not confirm whether Canny Ong's family members had DNA samples taken for comparative analysis. The results of expertise fulfilled Canny's parents' worst nightmare. The body discovered is undoubtedly that of their daughter. According to some sources, even before the DNA test results could help family members identify the jewelry on the body, Pearlie, a loving mother, believed and hoped that her daughter would live to the end. It's difficult to imagine the emotional torture she had to endure. The autopsy revealed that Canny suffered stab wounds in her abdomen. A medical forensics expert also discovered signs of strangulation. A cloth was tied around Canny's neck in several knots. In addition, semen was discovered inside her body, which served as a source of DNA. A few days after the body was discovered, an event occurred that raised numerous questions about the work of law enforcement agencies. Subramaniam Ravichandran, an undercover police officer, reported to his superiors that on the night of Canny's disappearance, he and his partner were patrolling the streets of Kuala Lumpur at night on their motorcycle. Both he and his partner were dressed in civilian attire. They noticed a car parked in the wrong spot, taking up half of the road, and decided to stop near it to see if anyone was inside. Walking up to the driver's door, Ravichandran noticed a man behind the wheel and a woman next to him in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window. And when the man behind the wheel lowered it a third of the way down, he showed him his police ID and asked what he was doing there, to which the driver replied that he was simply sitting there and chatting with his girlfriend and was not doing anything illegal. Following these words, the police officer requested that both the drivers and their companions' IDs be checked. While the man behind the wheel was handing out the documents, the woman in the passenger seat made strange hand signals. It appeared that she was asking for assistance. Every time her assumed boyfriend turned to face her, she came to a halt. I noticed the officer asking the driver to get out of the car. The driver reacted angrily, telling Ravichandran that he was not a police officer but a thief. Following these words, he raised the window and reached for the key in the ignition. When the policeman realized the car was about to drive away, he took out his pistol and shot the right front wheel, causing the car to speed away. Ravichandran and his partner began a motorcycle chase, but they were unable to catch up to a car with a flat tire. This is the official version. Given the state of affairs in Malaysian police at the time, it was unsurprising that the officer on duty did not call for reinforcements or notify anyone about what had occurred. That car with a flat tire was the purple Proton Tiara, Canny Ong's transport, and it will be discovered abandoned in a few days. Even though the chase did not end in the police's favor, they now have documents from the driver. The driver was Ahmad Najib, a 27-year-old Rs, and the passenger was Canny Ong. And if the officer in that situation had behaved differently, perhaps Canny would still be alive. Unfortunately, Ravichandran informed his higher-ups about the situation only after Canny's body was discovered. The officer's possession of documents on the suspect was most likely the only positive outcome of that night. Aside from Canny's family, many Malaysians came to say goodbye to her. Brandon was devastated by the death of his beloved wife. Meanwhile, police began searching for Ahmad Najib. As it turned out, he never lived at the address listed on his documents. But his name was real, so there were several ways to find him. The police began looking for the name on the documents in the Registry of Documented Marriages. A match was found at the National Social Support Agency. Ahmad Najib bin Aris was born and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 brothers and sisters in the household. He dropped out of school so he could work and help his family. In 1998, he went from Muar to Kuala Lumpur. Later, he married and had 2 children. Since 2000, he has been a cabin cleaner for Malaysia Airlines. The police began surveillance on his wife after learning her name and workplace. She worked at one of the metropolitan banks and waited until her shift ended. Police officers disguised in civilian clothes followed her and discovered her home address. The police now knew where Ahmad lived, but they needed to ensure that he was inside the house to avoid scaring him. They kept an eye on the house for 3 days, but when the investigators began to doubt Ahmad Najib's ability to live with his family, he disappeared. However, these were hasty conclusions. On the 4th day of surveillance, around 4 a.m., they noticed a cab pull up to the house, and Ahmad Najib got out. Only a minute later, he was handcuffed and led to the police station for questioning. Information about the arrest and the suspect's identity spread quickly in the press. Many people who knew Ahmad Najib couldn't believe he was responsible for Kanyong's kidnapping and death. He was a devoted husband and father of 2 children, and he gave the impression of a good man. However, officers soon realized that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Najib remained calm throughout the first interrogation, stating that he was only willing to speak with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. He started to deny his guilt. Only after he was presented with evidence linking him to Kanyong did his confidence gradually wane. At first, he was shown 2 IDs that he had given to the officer on duty the night Kani was kidnapped. The officers then stated that they discovered blood spots on his jacket and jeans, and DNA analysis would almost certainly show that this was Kanyong's blood. It wasn't until Najib realized that the officers were not faking it, and that they had irrefutable proof that they were not bluffing, did he admit that he kidnapped and murdered Kani in 10 days, beginning on June 23, 2003. Ahmad was taken to court, where he reiterated his confession. During the next few days, the police conducted an investigation in which Najib showed all of the places where he was with Kani and explained in detail how and how many times he forced her to have intimate relations with him, as well as how he killed her and attempted to dispose of her body. They discovered evidence to back up Najib's claims in every location where he led the police. The cameras captured Ahmad Najib in the underground parking lot where it all began. According to him, he was waiting for his former boss who fired him and wanted to exact revenge. It is worth noting that the version about the former boss has not been confirmed. By hiding in the dark, he noticed Kani looking for something in her car and decided to take advantage of that. He pushed her into the car and threatened her, telling her that if she tried to flee or call for help, she would regret it. Kani fell into a trance and obeyed all of his commands. Then he got into the driver's seat and drove out of the parking lot at high speed, breaking the barrier. After stopping in an industrial area, he began harassing Kani, but just then, a police officer dressed in civilian clothes approached the car. Najib was attempting to persuade the officers that he only realized he had kidnapped the wrong woman when the officer asked to see their IDs. Even if we assume he intended to kidnap his former boss, this does not absolve him of guilt. Without a doubt, she would have met the same fate as Kanyong. According to his words, Najib escaped the pursuit. Even though the officer had his documents, he didn't think to let Kani leave. He pulled over on the road to replace a tire that had been punctured by a bullet. A car with a woman inside was parked near where he had stopped. He walked up to her and asked for a jack. He wanted to change the tire, but then he noticed that Kani was signaling the woman with her hands, who had landed him that jack, so he abandoned the idea and drove away. A short time later, he arrived at a deserted location and forced Kani to have an intimate relationship with him by threatening her with a knife. Then he drove to another district, forcing Kani to satisfy him yet again. Both of them were in the back seat, and Kani begged him for mercy. Instead, he ended her life. Then he hid her body in a manhole near a highway, drove a car to another location, and abandoned it there. After 16 hours, he returned to the location with a gasoline canister and attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime. DNA testing confirmed that the cement discovered inside Kanyong's body belonged to Ahmad Najib Ben Aris. His DNA and fingerprints were also discovered in the car, providing additional irrefutable evidence of his guilt. The experts also determined that the blood found on his jacket and jeans belonged to Kanyong. The trial began on September 15, 2003, only 3 months after Kani's death. This case became one of the most contentious in Malaysia, attracting a lot of attention from the media and the public. Such a high-profile trial has attracted not only ordinary Malaysians and journalists, but also those who, in my opinion, decided to make a name for themselves, namely attorneys, of which Najib had plenty, despite the fact that he admitted his guilt during the investigation, and there was more than enough evidence of his crimes, including DNA evidence, after consulting with 6 of his attorneys. Najib did not plead guilty in his first trial, telling the court that he confessed under police pressure. However, The judge before whom Najib confessed shortly after his arrest testified that there were no signs of physical abuse on the defendant at the time of confession and that he was calm and relaxed. With that in mind, the attorneys changed their strategy and began arguing that Canny was in the car with their client at her own volition. Attorneys attributed it to the fact that Canny, who holds a black belt in Taekwondo, did not attempt to escape. This attempt to blame the victim for not escaping was rejected because everyone responds differently to critical situations. But they did not stop there. Then they came up with a new version, claiming that Canny became intimate with Ahmad Najib voluntarily and died of strangulation, which was used to heighten the sensations during the intercourse. But this version was challenged and denied by forensics experts. The cloth around Canny's neck was tied in multiple knots, indicating that Najib had no intention of loosening it. In fact, the cloth was tied so tightly that the skin beneath it was the only part of the body unaffected by the fire. But that is not all. The cloth was designed for wiping plane windows, and given that the defendant worked as a cabin cleaner, this linked him even more to the crime, not to mention the fact that the lawyers couldn't explain the stab wounds on Canny's body. At that point, Najib's attorneys ran out of ideas and advised him to remain silent and not testify. Many people wondered why Canny didn't get out of the car when she had at least 2 chances to do so. Sadly, we will never know the answer. Maybe she just froze in fear and couldn't run away. On February 23, 2005, Ahmad Najib Ben Aris was found guilty of all charges. The judge stated that the evidence points to only one person committing the crime against Canny Ong's sexual integrity. Najib received the maximum sentence under Malaysian law, 20 years in prison and 10 chain strikes, but he was also sentenced to death for killing her. Those who frequently watch these types of videos about real crimes are aware that, for example, in the United States, criminals are executed via lethal injection. However, in Malaysia, the process is quite different. They use ropes instead of expensive drugs. Ahmad Najib's attorneys attempted to appeal the sentence twice, but both times were unsuccessful. In 2010, Najib wrote to the head of state, requesting that his death sentence be commuted to life imprisonment. In his letter, he pleaded not guilty yet again, but his clemency request was denied. Ahmad Najib, 40, received his sentence on September 23, 2016, more than 13 years after Canny Ong died. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman moved to another city for her studies and stayed with an acquaintance. Well, what happened next seemed more like a twisted plot of a detective movie than a real-life situation. For several years. This story troubled the police until the unexpected truth finally came to light. Jonah Berry was born on October 26, 1983, in the small American town of Bristol, Tennessee. She was lively and sociable, had many friends, and was always the life of the party. During her school years, she was also part of the local cheerleading team. After high school, Jonah enrolled at East Tennessee State University, where she studied psychology and criminalistics. While studying, she also worked part-time at a children's educational center. During her time at the university, she met a guy named Jason White. They dated for several years, and shortly before graduation, they got engaged in late 2004. When Jana was 21 years old, she decided to pursue a master's degree in psychology, which required her to temporarily move to Knoxville to study at a different university. After working at the Children's Center, she realized her passion for this field and aspired to become a child psychologist. Meanwhile, her boyfriend continued his studies in another state, aiming to obtain a law degree. Despite the distance, the couple communicated every day and started preparing for their wedding, which was only a few months away in Knoxville. Jonathan planned to find her own accommodation, but for the first few weeks she stayed at her friend Jason Amami's apartment. He had studied with her and her boyfriend at the university, and after graduating he moved to Knoxville, where he lived in a 2-bedroom apartment and agreed to host his friend. Until she found a place of her own, Jonah found 2 part-time jobs at a jewelry store and a children's hospital. On the evening of December 5th, after finishing her shift at the store, she went to the shopping center to buy Christmas presents. When she returned home, she packed some gifts intended for The children at the educational center chatted with her apartment neighbor and went to her room. There, she talked to her boyfriend on the phone and went to sleep around 4 a.m. Jason Amami woke up to a woman's scream. He thought Jana had a nightmare and headed to her room. At that moment, a man emerged from the room and Jason noticed a knife in his hand. The assailant immediately attacked him and delivered several blows. The young man tried to defend himself and at some point managed to fend off the attacker, pushing him away, and ran out of the apartment. Jason quickly ran to the neighboring residential complex and began knocking on every door, hoping that someone would call the police, but no one opened for him. He then sprinted to the nearest 24-hour store, which was almost a kilometer away. Upon seeing the bloodied man, the store clerk immediately called 911 and Jason recounted what happened. The police arrived at his home and immediately discovered Jonah lying on the floor next to the corridor door that connected 5 apartments. The young woman was alive, but barely responsive to what was happening around her. As the paramedics prepared to load her into the ambulance, a police officer asked, "Is the attacker still in the apartment?" and he thought he saw John nod sever so slightly. The officers thoroughly searched the entire building and the surrounding area but failed to find him. The young woman was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital, but despite the efforts of the doctors, they were unable to save her. Medical experts determined that she had sustained over 20 knife wounds, leaving the doctors with virtually no chance of saving her life. As for her neighbor, the assailant had managed to inflict 8 wounds on him, with only one being serious. The medics provided him with the necessary care and his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, detectives began investigating the crime scene. From the bloodstains in the corridor, they deduced that the young woman had attempted to reach out to her neighbors and seek help, but none of the 4 residents had opened their doors. Next to the door to Johnny's room, investigators found the murder weapon, a kitchen knife belonging to Jason. The assailant had struck with such force that the blade had bent. In addition, the police discovered blood traces near the back door of the apartment and on the staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the street. Considering that Jason and Jonah had exited through the front door, the detectives made the most obvious conclusion: the murderer had left the crime scene through the back door, and another lead awaited them in Jason's room. They found a partial footprint that the perpetrator may have left when following the apartment owner and launching the attack. Considering the brutality with which the killer had dealt with the young woman, the police suspected that the crime was personal in nature. Their first step was to closely scrutinize Jana's fiancé, despite him being approximately 1,000 kilometers away from Knoxville. All friends and relatives attested to the couple having a wonderful relationship, and there seemed to be no motive for the fiancé to commit such a heinous crime. The young man only learned about his fiancé's death at 10 a.m. when her mother called him. He said that after hearing the news, he fainted and took a long time to recover. He had to ask his neighbor to book a plane ticket for him and pack his suitcase since he was incapable of doing anything himself. Detectives thoroughly examined his alibi and concluded that he physically couldn't have traveled to Knoxville and returned by morning. As a result, he was eliminated as a suspect, and the investigators turned their attention to Jonah's neighbor, unlike the victim's fiancé, whose neighbor had no alibi. Jason was in the same apartment as her and could have committed the crime. Friends and relatives of Jonah were also suspicious of him, with some considering him the most likely killer. Others accused him of fleeing the apartment and leaving the young woman alone, leading the victim's parents to not even want him to attend her funeral immediately. After Jason was discharged from the hospital, the detectives began interrogating him. The young man stuck to his initial version of events. He woke up to a scream, saw an unknown man, and was attacked. When he managed to push the assailant away, Jason rushed the front door and ran outside, attempting to reach his neighbors. He believed that Jana had also managed to leave the apartment since he no longer heard her screams. However, the police were hesitant to believe this account. The first thing that made them suspect Jason was his injuries. 7 out of the 8 wounds proved to be non-life-threatening, and the last one on his right hand could have been sustained during both defense and attack. Furthermore, forensic experts found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, indicating that the perpetrator was already inside. Jason himself mentioned that he had taken out the trash through the back door that evening, but couldn't remember if he had locked it or not. Detectives continued to press him, paying particular attention to the door he used to run out onto the street. Jason insisted that it was the front door, but the police suspected he was lying. If he had exited through the back door, it would explain the bloody traces near the door on the stairs. In that case, it would further implicate him. Additionally, the police accused him of using and selling illicit substances and behaving aggressively when unable to obtain a dose. Jason denied all of these allegations, but the investigators kept bombarding him with various accusations. After spending several hours with Jason at the police station, the detectives offered him a polygraph test, and he agreed. They brought in an expert who asked leading questions, and at the end of the interview informed him that the polygraph indicated that he had given false answers. Upon hearing this, Jason entered a state of close to hysteria. He screamed that he had nothing to do with the crime and feared for his life as the real perpetrator was still at large. However, the detectives didn't believe him. Nevertheless, they couldn't arrest him for murder since there was no evidence against Jason. They had to wait for the laboratory experts to finish examining the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment. Then an unexpected turn of events occurred with the knife used as the murder weapon. 3 DNA samples were found, those of the deceased young woman, Jason, and an unknown male. The unknown male's DNA was also discovered in Jonah's room on the back door handle and on the staircase used by the perpetrator to flee. Furthermore, a fingerprint left by the victim's blood was found on the knife handle, and it didn't match Jason's fingerprint. These discoveries made the police doubt that he was the killer. The evidence confirmed that someone else was indeed present in the apartment that night, but comparing the DNA samples to existing databases yielded no results. Despite the detectives no longer considering Jason as the murderer, public opinion remained against him. He was accused of fleeing and abandoning his girlfriend instead of trying to protect her. In addition to that, Jason began to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Soon another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that the polygraph operator had simply misinterpreted the instrument's readings. In reality, there were no signs indicating that Jason was lying. Furthermore, the police had no actual evidence linking the young man to illicit substances. They accused him of it solely to exert additional pressure. Most importantly, the police initially downplayed the severity of the injuries Jason sustained, but in reality he had suffered serious harm, with his lung and neck being severely damaged. Full recovery was unlikely due to these police reports. The insurance company only covered 25% of the medical expenses, and Jason experienced significant financial difficulties after he ceased being a suspect. The police began questioning Jason as a witness, and based on his statements, they created an approximate profile of the attacker. The situation was complicated by the fact that Jason couldn't clearly see Asiana's face as the room was dark, and the perpetrator immediately attacked him. When he exited the room, detectives also discovered something interesting in Jonah's room: a camp, and near the back staircase there were scattered discs and a stereo player. Initially they assumed these items belonged to the victim or Jason, but Jason denied it. According to him, none of those belongings were in his apartment, implying that the killer left them behind. The investigators handed the approximate portrait of the suspect to journalists, and after its publication in the news, the police received hundreds of potential leads. People provided information about acquaintances who even remotely resembled the portrait, and the detectives followed up on each lead. One of them seemed particularly intriguing to a detective. They were informed that in the vicinity of Jonah's murder, there was a group of teenagers known for breaking into houses to commit theft. One of them, a 19-year-old named Michael Perkofow, resembled the suspect's portrait, and the police began searching for him. It wasn't easy since the young man was already wanted for theft. However, now that he was suspected of potential involvement in the murder, dozens of police officers joined the search. They eventually located him and brought him to the station. The investigators immediately noticed his footwear. The pattern on the soles resembled the footprint left by the killer. They collected a DNA sample and fingerprints from him and sent everything to the experts. Meanwhile, they interrogated him, and during the questioning, the detectives were in for an unexpected surprise. Michael confessed almost immediately that he and his friend had indeed broken into Jonah's apartment that night. According to Michael's account, their intention was to steal valuable items from Jonah's apartment, but his friend grabbed a knife and attacked her. However, the detectives quickly became skeptical of his story. Firstly, the details Michael provided didn't match the actual facts, and secondly, there were no traces of the presence of two outsiders at the crime scene. The laboratory result only confirmed their skepticism. Michael's DNA and fingerprints did not match those found at the murder scene. The same applied to his shoes. The pattern on the soles was different from the footprint in Jason's room. Eventually, the police realized that the young man was simply lying. As strange as it may sound, such situations occur quite often. Many high-profile cases involve individuals who take on someone else's guilt. Some do it to seek attention, while others lie in hopes of receiving rewards for information. It's unknown what motives drove Michael, but his story turned out to be fabricated. Since then, investigators have interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and collected around 400 DNA samples. But they haven't found a single match. From the early weeks of the investigation, a reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of the case. The amount increased each month and reached $60,000 in December of 2005, 1 year after the murder. The state governor added $20,000 from his own pocket, which further drew public attention. Despite the numerous leads, all of them proved to be dead ends, and the case remained unresolved for several years. In 2007, the victim's parents decided to advocate for changes in the state's legislation. They found it astonishing that the perpetrator's fingerprints and DNA were not found in any of the databases. Considering the brutality of the crime, the parents refused to believe that it was his first offense. Later, they learned that under the laws of Tennessee, fingerprints and DNA samples were only taken from convicted criminals. Jonah's parents resolved to rectify the situation and participated in the creation of a new law that mandated the collection of these samples from all individuals arrested for violent crimes. The authorities supported this initiative, and in May of 2007, such a law was enacted. 2 months later, a breakthrough finally occurred in the case when the police arrested 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson for violating the terms of his parole. The man had been convicted of theft, and during a search of his home, marijuana bushes were discovered, leading to his rearrest. Olson had an extensive criminal history, primarily consisting of thefts, check forgery, and car thefts. He had been arrested multiple times, but his fingerprints and DNA were never taken until now. It turned out that Olson had already come to the attention of investigators 5 months prior. They received a tip about his possible involvement in the murder, but for some reason the police never attempted to take his DNA for analysis. However, now that he was arrested for violating the terms of his parole, they finally decided to question him about the Jonah case. Olson denied his involvement in the murder and willingly agreed to provide his DNA sample. It was handed over to experts, and soon the detectives received a report from the laboratory. Taylor's DNA fully matched the sample found in the victim's apartment. Following this, his fingerprints were taken, and they also matched the print found on the murder weapon. Olson was subsequently arrested, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. At first, he denied his guilt, but soon he decided to confess. Taylor explained that on that night he wanted to steal John's car and entered the apartment through the back door to take the keys. When he entered the young woman's room, she woke up and started screaming. That's when Olson grabbed a kitchen knife and struck her multiple times, although he claimed he did not intend to kill anyone, and it all happened accidentally. The detectives doubted the truthfulness of some aspects of his account and leaned toward the belief that Taylor had initially planned the murder. It was possible that he had been stalking the victim for some time, indirectly supported by a fact mentioned earlier in the investigation. Genre's friends told investigators that she had been followed by someone in a car. At the time, they couldn't find any evidence to confirm it, but after Olson's arrest, they considered the possibility that he had indeed been stalking her. Despite the doubt surrounding some details, nobody questioned Olson's guilt. His DNA and fingerprint were found on the murder weapon, indicating that he had inflicted the knife wounds on the victim. Olson's trial was scheduled to begin in mid-2008, and by that time he had already hired a lawyer. Apparently, the lawyer advised him to retract his confession, and Taylor provided a new version of events to the detectives. Now he claims that he had energy in his apartment with his friend Noah Cox, according to Olson, when he entered Jonah's room to take the car keys. She allegedly woke up, grabbed a knife, and struck him multiple times. Olson ran out of the apartment through the back door while his friend went into Jonah's room, where he grabbed the knife from her and killed the young woman. This account also did not convince the police. No fingerprints or DNA of other individuals were found at the crime scene, making the involvement of someone else unlikely. The detectives were awaiting the start of the trial, but it was never meant to happen. 10. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olson ended his life in his prison cell, according to notes addressed to his family. Jonah's relatives and the police were found next to him in the letter to the detectives. He once again claimed that his friend Noah Cox was the actual killer and apologized to Jonah's family and his own. The detectives continued to believe that Olson was the one who committed the murder, yet they repeatedly questioned Noah, but no evidence of his involvement could be found. Jonah's parents also believed that he lied in their opinion. If Taylor was truly innocent, he would not have taken his own life. It was much more likely that he simply didn't want to spend his entire life in prison, and for several months after his confession, Olson continued to maintain that he entered the apartment alone and that no one was with him. If he was trying to protect his friend, why did he suddenly retract his confession and start accusing him of the murder? Share your opinion with us in the comments. and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video depicts events that occurred in Massachusetts during 2016. On Sunday, August 7th, 2016, Vanessa Marcotte, 27, was visiting her mother, Rosanna, in Princeton, Massachusetts. On that sunny and warm day, she decided to go for a run because she was usually very active, taking walks outside and practicing yoga. In a few hours, she was supposed to catch a bus to New York City, where she worked and lived. Vanessa went for a run but did not return home. Her mother, Rosanna, was concerned about her daughter's prolonged absence, as this was unusual behavior for Vanessa, so she sought assistance from the police. This case received a lot of national media attention because this type of incident had not occurred in the small town of Princeton in 30 years. In addition, just a few days ago, another runner and fitness blogger, Karina Vetrano, 30, was involved in a similar incident in a New York City neighborhood. Vanessa Teresa Marcotte was born June 17, 1989, in Leominster, Massachusetts. Summa cum laude, excelled in school and earned her bachelor's degree in communications from Boston University in 2011. After graduation, she worked for WordStream, an online marketing software startup in Boston. Later, she worked as an account manager in Google's New York City office. Vanessa had the opportunity to visit her mother and aunt in Princeton, a small rural town of about 4,000 people in another state, about once every 2 months. She was the only child in the family, so her mother, Rosanna, eagerly anticipated each meeting and was delighted when her daughter discovered an opportunity to visit her on Sunday, August 7, 2016. Vanessa left her mother's house on Brook Station Road around 1 p.m. to go for a run, returning to New York later that day via commuter bus. The area where she was going to run was familiar to her. Vanessa's mother called the police after several hours had passed and she had not returned home. The officers immediately launched a search, beginning with the area where Vanessa's route most likely took her. At 8:20 p.m., a police dog picked up the trail and led the search team to a densely vegetated area. A woman's body was discovered about 60 yards from the road, less than a mile from Rosanna Marcotte's home. Vanessa Marcotte was later identified as the victim. A preliminary examination of the body left detectives convinced that Vanessa's death was criminal in nature. Her clothes were removed, and burn marks appeared on her legs, hands, and face. As is evident, the location where the body was discovered is quite remote. There are no houses, only the road and the woods on either side of it. Vanessa's cell phone and headphones were also missing. Police thoroughly searched the surrounding area, but were unable to locate any of these items. Investigators suspected the perpetrator took them on purpose because they could have left traces of their DNA. A fire-damaged sneaker lay on the grass next to the body. Other locations also contained fire traces. Detectives concluded that the perpetrator attempted to destroy DNA traces using gasoline. Vanessa's death was determined by forensic experts to be due to strangulation. She fought for her life. As a result, DNA from an unknown individual was discovered under her fingernails. The fact that Vanessa's clothes had been removed clarified the motive for the crime. To summarize, the medical examiners discovered evidence of male contact. DNA samples were tested, but no matches were found in local or national databases. Princeton is a small town with a population of less than 4,000 people. This type of crime was extremely uncommon, and it shocked the entire local population. Authorities urged residents of Princeton and the surrounding areas to be vigilant and cautious, and asked anyone who saw anything suspicious to call the Massachusetts State Hotline. Colin Ortiz, Princeton Police Department. At a press conference on August 11th, Worcester District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. confirmed that the perpetrator was most likely male and had sustained minor cuts, bruises, and scratches during his struggle with Vanessa prior to her death. Vanessa's co-workers, as well as her family and Princeton residents, were shocked by what happened. According to a Google representative, Vanessa Marcotte was a beloved member of the Google team, having worked in our New York office for the past year and a half and being known for her ubiquitous passion for volunteer work and love of Boston sports. We are deeply shocked and saddened. Our thoughts are with her family and friends. Her alma mater also paid tribute to her. Colin Riley, Boston University's executive director of media relations, said, "We're so sad for her family and friends. They are in our thoughts and prayers." Police investigated a possible link between Vanessa Marcotte's death and an incident involving another runner, Karina Vetrano, that occurred a few days earlier in New York. Toronto went for a late afternoon run in Queens Spring Creek Park, which is less than a block from her house. She ran alone, despite her father's concerns. She was last seen alive sometime after 5 p.m. Just before entering the park, after failing to respond to repeated calls and text messages for Toronto's father, she notified a neighbor, the New York City Police Department's police chief, who launched a search around 11 p.m. Her father discovered her body face down about 15 feet from the trail, as was the case with Vanessa Marcotte Karina Vetrano, whose body was exposed, and the cause of death was also strangulation. Despite the similarities, investigators did not believe there was a link between the two cases. 6 months later, police arrested Chanel Lewis, a 20-year-old Brooklyn resident, after his DNA was found to match that of Karina Vetrano's body. On April 23, 2019, Lewis was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. But who is responsible for Vanessa Marcotte's death? Investigators believe the person who killed Vanessa lived in or frequented Princeton and was familiar with the area. Detectives also believed Vanessa Marcotte did not know the perpetrator and that their paths crossed by chance. Meanwhile, law enforcement sought assistance from the public, with separate 24-hour phone lines set up. Vanessa eventually stopped outside a local convenience store for a drink of water after 1 p.m. on August 7th and was last seen walking and talking on her cell phone. Investigators believe Vanessa was attacked within the next 2 hours of being seen outside the store. Her phone was turned off at 2:11 p.m. and has not been turned on since. Police officers were receiving and checking many clues, including searching the area where the body was discovered several times and the surrounding area, but the results were not satisfactory. It wasn't until 3 months later that the police learned more about the case. A new witness reported that on August 7th, he saw a dark-colored Ford SUV parked on the curb near where Vanessa's body was discovered, with the hood up. The driver appeared to be Hispanic, aged between 25 and 35. The witness first drove by the SUV around 12:45 p.m. At the time, the driver was standing next to his vehicle, talking on the phone, and the witness drove past the same location again around 2:05 p.m. The SUV remained in the same location, but its hood was down, and no one was visible inside or near it. Authorities began looking for a Hispanic man who owned a black SUV and allegedly lived near Princeton. On February 23, 2017, more than 6 months after Vanessa's death, Worcester County District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. provided additional information about the investigation, stating that the DNA found on Vanessa's body had been sent to a lab and a profile was created. Based on DNA evidence and witness testimony, the suspect was identified as a Hispanic male between the ages of 20 and 30, with an athletic build, medium height, and short or shaved hair. It was also assumed that the suspect owned or had access to a dark-colored SUV on the day of the crime and sustained visible upper body injuries within days of the attack. About 3 weeks later, a police officer patrolling the streets of Worcester County spotted a man who matched the suspect description. This man was driving a vehicle that looked exactly like the one seen the day Vanessa Marcotte died. The police officer quickly jotted down the license plate number on his hand. After determining the identity of the car owner, the police went to his house. That man was Angelo Colin Ortiz, who was 31 years old. Colin Ortiz, a Puerto Rican native with no criminal record, was married with 3 children and had been in Worcester for less than a year. He worked for FedEx's third-party contractor, made deliveries in Princeton, and was familiar with the town and its surroundings. Colin Ortiz was described as perverted by his Western neighbors, who claimed he frequently made vulgar remarks to residents. A former female Princeton postal worker also claimed that Colin Ortiz frequently made crude remarks in Spanish about her and other women to his co-workers. When the police asked Angelo about Vanessa Marcotte, he said he didn't know her. Furthermore, he couldn't recall whether he was in Princeton on the day Vanessa was attacked. He was asked to provide a sample of his DNA, and he agreed by signing documents indicating his willingness to provide his DNA for analysis. The lab took some time to run the test, which revealed that Colin Ortiz's DNA matched the one discovered under Vanessa Marcotte's fingernails on April 15, 2017. The man was apprehended and charged 3 days later. Prosecutors allege that on the day of the crime, Colin Ortiz purchased $5 in gasoline from a store 6 miles away at 2:35 p.m. Vanessa had already died by that point, so the man returned to the scene to try to destroy the evidence, specifically his DNA on Vanessa's body. The district attorney contended that the DNA evidence was obtained in accordance with all applicable procedures, which aided in the prosecution of the charges. However, Colin Ortiz's attorneys claimed that their client's DNA sample was obtained in an irregular manner. They claimed that the language barrier prevented their client from fully comprehending that he was not required to provide the police with a sample of his DNA. And Colin Ortiz stated that he was unaware that he could have refused to provide one. In an affidavit supporting the motion to suppress, Colin Ortiz stated that, while he is a U.S. citizen, he was born in Puerto Rico and does not speak, read, or understand English. Colin Ortiz wrote this on March 16, 2017. 2 large white state police officers arrived at my home with someone who spoke a strange version of Spanish. The trial dragged on for years until, on January 11, 2022, Judge Janet Kenton Walker denied the defense's motion to suppress DNA evidence. Colin Ortiz declined to plead guilty to first-degree murder. However, in a plea bargain he pleaded guilty to deprivation of life in the second degree, which carries a shorter sentence. He also pleaded guilty to the robbery charge, which carries a 20-year sentence. Prosecutors said the Marcotte family agreed to the plea bargain to avoid a harsh trial. We are grateful and relieved that the trial ended as we had hoped, and that this man will now be unable to harm anyone in the same way that he harmed Vanessa. The Marcotte family said in a statement issued by the district attorney's office, "Let's keep this monster off the streets. I'll be dead before he has a parole hearing." Vanessa Marcotte's father revealed that Angelo Colin Ortiz, 36, was sentenced to life in prison in October 2022. He will serve 20 years on the robbery charge before being sentenced to life in prison, with a minimum of 25 years before parole eligibility. That would require at least 45 years in prison before parole eligibility. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared from her apartment, which she rented with her sister. The police couldn't find a single clue, and the case went cold for decades. It wasn't until 53 years later that they were able to uncover the gruesome truth, and it happened in a very unusual way. Pamela Dorrington was born on November 23, 1948, in the small American town of Helena, Montana. She grew up in a close-knit family and had many friends. Her acquaintances noted that the girl from an early age was responsible and could always come to their aid. Pamela also loved animals, and her parents bought her a black Labrador. She did well in the local school, and in high school, she was passionate about learning the Russian language. After high school, the young woman took a job as a surgical nurse at St. Peter's Hospital in her hometown. Although her parents' home was relatively close to work, Pamela sought to establish an independent life. For this reason, she moved out of her parents' house and moved into a rented apartment. With her cousin Mary, who worked at the same hospital, the young women rented a 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an apartment complex. Early in the morning on February 17, 1968, Mary went to work at the hospital. Pamela was still asleep since she had to go out for the evening shift that day. The Labrador also slept in her room. A few hours after Mary left for work, Pamela's father drove by their apartment complex near the building. He noticed his daughter's Labrador running around without a leash the week before. The dog had broken loose and run away from its owner, and Pamela had to pick it up from the local shelter, so what he saw didn't surprise the man. He knocked on the door of their apartment, but there was no answer. Thinking his daughter had gone to work, he took the dog and left at 3 p.m. Pamela was supposed to go to work, but she never showed up at the hospital. Her cousin tried to call the home phone at their apartment, but there was no answer. When she got home, Pamela wasn't there, and Mary and her parents began to get seriously worried. Pamela was a very responsible person and would never miss her shift without a good reason, especially without notifying management. Besides, if the young woman was going somewhere, she would certainly tell her parents and sister. Another cause for concern was the fact that Pamela's car was parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. This fact also made it less likely that the young woman had gone somewhere on foot all day. The relatives waited until the next morning and contacted the police. They took a missing persons report but were in no hurry to start a search. Pamela was 19 years old, and investigators did not rule out that she left home of her own free will. After inspecting her apartment, detectives found no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Everything looked routine. They asked her sister to look through Pamela's things and tell her if everything was there. Mary noticed that her coat, terry cloth, robe, purse, and winter boots were missing from their apartment 2 days after Pamela's disappearance. Police organized a search operation within a 30-kilometer radius of her home. They searched fields, forests, and bodies of water while volunteers and the young woman's relatives handed out flyers on the city streets. A patrolman interviewed Pamela's neighbors, co-workers, and acquaintances. None of them had seen the young woman the day she disappeared and had no idea where she might have gone. Her supervisor at the hospital said Pamela was supposed to pick up a check for $200 that day but never showed up. This further indicated that the young woman was unlikely to have run off somewhere, leaving behind the money she had earned in the first days of the search. The police interviewed more than 100 people who had anything to do with Pamela. Some of them were interrogated by polygraph, but it yielded no results. Investigators were also unable to find any evidence that the young woman might have left town with no leads in their hands. The police concentrated all their efforts on the search operation. They expanded the area to about 50 kilometers around the city and brought in additional forces because many parts of the area were not easily accessible to pedestrians and cars. The search involved many officers on horseback. Speaking to reporters, the sheriff said that this was the most effective as a person on horseback could see better and an animal could smell a dead body and demonstrate this behavior. The search continued for a month, but was inconclusive, and eventually the sheriff decided to suspend the search operation since. Then the case has essentially come to a standstill as the detectives have had no leads on their hands. In April, 2 months after Pamela disappeared, something unusual happened. A patrolman in Great Falls, a town about 140 kilometers from Helena, stopped a car for speeding. He issued a warning to the woman behind the wheel and let her go. Later, as he was writing the report at the station, his colleagues noticed one odd thing. The driver's license the woman showed the officer was issued in the name of Pamela Dorrington. The Helena detectives asked for a description of the woman's appearance, and from what he said, it looked very much like she was the one behind the wheel. This news gave new hope to the relatives of the missing young woman, except that investigators never managed to find the car and its driver. On June 13th of that year, nearly 4 months after Pamela's disappearance, the sheriff's office received a call from a national park ranger just a few miles from Helena. Helena was walking near the docks of the lake and noticed a human body in the water. Police officers arrived on the scene and extracted a human torso about waist and knee from the water. It was turned over to experts, who proceeded to examine it and determined that it belonged to a woman about 17 to 23 years old. Detectives almost immediately made the assumption that the deceased was Pamela Dorrington. Along with it, they found several items of clothing that were similar to items from Pamela's closet. They showed them to her sister and parents, and they confirmed that Pamela did have something similar. Medical examiners found several stab wounds on it and signs that the young woman had been abused, but the torso alone could not be identified. All of this was before DNA testing was available. The only thing the experts could surmise was the approximate time the body had been in the water. In their opinion, it could have been there for about 4 months, which coincided with the time of Pamela's disappearance and the weeks that followed. Investigators, along with divers, searched the lake and the adjacent Missouri River, trying to find missing body parts, but it was inconclusive. Despite failing to identify the deceased, the sheriff told reporters that the body was very likely Pamela's, so police were no longer investigating a missing person but a murder. However, this discovery did not bring them any closer to the perpetrator himself, as there were still no leads. Since then, there has been no progress in the case. Police told reporters and Pamela's family that they'd had several suspects, but it was impossible to determine their involvement without any evidence. A year after the murder, the sheriff contacted a psychologist in Detroit who specialized in particularly violent crimes. From the information available, he concluded that the perpetrator was a psychopath with twisted desires, which was the motive for the murder. Given this, it is unlikely that he could have stopped at one murder, and detectives should expect more similar episodes. At the same time, the experts suggested that this man was capable of easily hiding his true face and leading an ordinary lifestyle. The man gave the psychologist the names of his suspects and asked him to assess which of them could commit such a crime, but the expert could not draw such conclusions without additional evidence. Pamela was not buried until 7 years after the murder on June 14, 1975. In all that time, investigators never found her other remains, nor did they come any closer to catching the perpetrator. Nevertheless, they continued to consider all sorts of possibilities once the detectives even turned to clairvoyance, but the result was quite expected. 15 years after the 1983 murder, something interesting happened. The landlord of the apartment Pamela and Mary had rented was found guilty of murdering his wife. In 1968, a man named Brooke Atlas lived on the first floor directly below their apartment. He had been on the list of possible suspects since the early days, but a complete lack of evidence prevented any conclusions about his involvement. He later married and moved into a private home with his wife. In 1983, their home burned down and experts were quick to determine that it was arson. Moreover, the body of Ellis's wife was found in the house, but the cause of her death was not fire. The pathologist determined that she had been killed by strangulation. Investigators assumed that the man decided to get rid of his wife and house because of financial problems shortly before he declared bankruptcy, and the loss of his insured home could have resulted in a hefty payout from the insurance company. But instead, he received a life sentence for murder without parole and an additional 20 years for arson. Investigators in Pamela's case were interested in this episode. The man could have used a spare key, and over the months of living near the young woman, he may have well learned their work schedules. Detectives talked to Atlas, but he denied all allegations. Given that there was not a single piece of evidence against him, the cops had no choice but to accept it and hope that sooner or later new leads would emerge in the case. In the 38 years that followed, no progress was made. Pamela's parents passed away without learning the truth, and of her closest relatives, she had only a younger brother. He had given up hope of finding out what had happened to his sister. But in 2021, the case was given another chance. It was turned over to the Unsolved Homicide Squad, and the new detectives decided to reopen the investigation. Pamela's murder was not typical of such units. They usually reopened old cases where the perpetrator left his DNA behind. But because of the lack of analytical tools in those years, it was impossible to use that to catch the killer. In Pamela's case, there was no evidence at all, and the detectives could only hope for luck. They studied all the materials left by their predecessors, including a list of possible suspects. The man was 79 years old at the time and was still serving his sentence. Investigators realized that proving his guilt after 53 years would be very difficult, and the man was unlikely to live the sentencing. Not only could the trial drag on for years without a single piece of evidence, but no judge would even consider such a case, so the detectives decided to take a very unusual approach to the matter. They went to Atlas in prison and offered him a confession to Pamela's murder. In exchange, they guaranteed him that he would receive no additional punishment for it. Such moves on the part of law enforcement are quite rare, especially when it comes to a brutal murder. But in this particular case, they knew they had only two options: wait until they got their hands on some new evidence, which was highly unlikely, or get a confession, and given Alice's age, the second option could disappear at any moment. Besides, Pamela's only living close relative was her brother, who was also of advanced age. The detectives wanted him to know the truth and told him about the possibility of such a deal, and the man agreed. The investigators brought their offer to Atlas and waited to their surprise. The perpetrator said he was ready to confess, but the detectives were in no hurry to confess. They needed to make sure that the man was really involved in the murder, rather than taking the blame for someone else's crime. They spent many hours questioning him about the details of the murder, Atlas confessing that he had planned Pamela's murder in advance. After waiting for her sister to go to work, he went up to their apartment and rang the bell. When Pamela opened the door, he told her there was a leak in one of the pipes in her apartment and urgent repairs needed to be made. Pamela let the man in without a shadow of a doubt once. In the apartment, he attacked her and strangled her, then took her body back to his apartment and abused her. This was the main motive for what he did. Atlas then placed her in a barrel and took her to the warehouse of the small airport where he worked as a flight instructor that very day, a few hours after the murder. The man was quietly conducting a few lessons with his students. The barrel stood in the warehouse for several days, after which Atlas took it to the banks of the Missouri River, separated the body, and dumped it in the water. In addition, the man told police several facts and were never divulged, so only the killer could know them. With all this information in hand, the detective said no doubt that Atlas was telling the truth. 53 years later, they finally succeeded in solving the case. Though they had to guarantee the murderer full immunity, remarkably, the murderer decided to accept the deal for a reason. He said that during his imprisonment he believed in God, began to feel remorse, and apologized to Pamela's relatives for what he had done. The Detroit psychologist's analysis turned out to be quite accurate. Atlas really seemed like a decent man for a long time. He had worked as a heavy equipment operator, then he began teaching flight lessons and started a family. Only after the murder of his wife did his true nature become clear. The victim's brother thanked the investigators for bringing the case to an end. The man understood that a conviction and an additional life sentence for Atlas wouldn't have changed anything, and thanks to the detectives, the case was over. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events discussed in this video occurred in Kansas in 2007, and it has been 16 years since then. This high-profile case has yet to conclude. On January 5, 2007, 19-year-old Jody Sanderholm, who lived with her parents in Arkansas City, attended a dance rehearsal at her college. On that day, Jody did not return home and stopped answering the phone. Such behavior was unusual for her, so her parents became concerned and filed a missing persons report with the authorities. Jody Leanne Sanderholm was born on September 26, 1987, in Arkansas City, to Brian and Cindy Sandra Sanderholm. She was her parents' third child. She had a brother, Jason, and a sister, Jennifer. Jody enjoyed dancing since a young age, and while it played an important role in Jody's life, she did not abandon her studies. She was among 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. Jody was a member of the National Honor Society in high school, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and received the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award from David Stein-Mitzi. She was on the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. She served as captain for 2 of those 4 years. Jody taught for Ark City Dance and the Universal Dance Association. After high school, she attended Cali College to study pre-pharmacy. She was a member of Cal Poly's Cali Tiger dance team. In 2007, Arkansas City had a population of approximately 12,000. Jody's parents, like most locals, believed it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, as the details of Jody's disappearance became public, many people realized that safety was an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her Dodge Stratus to college for a dance rehearsal that was supposed to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she planned to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she did not answer, which was extremely unusual. Jody was always in touch with her family. Even if she missed a call, she would call back shortly. Cindy had bad feelings about this. She decided to leave work and go home to see if Jody was okay. When she arrived, she noticed her daughter's car was not parked in front of the house. Cindy's anxiety was heightened by the fact that she expected Jody to have returned from rehearsal by this point. When Cindy entered the house and looked around, she realized Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she had placed in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not present, nor was it in the hamper with her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry. Although Jody always showered after dance class, it was soon clear that she had lost contact with her father and older sister, Jennifer. She had an appointment at noon, but she didn't show up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she was. But when the morning rehearsal was over and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, The college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine choreographed by Jody. She would not have missed it voluntarily, but she did not show up either. At approximately 6 p.m., they still can't learn anything and aren't waiting for their daughter to come home. Cindy and Brian contacted the police to report her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately created flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known location, and issued an ab on the vehicle she was traveling in. Cindy and Brian told the police that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he said he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. His stay in another state was confirmed, so the police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect. The following day, January 6, was extremely eventful. Jody's best friend, Lori Leglighter, with whom she had been friends and danced since high school, gave the police crucial information. They both enrolled at Cali College and went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left her job at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. On Tuesday, January 2, I noticed a light blue car. As she drove past the restaurant several times on her way home, she noticed a car in her rearview mirror. I suspected something strange was going on. Lori explained to the detectives that she decided to see if the car behind her was actually following her. So she began turning onto two different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the exact same thing, and it terrified Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, hoping the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to return to the parking lot near the police station after seeing the car chasing her again. Lori sat in her car for a while before heading home. She informed the detectives that she did not go to the station because she believed it was someone else's stupid prank. But that was not all. On Friday, January 5, Tiger at the dance line was rehearsing at college. Lori and Jody arrived around the same time, and Park, as usual, was close by. Lori saw the light blue car again. In addition, she recognized the driver. Justin Thurber, 23, is a local resident. Lori didn't know him personally, but she'd seen him several times with his older brother and friends. Lori and Jody both left practice at the same time, and we agreed to meet later, but Jody never showed up. Soon, several members of the dance team confirmed that they had seen Justin near the college in the last week. He was always sitting in his car in the parking lot, just watching. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police searched the city but were unable to locate her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and woodlands. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from above. The car was more difficult to conceal than a person due to its size. The police hoped to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it came from a cell tower near the Cali Wildlife Area. This is a vast wooded area on the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Eugene Thurber, had been identified by Lori Legg, Lidar, and other members of the dance group as a possible suspect in Jody Sanderholm's disappearance. It is worth noting that, despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he was charged with illegal possession of prohibited substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released, but 3 months later he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and discovered to be in possession of a controlled substance on December 31, 2006, just 6 days before Jody went missing. Thurber was arrested again for theft. He was released the same day after posting $3,000 bail. After celebrating New Year's Eve the following day, January 1, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops arrived, Thurber complained of chest pain and was transported to the hospital rather than the station. Why he was not arrested after being released from the hospital is unclear. It is also unclear why he was always able to get away with it. His relative, who works for Cali County Police, may have contributed to this, but that's just a guess. That same day, January 6, a police officer noticed Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to speak with him. His father invited the officer inside the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City that morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and 2 other friends whom he did not know very well. The 4 of them then began driving around the countryside in a car owned by one of his friends until the car became stuck on a dirt road near Cedarvale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked to Arkansas City, about 30 miles from Cedar Valley. After 6 hours, he was tired of walking in and asked his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed his statement, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty a few miles from Cali State Fishing Lake. Justin also informed the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story was not convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Schwartzel, who had recently ended her 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber frequently took her to the Cole Wildlife Area southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places they would go together. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating Jody Sanderholm's disappearance, she was taken aback because Justin had previously stated that he had started watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would watch her swim in her backyard pool, and in the evenings he would peek through the window in her room and wait for her to change clothes. When police asked Alexis why she had ended her relationship with Thurber, she said it was because he was abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more frequent. She claimed several times that during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he couldn't get aroused otherwise. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the police. By the minute, Justin Thurber could be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police found no evidence linking him to the girl's disappearance. Thurber was arrested, however, late in the evening on January 6. Detective Eric Matta arrested Thurber on bail revocation and criminal trespass charges after the investigation into Jody Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus, which the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber informed Matta that he wanted to speak with his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' home with a search warrant. The officers took Justin's shoes, which he had worn the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and drying on a towel. Thurber, his father, told the police that he helped his son clean the mud from his shoes. Justin's clothes from when his father picked him up were also recovered, but he had already washed them. The next day, January 7, searchers trained to detect human activity in rugged terrain were deployed in the Cowley Wildlife Area. They discovered shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber, as well as several smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue their search the next day. On their way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they had heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered muddy tire tracks and shoe prints near a public restroom that was addressed to Jody Sanderholm's parents, as well as dance shoes, another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators eventually discovered cut-off sweatshorts and a wallet containing Jody Sanderholm's driver's license and social security card. Her black leotard features a tiger on the jacket, with Jody Sanderholm's first name on the front, as well as a vehicle floor mat and car seat cushion. The sandals matched the impressions discovered at Cowley Wildlife Area. The searchers spent the next 2 days near Cowley County State Fishing Lake and Cowley Wildlife Area. On January 9, sonar specialists deployed to the lake's bottom discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the Sanderholm family's hopes had also died. Jody's naked body was discovered under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs in the Carr Wildlife Area. Authorities discovered DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to Jody's car and body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, and police were concerned that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partially true. Forensic investigators spent many hours searching for short hair in the interior. Terry Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, conducted mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of the Jody Sanderholm car and determined that it was almost certainly Justin Thurber's hair. Barbara Leal, a private DNA testing company employee, tested samples from Jody Sanderholm's right biceps and chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded from the study, whereas 99% of the population could have been. Cell tower data revealed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thurber's phone were in the same location at the same time. Lori, Jody's best friend, claims she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she vanished. When the police reviewed the camera footage provided by the college administration, they concluded that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot while the rehearsal was going on. He left the parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape revealed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac based on the discovery of letters addressed to Jody's pair of rents near the lake. Investigators suspected Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she came out to get the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print that matched the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was discovered next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously stated, footprints from Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were discovered at the Cowley Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were Jody's shoe footprints discovered at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's and Jody's footprints were found side by side while walking through the preserve. At one point, the searcher noticed that Jody's footprints were interrupted, while Justin's footprints continued deep into the forest. This indicated that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were discovered alongside the body. All three people Justin claimed to have been with on the day Jody disappeared denied his claims. They hadn't seen Thurber that day, so his story about the car getting stuck near Cedar Vale was fabricated. The three officers drove Thurber to Cedar Vale so he could show them where he claimed to be. Thurber was unable to pinpoint where he claimed the car was stuck. Thurber returned to the police station and volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, attend the questioning. The evidence gathered was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber. His attorneys attempted to persuade the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unsuccessful. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for a time, so the judge ruled that his defense claim of mental retardation was unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified during the trial. He stated that the first time he saw the body, he knew that Jody's final hours were excruciatingly painful. Her whole body and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. There were obvious signs of strangulation on her neck. Strangulation was identified as the cause of Jody Sanderholm's death. I am unable to provide all of the details about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jody without going into detail, while also providing an idea of what happened at the Cowley Wildlife Area. I'll say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed it with a stick during the trial. In addition to Thurber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, alleging that the defendant stalked them. One of them was his co-worker. In one instance, she had to contact the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to enter the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under her car's windshield wiper, stating that he liked her and wanted to know her better. Several witnesses stated that they saw Jody Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Corey Morris, a friend of Jody's, noticed her sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man driving Jody's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jody's cell phone but got no answer. Other women reported seeing a vehicle resembling Jody Sanderholm's while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City at 3 p.m. One of them claimed the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all counts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Thurber attempted to negotiate a plea bargain after determining the sentence the judge would impose. Justin's lawyer informed the prosecutor that if he was not sentenced to death, he would plead guilty. Jody's family was against such a deal. The presiding judge considered the jury's decision and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas passed the Jody Act, which expanded police authority over suspects and expanded the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Justin Thurber has continued to pursue an appeal of the court's decision since his sentencing. His attorneys are attempting to establish Thurber's mental retardation. The Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence in 2018, citing a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that executing defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family stated that a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Cindy Sanderholm, Jody's mother, sat in court 11 years after her daughter died. She stated that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, which should demonstrate his competence. That is sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It demonstrates that he is capable of communicating with others and writing letters. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure Jody pleaded for her life, but he denied it to her. She did not get a second option. She didn't get a second chance, she explained. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to request that an attorney be appointed by the Cali County District Court to assist with post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, 16 years after Jody Sanderholm's death, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It is also worth noting that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last execution in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, 9 other people, in addition to Thurber, have been sentenced to death, but no execution has occurred. We have not executed anyone within that time frame. There is no timetable for future executions, according to Adam Pfannenstiel, the Kansas Department of Corrections communications spokesperson. I find it shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty more than 20 years ago. Jennifer Aldridge said there is no plan yet. Jody's older sister. I assume this would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. As a result, even if a 30-year death sentence is upheld, it is highly unlikely to be carried out. Justin Thurber, 39, is still incarcerated at the Maximum Security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each inmate serving time and administrative segregation at El Dorado costs nearly $49,000 per year. Furthermore, taxpayers pay nearly 4 times the cost to prosecute a case where the death penalty is sought, which is $395,000 per case, compared to $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For Sanderholms, taxes are an added insult to an already painful injury and a long wait for justice in the case of their daughter Jody. Every week, when I see my paycheck, it hurts so badly. Brian Sanderholm said, and I know I'm paying taxes to feed him. Death is what he deserves. That's what the law said, Cindy Sanderholm. So we need to fix the law so that we can use it. If it was your daughter or son, it was our daughter. What do you want to happen? How about Brian Sanderholm? Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sanderholm, Jody's mother, died on December 2, 2022, at the age of 63. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The love quadrangle has sharp corners. If Dave Krupa had known how his online dating would turn out, he would not have registered on a dating site. He would have continued to live his old life with his girlfriend Amy Flora and their 2 children. Maybe he would have legalized the 12-year relationship after all, especially since Amy and Dave remained close friends after their breakup. They took periodic vacations with their children, fulfilling their parental responsibilities to perfection. That was in 2011. And by the summer of 2012, Dave was ready to begin a new relationship. Only the man was not looking for a commitment and preferred to remain single. He wanted to meet women who were open to a casual relationship and did not have long-term goals. With these thoughts, he went to a dating site where everyone is looking for something unique. The modern world has brought with it new technologies that allow you to communicate at a distance, avoiding many nuances, the awkwardness of the first acquaintance, the appearance at the same time, and the fear of being rejected. Meeting someone you're interested in has become much easier. It is sufficient to select the intended partner based on a set of characteristics specified by him, and the questionnaire leaving the house for this is unnecessary. However, who is hiding behind a cute avatar profile is unknown, and whether he corresponds to those features that describe him, and the true goals of dating are not always voiced in advance and discovered later in the relationship. Carrie Leah Farver was born on November 30th, 1974, in Macedonia, Nebraska, USA. She had previously failed relationships. Her son, Max Maxwell, was raised entirely by her. Initially, the child served as both a reward and a challenge for her. Despite her strong feelings for the baby she wants, she spent a month in bed, deep in depression. Kari's mother, Nancy Rainey, cared for the child despite her difficult relationship with the child's father. Unsettled living conditions contributed to the appearance of a young, 20-year-old woman in such a heightened psychological state. Doctors eventually diagnosed Farver with bipolar disorder. People with this diagnosis are like two halves of the same coin. The individual experiences extremes. His mood becomes either too good or too bad. Euphoria, increased efficiency, and extreme friendliness give way to depression, bitterness, impotence, and other negative emotions. The disease severely disrupts a person's normal life. However, in the early 2000s, Kari's doctor discovered an effective treatment for her, allowing her to live a normal life. The question of whether she wanted to settle her personal life is rhetorical. On the one hand, undoubtedly, what woman does not desire a worthy companion? On the other hand, why tie yourself to someone who could later become the source of many problems and misfortunes? Kari grew up in a loving family, had an active lifestyle, participated in sports, and aspired to become a doctor. However, dreams were not permitted to materialize. At her first practice at the medical college, the girl lost consciousness when she saw blood. As a result, she decided not to put her own or her patient's health at risk. She studied to be a programmer. In the fall of 2012, Kari was offered a good job in Omaha, a neighboring city. She couldn't pass up the opportunities that lay ahead of her, so she accepted the offer. Since Max was in middle school, he did not want to leave his familiar surroundings and relocate with his mother. He continued to live with his grandmother in Macedonia. Amy Long, Kari Farver's friend, recalled how she couldn't help but be noticed. When she walked into a room, everyone focused on her and her radiant smile. Perhaps that's what Dave Krupa liked about her on that November day in 2012. Kari met Dave at the auto repair shop where he works. While looking at Kari's Ford Explorer, he realized he was very attracted to her. She was showing me something inside the car, and we were standing there, very close, with some tension. Dave later recalled how quickly the date arrived. And then they went up to Dave's house, only to have their privacy invaded by numerous calls and messages from a certain Liz, who later stopped by the man's apartment to pick up something left for her earlier. David informed Kari that this was his former partner, Liz Goliar, whom he met on a dating site about 6 months ago and had been dating for a while. He also explained that the woman was extremely clingy, which was the cause of their breakup. Kari was very understanding, so she was not surprised when she noticed another woman in the man's apartment. After all, everyone has a unique handle on this suitcase from the past that occasionally makes itself known. So Kari remained unconcerned, but Liz was clearly disturbed to see a strange woman in Dave's home. 2 weeks after moving in, Kari started dating Dave. They had previously discussed their relationship and agreed to a brief, unencumbered affair. Shanna Elizabeth Goliar, also known as Liz, was the first person Dave met online in 2012. Liz was born in 1975 in Michigan. Dave liked her at first. She claimed that she was not looking for a serious relationship, especially since she was a mother, and that she should spend the majority of her time with her children rather than men. By the way, they both had children of similar ages. Dave repeatedly stated that Liz was unlikely to be a real-life partner for him. She wasn't well-read or educated, which was important in a man-woman relationship. They had few topics of conversation, and the relationship was more focused on the horizontal. Liz became curious about what Dave was doing in her absence and who he was seeing, but the man repeatedly reminded her that they were in an open relationship and she shouldn't be concerned. Dave also told her that she could do whatever she wanted and that he did not stop her from dating other men. However, Liz appears to be dissatisfied with this. She began to pester Dave more and more. Liz was most envious of Dave's children and their mother, Amy. She couldn't understand how they maintained a warm relationship after their breakup. Liz's actions eventually drove Dave away. Then Kari appeared on the horizon. Kari was beautiful and intelligent. Dave could talk to her for hours and they agreed on everything. I felt as if I had hit the jackpot, Dave claimed, and Liz, sensing that the man was drifting away from her, began to remind him of himself through increased activity. She texted, emailed, and called. He wasn't about to stop seeing Kari or anyone else for her. Kari and Dave started spending more and more nights together. Dave allowed himself to do this because it was convenient for Kari to get to work, and he liked her company. Kari pretended she wasn't looking for anything serious and was simply enjoying herself. In December 2015, Liz was shot. The woman probably guessed who it was. Fortunately, the wound did not prove fatal. This cannot continue any longer. I need to do something about it. Liz reflected. On November 13, 2012, I will leave for work. Carrie kissed Dave and agreed to see him later. It was the last time he saw her at 9:45 a.m. The contents of a text message from Carrie caught Dave off guard at work. She texted him that she wanted to live with him permanently. Kropp was very perplexed by the correspondence. He couldn't understand Farver's abrupt shift in mood. They had agreed beforehand that they would not rush into a relationship. They were as happy as they were today. However, the message conveyed a different story. Dave gently replied that he was not prepared for such a change. Kari's counter message was unpleasant. A lot of profanity. He explained the message. I wasn't sure what to think. I was shocked. When he returned to the apartment, he discovered that all of Kari's belongings that she had brought him were gone. Apparently, that is why he believed the woman had abandoned him. The same day, Carrie deleted him from her Facebook friends list. That appears to be the end of it. However, Dave began receiving text messages and emails from Carrie multiple times per day. They contained curses and threats that would ruin his life. There were so many of them, and everyone was rude. Carrie also failed to show up for work, which was unusual given her reputation for punctuality. Kari Farver sent strange messages to Dave Krupa, her mother, and her 15-year-old son. She wrote that she had found a job in Kansas and planned to take Max with her, but she wants to be alone right now because she is worried about her failed romance. In May 2013, Carrie in her Facebook profile published a lengthy post titled, "I've answered enough questions to prove to everyone that I've had enough. You can either believe I'm your daughter, mother, sister, and lifelong friend, or just leave me alone. I left of my own free will, and all I can think about is how everyone was criticizing me for doing what I had to. I do not miss it. I really don't want to go home right now. I am a grown woman, and if I want to leave the house, I can. So when I'm ready, I'll come home. I apologize for simply walking away after causing harm to everyone. Time has passed." However, Carrie never showed up. The woman's mother realized something was wrong with her daughter when she missed her own birthday, Max's birthday, and other family gatherings. The last straw was her father's funeral. After a while, Liz Goliar began receiving messages from Carrie. She insulted and humiliated the woman in them, and some of the messages included a threat to avoid Dave. Liz decided to contact the man so that he could explain her friend's strange behavior. He informed her that he was in the exact same situation. Carrie bombarded him with messages and emails. They've got it. The woman accused her ex-lover of all sins, referred to him as a lecturer, and promised vengeance for all the pain he had caused her in response. Sometimes the messages were ominous, informing her of Dave's current activities. Dave and Liz grew closer as a result of their shared situation. He felt even more guilty about the inconvenience he'd caused her. Carrie's constant messages became increasingly threatening. The text was illogical and filled with grammatical errors. Kari's mother insisted that her daughter had never been angry and that she had always written letters and other documents properly. Carrie was meticulous about spelling and style. Did Kari's bipolar disorder progress to something more after a second trigger? Could it be that she had experienced more severe mental abnormalities? Kari's actions had no explanation other than her out-of-control mental state. The presence of a separate self-consciousness and ego is the most obvious sign of dissociative identity disorder, also known as split personality. At the same time, each of them has a unique memory, thinking style, and even tendencies toward specific actions. Could this explain Kari's strange behavior and altered writing style? Everything indicated the woman's instability. This is why the police did not consider Kari Farver missing. Liz and Dave's pursuit was the primary concern. They attempted to track Kari using her cell phone. However, it was all in vain. The signals were being blocked. Liz and Dave were still getting hundreds of text messages and emails. Even when they were together, their phones would occasionally receive threatening messages simultaneously. The couple continued to date, but they were uncomfortable around Liz, who became more demanding. Carrie continued to claim that she was fine with their no-commitment relationship, but every time they fought with Liz and ended his relationship with her, she texted more frequently. We were both victims. Liz explains that Dave and I shared something that no one else did. Common problems brought the young people closer together, and they returned to each other time and again. In January 2013, Dave found Kari's car in his front yard. Surprisingly, the fingerprints on the steering wheel did not belong to Kari, and the car was generally clean, with no suspicious traces found. The police later handed over the car to Farver's parents. Kari continued to write to Liz and Dave, eventually sending pictures of their children and threatening to harm them if Dave didn't leave Liz alone. Time passed with no results. Kari's maniacal stalking continued. As Dave continued to socialize with other women, Liz's jealousy irritated him even more. He grew tired of what was going on in his life and eventually mustered the courage to end his relationship with Liz. Soon afterwards, another tragedy happened. Liz Goliar reported a house fire in August 2013 that killed all of her pets, which included a snake, a cat, and 2 dogs. Liz informed the police that she suspected Kari was to blame for what happened. The woman had repeatedly threatened her through texts and emails. The incident was a watershed moment in the investigation into Kari's disappearance. Kari Farver was placed on a federal wanted list, and it was determined that each of the tens of thousands of messages would be thoroughly investigated. Dave and Liz's cell phones were seized by law enforcement. Krupa believed he was in danger, so he purchased a gun for protection. There was a reason why someone broke into the auto repair shop where he worked and threw a brick through his window. Kari seemed to be angry at everyone in Dave's life. After a while, Kari began sending threatening messages to his children's mother, Amy Flora. Because the man spent so much time with his children, he also saw Amy frequently. The police grew suspicious. Why would a man who had only dated for less than 2 weeks and 3 years now stalk him and his ex-girlfriends? It didn't make sense. Kari Farver's relatives were also relentlessly searching for the missing woman, using every resource available to them. And eventually, in the spring of 2015, the efforts paid off. Detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doty offered to help solve Kari Farver's disappearance. They discovered no evidence that Kari was alive. Here's what one of them told ABC News: "It's not normal for adults to simply pick up and leave without spending anything. Nobody noticed her, and no one heard her voice. It simply doesn't make sense. She had a good income and a nice home. I've concluded that I cannot prove she is alive." Detectives worked with Anthony Kawa, the Potawatomi County Sheriff's Office's digital forensics administrator, to review content downloaded from Krupa and Goliar's phones in 2013. According to Kawa, Kari Farver sent Dave over 50,000 texts and 15,000 emails over a 3-year period. Kawa went on to say that whoever was impersonating Kari became increasingly sophisticated in their efforts to hide their IP address and their true identity. Someone obviously knew what they were doing, as they were either familiar with or had access to a variety of computer programs. In December 2015, Liz Goliar contacted the police again, reporting that she had been shot in the leg on the doorstep of her own home. She said it was Amy Flora, not Kari. She was the person she recognized as her attacker. Dave was also missing a gun that Amy might have had access to. Could this woman be responsible for Kari's disappearance? There was a lead in the investigation. It clarified why everyone connected to Dave Krupp was being harassed. It's possible that Amy, who hasn't settled her personal life since her breakup with her children's father, decided to exact revenge by eliminating all competitors. This is especially true given Dave and Amy's long-standing positive relationship. The joint children brought them closer together, while foreign women clearly prevented them from reconciling. Amy was questioned by the police, who responded quickly. But to everyone's surprise, she had an alibi. She had not been at Liz's house during the shooting. This was confirmed by multiple people, so no arrests were made. The investigation became increasingly confusing. At the same time, new information was obtained from specialists who were processing data from Liz's cell phone. Kawa discovered fake email addresses with variations of Farver's names from Goliar's phone, revealing valuable information. Investigators also discovered an app she used to schedule text messages to be sent at specific times. This could explain why she and Dave were receiving messages from Kari around the same time. Kawa became suspicious of Liz Goliar. When Liz's fingerprints were compared to those found on Kari's steering wheel, the puzzle began to fall into place. They were the perfect match. It was clear who the culprit was. The killer had been around for years, and no one knew who else had been affected by her actions. One thing was clear: the case needed to be closed as soon as possible. The only thing left to do was avoid scaring Liz away, or better yet, catch her red-handed. Something had to be done to knock the woman off balance. The detectives decided to fabricate a story about allegedly believing Liz. Amy is still the primary suspect. Liz took the bait. She was overjoyed that she would finally be able to get rid of another rival who was interfering with her relationship with Dave. Shortly after, Liz Goliar handed the police an email she claimed was from Amy. Amy admitted to kidnapping Carrie in that email, which also included details about the crime. According to the confession, Carrie was stabbed in the stomach or chest before being disposed of. The letter also included information about Carrie's car and home, which was not made public. The details were chilling because they were graphic, and an investigative spokeswoman claimed Liz gave detectives information that only a true criminal could have. Thus, she inadvertently confessed to Carrie Farver's murder. The letter clearly stated that the crime had occurred in the car. As a result, it was decided to conduct another examination of the victim's car. After the specialist removed the seat covers and fabric, they discovered a blood stain belonging to the missing Carrie Farver. How did Liz manage to poison messages on Carrie's behalf while avoiding suspicion? According to some sources, Liz Goliar led a double life, dating both Dave and a man named Garrett. The latter lived on an IP address that was identified as the origin of messages bearing Carrie's name. During our conversation, we discovered that he had been dating Shanna Goliar, also known as Liz, for quite some time. Out of kindness, the man invited Shanna to live with him and his children after the fire. However, the two's relationship became complicated and deteriorated significantly after they started living together. Garrett would watch over Goliar's children while she secluded herself in her room or went elsewhere. The man was astounded by what the police told him. Goliar spent 40 to 50 hours per week pretending to be the missing woman. Her room was a mess, but no significant evidence was discovered. However, investigators discovered several cell phones and electronics in her last apartment in late December 2016. Shanna Goliar is charged with first-degree murder. The county prosecutor discussed the complexities of the court investigation. The majority of murders are dark. This crime was so bizarre that it would take some convincing to believe it happened. There is no way anyone would have let their dog die in a fire they started themselves. There is no way anyone would have shot themselves in the thigh. However, Shanna Goliar did it to avoid suspicion. James Martin Davis, Shanna Goliar's attorney, hoped the case would fall apart because it relied primarily on circumstantial evidence. Carrie's body was never discovered, nor was the crime weapon. Goliar never confessed. There was no evidence that Carrie died at all. The defense team chose a mistrial, which means that a judge, not a jury, will determine Shanna's guilt. Mountains of complicated electronic evidence were presented alongside physical evidence. However, the prosecution insisted that the amount of blood found on Carrie's car's passenger seat was consistent with a stabbing confession obtained from the IP address where Shanna lived. Investigators were able to establish Shanna's direct involvement in Carrie's murder. Deleted images, including a photo of a human foot with a Chinese symbol tattooed on it, were recovered from a tablet in Dave's possession after analyzing the memory card she was using at the time Carrie went missing. The foot clearly belonged to a man who had died many years before. In addition, Carrie had a similar tattoo. Later, the woman's mother confirmed that the tattoo actually belonged to her daughter. The photograph confirmed Shanna Goliar's conviction. The judge convicted her of first-degree murder and sentenced her to life in prison with no possibility of parole. He stated that Carrie Farver did not disappear voluntarily. It is extremely unfortunate that she was murdered. Authorities believe Shanna was murdered. Carrie allowed her body to decompose before burning the remains to eliminate any trace of evidence. She decided to get rid of her rival, most likely out of jealousy. After disposing of her, she purposefully took her cell phone to make Farver look insane and regain Dave's trust. When her plans were successful, Shanna wanted to free her lover from Amy as well. But she became so engrossed in the game that she ended up falling into a trap of her own design. It's a bloody love square, to say the least. Goliar was also found guilty of setting fire to her own home in August 2013, which she tried desperately to blame on Carrie, because the fire not only destroyed the house but also killed pets. She received another 20 years in prison. The woman is currently incarcerated at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women. Shanna maintains her innocence. Dave admitted to receiving thousands of emails and text messages signed by Carrie over the years. However, he never noticed her stalking him while they were together, which Shanna cannot claim. He also stated, "I want her to leave and not do this to anyone else." Justice has been served. For a long time, Kari Farver's name was on everyone's mind. She was innocently accused of stalking people and burning down Shanna's house. Kari is now recognized as a victim, and her good name has been restored. Kari's mother wanted her daughter to be remembered as a fun, intelligent, and talented woman. So what happened to Kari's son Maxwell Farver of Macedonia? According to his LinkedIn profile, he followed in his mother's footsteps and became a computer programmer. He graduated from the University of Iowa with a degree in software engineering and data science before marrying. It's unlikely that he was able to forget what happened, but he could have found solace in the family he built as a result of his past. Dave Krupa has now decided to live away from the limelight. In fact, he does not have a public account on any social media platform. The chilling crime story is a brutal reminder of the tangled complexities that can arise in human relationships as a result of various forms of manipulation, which can sometimes go to extreme lengths to maintain control of the situation. It is a story about how vulnerable we can be in our familiar surroundings without understanding the true nature of humans. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story first appeared in Mendoza, Argentina in 2016. On January 10, 2016, Marina Menegazo, 21, and Maria Jose Coni, 22, embarked on a long-awaited journey. However, it eventually became one of Latin America's most high-profile investigations in the last decade. In 2016, Maria Jose Coni, 22, studied economics at the National University of Cuyo, while Marina Menegazo, 21, studied speech therapy at Aconcagua University. Both girls volunteered with an organization that assisted people who were forced to live on the streets for various reasons. Friends and acquaintances described them as two happy girls who were very close to their families. Marina Menegazo and Maria Jose Coni went on a trip with two other friends, but eventually separated. The girls departed on January 10th. Follow Maria Jose Coni's Instagram posts to see their route. On January 13th, the girls visited the Peruvian city of Cusco, which was once the Inca Empire's capital. The following day, January 14th, an image was published, also taken in Cusco. The image below was published on January 15th. The photo was taken from a railroad bridge near the Machu Picchu hydroelectric power plant. Machu Picchu is an ancient Inca city, also known as the city above the clouds. It is one of Peru's most famous attractions and is on the UNESCO World Heritage List. According to the girl's Instagram activity, she spent several days in the area. On January 18th, Maria shared two additional photos from that location. On January 19th, the girl posted this image as a goodbye to Cusco. 4 days later, on January 23rd, the girls had already arrived in Ecuador. Maria shared a photo from Montanita Beach for the next 10 days. The girls first traveled along Ecuador's coast before heading into the interior. On February 4th, Maria shared an image from San Antonio, and on February 6th, a photo from Bonobos. On February 10th, Maria shared a photo of all four girls. The journey that began on January 10th was coming to an end, and it was a farewell post as two girls from this company returned home to Argentina. Maria Jose Coni and Marina Menegazo had about 10 days of vacation and were not in a hurry to return home. Instead, they returned to Montanita, which marked the beginning of their relationship with Ecuador. On February 22nd, Maria shared a photo of herself and Marina. This was the last post on her Instagram account. On February 22nd, the girls contacted their families in Argentina. They said they'd be home soon. On February 25th, they had to take a bus from Ecuador to Lima, Peru, spend the night at a friend's house, and then fly from Lima to Santiago, Chile's capital. They would then travel by bus to their hometown of Mendoza, Argentina. At the same time, the girls informed their relatives that they would be difficult to reach by phone for a few days due to a poor signal. Relatives became concerned when they were unable to contact Maria and Marina for several days and saw no activity on their social media accounts. Marina's sister was the first to raise awareness about this case on social media. She posted a photo of two girls with the caption, "My sister and her friend disappeared on Monday, the 22nd, in Montevideo, Ecuador. Please share this information." The girls' families wanted to know if they had left the country and boarded the plane. However, they were unable to obtain a response from the airline representatives. The latter stated that they would only disclose this information if the families provided a court order. Furthermore, the friends at whose house the girls planned to spend the night before leaving said they did not show up. Maria and Marina's relatives contacted Ecuador's emergency services to report their disappearance. They also contacted the consulate of Argentina and requested assistance. The consulate got involved in the case on February 27th. Argentina's authorities sent fingerprints from both girls to Ecuador for a reason. On February 25th, an unidentified woman's body was discovered in Montevideo and transported to Guayaquil. Fingerprints from an unidentified body were compared to those obtained by Argentine police. They determined that this belonged to Maria Jose Coney. This Saturday, February 27th, police discovered Marina Menegazo's body while investigating the location of Maria's body. It was just 43 yards from Maria's body. Both bodies were in plastic bags secured with duct tape. According to the Ecuadorian police, they did not find Marina's body right away because the criminal attempted to conceal it by placing something on top of it. The autopsy revealed that Maria Jose Coney died due to blunt force trauma to the head. Ecuadorian authorities described her injuries as genital, including a broken femur and toe. Furthermore, marks on Maria's wrists indicated she was tied up. Marina, a man of God, died as a result of 6 neck stab wounds. She had the same spots on her wrists, indicating that she was tied up. According to reports, the girls died on February 23rd. Toxic, illogical analysis revealed that their blood contained a high concentration of the drug used in psychiatric treatment. Given the circumstances surrounding the death, the police determined that the girls did not voluntarily take this drug. Perhaps they didn't even realize they had taken it. It was possible that someone had mixed it into their food or drinks. But just 24 hours after discovering the second body, there was a new development in this case, which elicited mixed reactions from the girls' families. The President and Minister of Interior of Ecuador announced that the police had solved the case. Alberto Segundo Mina Ponce, 33, and Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, 39, were arrested and pleaded guilty, providing details about the events. The police discovered bloodstains in the home of one of the accused, Mina Ponce. Marina's phone, backpack, and other belongings were near the house. Aside from the quick arrest, the most unusual aspect was the two men's immediate confession. It resonated with those who followed the case. The men gave their version of what happened. Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, Jose Serrano, stated that the girls left the hotel where they had rented a room on February 22nd. At 2 p.m., someone stole all of their money at the hotel, so they intend to hitchhike to Lima. However, the hotel's owner refuted this version, claiming that no one stole from the girls. Maria and Marina's families did not believe the story. After all, they had their credit cards with them. As a result, the girls would use them in times of financial difficulty. Nonetheless, no activity was on the cards. Perhaps someone stole their cash and credit cards. Nonetheless, we can access the funds in the account without the card. For example, girls could have paid for a trip online, but they did not. According to Ecuador's Minister of the Interior, the girls entered one of the bars and requested a couple of glasses of water to quench their thirst. The bar owner confirmed this version, stating that she gave the girls water because they didn't have any money. It's unclear if someone stole all of Maria and Marina's money, which could lead to further developments. The minister cited the testimony of suspects who, I remind you, fully admitted their guilt. So Ponce claimed that on that day, around 8 p.m., Rodriguez told him about two Argentine girls in a bar. They approached the girls together and started a conversation, during which Marina and Maria revealed that they were hitchhiking to Lima due to financial constraints. This version also raises many questions. The girls had purchased airplane tickets from Lima to Santiago, Chile. Why would they save money on credit cards and try to hitchhike over 1,000 miles when they could miss their flight? As previously stated, they purchased tickets for February 25th. This conversation, according to Ponce, occurred on the evening of February 22nd. Sounds dubious, right? However, witnesses discovered by the local police confirmed all of these strange versions, as it was already late and the girls needed a place to stay the night but didn't have enough money for a hotel or hostel. Ponce invited them to spend the night at his house. The girls agreed, and the police located a taxi driver who confirmed driving Marina Maria and Ponce to the home. This image depicts the house where Ponce lived next, as reported by Ecuadorian authorities. Ponce returned to the bar and began drinking alongside Rodriguez. Marina and Maria were alone in the house during that time. The heavily inebriated men returned home around 2:30 a.m., but Maria and Marina were not present. The police discovered that the girls went to a store near the house to purchase soda. The exact type of drink is unknown. The police found another witness who confirmed this, a store cashier. If this is correct, it means the girls still had some money. Ponce testified that when the girls returned to the house, he remained in the room with Maria Coney, while Rodriguez was in another room with Marina Menegazzo. Ponce attempted to persuade Maria Coney to intimacy, but she refused and fled the house. Then he grabbed a stick and hit the girl on the head, killing her instantly. At the same time, he heard a scream from another room. When he entered the room, he discovered that Rodriguez had taken Marina Men of Gaza by surprise. Rodriguez immediately left the house, and according to Ponce, he began planning how to dispose of the bodies. Ponce attempted to clean up all traces in the house, wrapping the bodies in plastic bags and duct tape. In the afternoon, he borrowed a cart from someone he knew and drove them to a wasteland near the ocean shore, about 440 yards from home. Let me reiterate that everything mentioned is the official version of the Ecuadorian authorities. At the same time, it was unclear where the marks on the girls' wrists originated. There was also no explanation for the toxic, illogical analysis that claimed both girls' blood contained traces of a powerful drug. Given the circumstances and inconsistencies in the case, the girls' family began to question the version presented by Ecuadorian authorities. They believe the case is related to human trafficking and that Ecuadorian authorities were covering for someone. Marina and Maria's families had multiple reasons for doubt. First, the girls ran out of money but did not use their credit cards. Second, they were under the influence of drugs. Only 3 witnesses saw Maria and Marina that day: the bar owner, a taxi driver, and a cashier who allegedly sold them soda. The town had 5,000 residents. Furthermore, the families were perplexed as to why the bodies were discovered 2 days apart, despite being 43 yards apart. Maria and Marina sought assistance from Ponce and Rodriguez, which appears unusual. In Montenegro, there are many Argentine tourists, so it would be logical for the girls to approach someone from their country and ask for help. When Ecuadorian police brought him to the crime scene, the brother of one of the victims reported seeing used syringes on the floor. When he inquired about them, they mysteriously vanished. Furthermore, the syringes were not even visible in crime scene photos, and the experts who investigated the scene denied their existence. According to the family, the 2 men were merely a front for something larger, such as human trafficking. The authorities ordered a second autopsy and a new toxic, illogical examination. Furthermore, both defendants' versions of events changed several times. According to one version, Mina Ponce denied that he and Rodriguez had committed the crime. He claimed that the man who killed the girls was an illegal substance dealer of Venezuelan origin who lived in the area. He only knew the man's pseudonym, El Chamo. This man has been detained by the police. However, the latter stated that he had nothing to do with what happened and was willing to take a polygraph test or provide a DNA sample. He wanted to prove he was not in that house at all. Several DNA samples were discovered at the crime scene, including DNA from Mina Ponce, DNA from the 2 deceased girls, and several unidentified samples. These unidentified samples did not belong to Rodriguez, the alleged second perpetrator, or to El Chamo, who was eliminated as a suspect after undergoing all DNA tests. The second autopsy, performed by Argentine experts, revealed that both girls were in such a state that they were unable to defend themselves. Before their deaths, they were both forced to be intimate. The autopsy also revealed other information. Maria Jose had bruises and scratches on one side of her body, indicating she had been thrown out of a moving car. A new toxicological analysis confirmed that both girls were under the influence of a potent psychiatric medication. This drug works by suppressing a person's will. What happened next had repercussions throughout Latin America. Unfortunately, as so often happens, people blamed the girls for their deaths. Furthermore, they were blamed by both ordinary internet users and well-known public figures. The Ecuadorian Deputy Minister of Tourism was among those who blamed the girls for what happened to them. Maria Cristina Rivadeneira's era coincided with the news of Maria and Marina's deaths. Berlin hosted a tourism-themed fair. Rivadeneira told a German news agency that given the girls' travel patterns, something would happen to them sooner or later. She stated that she had never visited Montanita because it did not match her social status. It was essentially victim blaming at the state level. And this is a very sad fact. Following Rivadeneira's interview, the Ecuadorian government apologized to the families of Maria and Marina and fired her. Hugo Narton, an Argentine psychiatrist, was among the most condemned, referring to the girls as favorable victims and claiming that such people encourage others to commit crimes. Following a barrage of criticism, the doctor claimed that people misunderstood him and that he never absolved criminals of responsibility. Guadalupe Acosta, a Paraguayan student, posted on Facebook on behalf of Maria and Marina in response to internet comments blaming them for their situation. It went viral, receiving 700,000 reposts in the first week of publication. Yes, yesterday I was killed. The post began with the words, "I refuse to be touched," and they cracked my skull open with a stick. They put me in a black plastic bag wrapped in duct tape and threw me on the beach, where they discovered me a few hours later, but the humiliation was worse than death. After they discovered my lifeless body, no one asked who had ended my dreams and hopes in life. No. Instead, they began asking me useless questions. What clothes did you wear? Why were you alone? Why would a woman travel alone? You were in a dangerous environment. What were you expecting? They informed our parents that we had taken something forbidden and had done something wrong. After my death, I realized that I was not equal to a man. The fact that I died was my fault, and it will always be so. However, if the headline mentioned 2 young male travelers, people would express their sympathy. With their phony and hypocritical double-standard speech, they would demand the harshest punishment for criminals. However, it is different for women. I asked you on behalf of myself and other women who have been silenced by the world. I asked you for every woman whose life and dreams have been crushed. Raise your voice. Let us fight. I will be with you in spirit. And I promise that one day there would be so many of us that there would not be enough bags in the world to keep us all quiet. The trial started on August 8, 2016. There were numerous failures in the case. The prosecutor changed 3 times, significantly delaying the proceedings. The prosecution presented witness statements and over 200 pieces of physical evidence recovered from the crime scene. The police discovered some of the girls' belongings, including biological fluids and phones, in the house where the crime occurred and nearby. During the trial, Ponce maintained his innocence and claimed he confessed under duress from the police, and this only strengthened the girls' family's suspicions that the Ecuadorian authorities were hiding something. Rodriguez also changed his testimony, claiming that some Colombian drug dealers were responsible for the girls' deaths. During the first week of the trial, the prosecutor stated that he suspected other people were involved in the case after the police discovered 3 more samples of male DNA at the scene, in addition to Rodriguez and Ponce's DNA. The court sentenced Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez to 40 years in prison, the maximum sentence under Ecuadorian law. In November 2016, Ecuadorian authorities announced that they had arrested another person whose DNA was discovered at the crime scene. José Luis Pérez Castro, 34, was the name of this man. His defense claimed that he had lived in this house for a few weeks before the incident, and that the blood on the wall was the result of a dental infection. He allegedly spit on the wall. The lawyers also stated that the police discovered his DNA on the girls' bodies because they had touched a piece of furniture or items that he had previously touched. When this man's dentist appeared to testify, his defense began to crumble. Castro contacted him only 2 weeks after the police discovered Marina and Maria's bodies. He asked the dentist for a note about a dental infection. However, the doctor refused to write it because he discovered no health problems after examining Castro. In the end, the dentist simply kicked him out. The patient wanted a medical certificate, but he was in pain. There must be some kind of disease, but I didn't notice it when I went to the dentist. Did the man's defense crumble following these words? Contrary to prison rules, Castro appeared on social media while awaiting trial, referring to the circumstances that led to his imprisonment. "I'm waiting for this injustice to end. I have great faith that God will lead me out of this with victory," Castro wrote on his social media account. José Luis Pérez Castro, like Alberto Ponce and Eduardo Rodriguez, was sentenced to 40 years in prison despite his repeated denials of guilt. The girls' families questioned the story presented by Ecuadorian authorities, despite the fact that the family had ensured that police officers from Argentina participated in the investigation. The Ecuadorian authorities' version has not changed in any way, according to assurances from Ecuadorian police that the search for other men whose samples were found in the house continues to this day. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.